many miles is that?
5.
5. Take it easy. We're gonna pick up some food.
Please.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with Feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
Hi guys, welcome back to this live feed. I'm Leah Yingling. I'm here with Mike McMonagle. We will be with you guys for the next 4.5 hours. We're currently following, we're rounding out the top 10 men and should be anticipating our kind of like 4 through 6 women coming in sometime over the next 2 hours here. It's been a really fun race to follow. We've been out there all day yesterday, all night last night, and a little bit of today, giving you guys the best coverage we can. Please shoot some questions into the chat, some runner details, anybody you want us to give a shout. We do have a camera at Cunningham Gulch aid station that we're able to cut to occasionally, so if you've got runners rolling through there, we'll try to do our best to call them out, provide any information on them, and give you guys any commentary.
Yeah, and if you've missed somebody's finish, you should be able to rewind or go to the previous stream. We did just switch to stream 5 of the Hardrock live stream. So if you have missed somebody's finish, it would have occurred on the stream 4 video, which you could go back and watch anytime.
And I would say our next anticipated finisher is Luke J. of Littleton, Colorado. I don't anticipate seeing him in Silverton for at least another hour. So we will have a decent break of finishers here. So I think that'll allow for us to put some time on the Cunningham Gulch aid station over the next little bit. I think I saw somebody in the chat earlier say we've got 30 runners within 3 miles of Cunningham Gulch aid station. So I'm sure it'll be rapid fire, providing you guys the best updates we can as to what's happening at Cunningham Gulch. Cunningham Gulch is just around mile 91. The runners have just over 9 miles to the finish, but between there and the finish, there's a pretty gnarly climb. That's about 2,500 feet over less than 2 miles. So they get up that, have a technical downhill before getting onto some cruisier things. So we've been seeing the runners in this range right now doing Cunningham Gulch to the finish in roughly 3 hours or so. So if you've seen one of your runners go through Cunningham Gulch and you want to make a prediction as to what their finish time will be, this range of runners we've been seeing probably 3 hours, give or take 30 minutes.
And what you're looking at on the screen right now is the gymnasium of the school here right behind us. This is where everyone gathered this morning. This basketball court was packed to the gills with all the antsy Hard Rock runners and the smell of Body Glide and
Body Glide has a smell.
Vaseline, Body Glide, and all that stuff. It's got a smell.
Yeah. And to recap, what we've seen so far in the men's and women's race from the front, we had a course record, 2 course records broken.
Both by roughly 3 minutes.
Yeah. Dang, I didn't know Courtney's was only 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I fell asleep.
26:14, like 26:11.
Yeah.
And it was 26:14.
Okay. Yeah, so on the men's side, our podium was Ludovic Pomeray from France, Diego Pazos, and Jason Schlarb. Ludo just absolutely crushed it, going 3 minutes under Kilian Jornet's prior course record in this direction. And then it wasn't until 3 hours later that we then saw Diego and Jason cross the finish line here in Silverton.
Ludo finished before anyone else got to Cunningham.
It was pretty wild.
And also, like, I think the coolest thing about Ludo's finish for me was, like, that course record that he broke from Kilian. Kilian was racing Francois and Dakota that year pretty much wire to wire.
Yeah, and
Ludo did it by himself.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
It was fun too. Ludo was well ahead of course record pace, at least starting at halfway, if not prior. I think he had at least 22 minutes or so when I saw him at Animus Fork, just over halfway through the race. And I told his crew that he was about 20 minutes ahead of it, and they had no idea. And we learned from his pacer at Cunningham Gulch last night that he did not want to hear about the course record, the splits, things like that. But I do think at Cunningham Gulch, finally, he was willing to hear how close he was, and fortunately, he was able to sneak under it by 3 minutes.
and then similarly on the women's side, we saw Courtney finish. Correct me if I'm wrong. Before anyone else in the women's race reached Cunningham.
Yeah.
So another really.
That might be false.
Is that false?
Yes, because Cammy was there at 7:47.
Okay, I
And
lied.
Courtney finished at 8:11. So you were close.
In any case, a pretty dominant win, as Courtney has become somewhat accustomed to, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Courtney was 4th place overall, finishing just ahead, 19 minutes ahead of Jeff Rome from Silverton, Colorado. He's had several Hardrock finishes and just crushed it out there. He's like just kind of the silent, steady chaser, moved his way up all day and was just like in this mix of competition. And then our 2nd place female was Camille Brouillat from France, also with just having an exceptional day out there. And then we 7th, well, let's see here, 7th place overall. So Camille was 6th place overall, and 7th place was Brian Peterson from Kansas, one of our good buds, and used to live in Salt Lake City. Unfortunately relocated for grad school, but Brian absolutely crushed it, moving his way well up into that top 10 throughout the day. And we followed by Paul Terranova, and then we had Katarina Hartmut, our 3rd place female finisher, really working hard to get that finish after.
9th overall.
Oh, so cool.
On her birthday, no less. I think she turned 29 during the race, right?
Mm-hmm.
And had a very strong finish for the 3rd woman in the overall top 10.
We saw a strong finish, really strong finish from Nick Corey out there, who was doubling back after his Western States finish where he ran 25 hours. Probably one of the stronger finishes we've seen so far, and just doing it in quintessential Nick Corey fashion, where he was 77th place at the first aid station and then moved his way up to 10th place overall, 7th place in the men's race.
Do we know if we'll get our Cunningham feedback? Do we know if we'll get our Cunningham feedback, or the swapping out equipment? Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And we will be having a small break from our Cunningham feed while our team charges some equipment up there. So we will do our best to keep an eye on the live tracker here and to give you guys as up-to-date updates on what's happening at Cunningham.
I'd hate to get out of date updates.
Yeah, same.
We are looking at I think a pretty exciting race here to round out the top 5 in the women's race. We had 3 athletes within about, I think it was 19 minutes of one another leaving Cunningham. And in order, respectively, it was Yitka Wynn from Washington, Emily Halnon of Eugene, Oregon, and Tara Dower from Virginia Beach. So they all left Cunningham within about 15 to 20 minutes of one another. Just a little bit over an hour ago. So we're expecting a little bit of a gap right now before we see any more finishers at all. The next person we expect to see will be Luke J. Crossing the finish, assuming things sort of continue to pan out as they've been trending. And then after that, we'll expect to see that sort of race for the top 5 women arrive at Silverton. We know that I know Tara Dower was having some stomach issues overnight and was letting some stuff out on the course, I think, especially going up some of the climbs. But seems to, in classic Tara Dower fashion, be working through a lot of those issues and staying strong and steady.
Yeah, and shout out to the chat. Definitely agree with highlighting the strong women that we've got in this race. We know that this year we've seen the most women line up at Hardrock, though still only representing about 22% of the field. So definitely lots of strides to be made in this space. Really cool to see how competitive the women's field is getting, how many women paved the way for this group of women to be here too. I think we're currently seeing 7 women in the top 17, I think was one of my last comments. Really cool to see the international field here between Cami Bruya and Katarina Hartmut rounding out our podium. But also I want to highlight kind of our 4, 5, 6 women in there. So Yitka Wynn, she's pretty awesome. Started following her a little bit after some Cascade Crest wins in recent years. So I think she really holds down the fort out at that race. Looks like she's got a little one as well. 36 years old out of Washington, really inspiring. And Emily Hallonen, she's been bouncing back and forth with Yitka throughout most of yesterday. She is the women's FKT holder on the Oregon section of the PCT. She's also an author. I think I first became familiar with Emily like well over 10 years ago, back when she had a blog, one of the first running blogs I used to read. So shout out to Emily. She's from Eugene, Oregon. Her book is beautiful and inspired by her journey on the PCT, but also by the death of her mother from cancer. So Emily seems incredible. Like, she's got a great story. Really excited to see her come back to Hardrock. She was one of the top 10 finishers last year, I believe, and is extremely strong when it comes to grinding out these mountain hundreds. And then we got Tara Dower right behind, not too far behind Emily. And yeah, Tara's coming from Virginia Beach, trains at sea level. One of my favorite things to talk about when we talk about Tara and her training is the hill that she trains on in Virginia Beach. So Mike here lived in Virginia Beach for some time, and there is one single hill in Virginia Beach, and it is called Mount Trashmore, and it is a park that was made over top of an old landfill. So Tara just will do reps up and down Mount Trashmore. So shout out Mount Trashmore, shout out Tara Dower.
Tara also paced me at the Grindstone 100 miler last September. And that was, I think it was maybe 6 or 7 days after she had run a very fast Umstead 100.
No, Run Rabbit.
Sorry, Run Rabbit. Yep. Yeah, wrong season. Yeah, after winning Run Rabbit. Came out a week later in the middle of the night, met Leah in the woods in Virginia, and helped crew me, and then jumped in for a pacing session.
Yeah, I see some comments in the chat about live trackers. I shared a link to the open split timing. So our open split timing will have really nice aid station splits for all the runners. The GPS tracking, what you're seeing when you see somebody's commenting about Luke J being an overall first, what happens when one of the runners finishes is they get categorized, I think, as a finish. So whoever's the next one to the finish line is showing up as first. So I know that can be a little bit confusing, but just for some clarification. But I have been using the open split timing for most up-to-date aid station splits and finish line splits, and you can get a good idea of who's first through 10th by looking at that. And I will say our next finisher should be Luke J. I think we were saying maybe less than an hour or so till we see, maybe about an hour or so till we see him at the finish. And then I do think we'll get a stream of strong women coming through after that.
I don't see any. We're still waiting for a feedback from the Cunningham aid station, but not seeing any action there yet. Just looking at the tracker.
Yeah, and for reference, from Cunningham aid station, it's taking these runners about 3 hours or so, plus or minus, to get from there to the finish. So if you see a time split for your runner at Cunningham Gulch, yeah, 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Depends on how they're feeling.
So the last we saw at Cunningham was, we saw, I think it was Andy Bletecki and then Timothy Fahey, I think in that order, leave the Cunningham aid station just a minute or two apart from one another. And it actually looks like, so Dan Barger may be the next person. Dan Barger, Claire Heslop, Amber Weibel, those folks leaving Maggie 6 miles prior to Cunningham. They were all an hour or more behind Timothy. So we actually may be in a little bit of a lull right now, both with finishers and with people at Cunningham Gulch. So what if we go further back? How's the rear end of the race looking?
Yeah, let's chat about that, and let's think through some of the cutoff times, get a feeling for what the cutoffs we're dealing with are, who's facing those cutoffs, maybe incite some encouragement from the live chat to cheer for some of those who are pushing the cutoffs. But I'll find us some cutoff time info.
We had Dana Munari and Eric McGee both left Animas Forks at about 10:27, 10:28 a.m. Those appear to be the first two people ahead of the snail as of aid station splits, at least. The snail being the cutoff times. We have 10 runners who have checked out of Animas Forks and who have not yet checked into Burroughs. That's a 10-mile stretch from basically mile 58 to 68. So we have 10 runners between mile 58 and 68. And those 10 are spread out themselves over a little over 2 hours.
All right, so cutoffs. Let's talk about cutoffs. So right now, it is 1:39 local time. We did have a cutoff at Animas Fork at 10:30 this morning. Our next cutoff will be at Sherman at 4 o'clock local time. So we've got 2 hours, 20 minutes for our runners to get to Sherman aid station, and this is mile 72. So hoping and wishing and praying that we can get as many runners as possible into Sherman and past Sherman by 4 o'clock. There will be no cutoff at Pole Creek, no cutoff at Maggie, but we will have a cutoff at Cunningham then tomorrow early in the morning at 2 a.m. So I think we'll be on the feed here. So Micah and I here are with you guys until 6 p.m. local time. And that means we will get to cheer some of the back of the packers through Sherman and who are pushing some of these cutoff times at 4 o'clock. So stay with us. If you've got a runner who is pushing that cutoff or you think will be, send us some info. Let us get some crowdsourced inspiration out there, and we can give some background and cheer for them in the chat.
And Ellen in the chat commented that the rock usually is maybe facing the other way at the finish here. I think that's true. Do we know why they switched it this year? I heard that it adds about 100 feet to the course. Yeah. So it is definitely, the rock is facing the opposite direction on the finishing stretch here. A lot of lips have touched that rock.
Too many lips have touched that rock.
It would indeed be great to have video of runners throughout the entire pack, and especially exciting to get some footage of folks who are chasing cutoffs throughout the day and throughout the night. We're obviously working with a pretty lean team as is, so we'll bring you as much coverage as we can.
Yeah, and I would use this as an opportunity to also advocate not just volunteering at your local races, volunteering for live stream teams. If you've been following along with this coverage and you've been enjoying the coverage, Mountain Outpost does an absolutely incredible job bringing race coverage to races that have otherwise historically not had coverage at all. These are really remote places we're in. We've got Starlink coverage. There is no cell signal out in these mountains. We would have never been able to get these shots, and I think especially those shots that we got yesterday up from Grand Swamp Pass and places like that that are just remote, hard to get to, and we're able to provide video and commentary coverage from. So props to the Mountain Outpost team. It definitely takes a village, and I don't think our village is ever can be big enough. So if you're somebody that enjoys this stuff, doing any runner cam following, videography, drone footage for the races that allow drone footage, feel free to reach out. I can connect you or connect with the Mountain Outpost team themselves. Always willing for more volunteers, more people to cover these races so we can bring coverage to as many people as possible. And so I think it's really cool to see women out there helping as well, getting their face in the media, seeing that women can also be involved in the sport in a variety of ways, and doing women justice in the coverage.
Yeah, I want to like go back and watch one of the live stream from the past day, because the little bits and pieces I've seen here and there looked sick. Like clear footage, not choppy, from places like Grand Swamp Pass. I think Engineer, there was a cam up there too. Obviously working around, there's restrictions with this race with no drone usage at all in the Forest Service properties. So working with what they can. Mountain Outpost has really produced a high quality stream here.
And we will have coverage in the field, I believe, whether that's a static cam or field correspondent through 8 p.m. tonight, and we might go have some static coverage after that, but then we'll resume with Chris and AJW at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning to bring in our last finishers. So going to be lots of opportunities for cheering for your runner, engaging in the chat, and bringing the hard rock spirit to you guys at home.
Annie is shouting out Eric McGee, who is currently bringing up the rear of this year's Hard Rock, and is also doing the Swiss Peaks 660K and Tour de Jean later this summer, trying to hit 100 milers before his 60th birthday.
That is amazing.
That's exhausting. Eric McGee is 54 years old. From Quebec. So he's got about 6 years to do, what is it, about 69 more 100-milers? Do I have that right, Annie? He's done 31. So if he gets this finished, that'd be 32. And then he has 5 or 6 years to do 68 more 100-milers. So 10 or 12 a year, something like that. Basically once a month.
They could probably.
And some of those apparently are Swiss Peak 660K. Does the Swiss Peak 660K, does that count as like 500 milers?
That's a good question.
Or
Probably
what,
not.
400 milers? That's probably about 400 miles.
I counted as one,
You
unfortunately.
did 400 miles.
One time.
Tour de Jean, that should count as 600 milers. And he gives a thumbs up.
Probably teach you a thing or two about finishing 100 miles.
Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to reach 100-mile finishes,
You'd have to
I
stop
would need to
DNFing.
I would need to start about 300 100-milers.
Yeah, I think you've got a good track record, though. You are 50-50 on finishes, or are we below the 50-50?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, probably roughly 50-50. I was, of course, kidding about counting things as more than 100-miler.
Your sarcasm doesn't come across after no sleep. If you guys have any favorite races that you want to shout out in the chat, we're always looking for some new ones to do, new races to highlight. I think we both love the 100-mile distance probably the most, but
Love a good 100-mile.
we like to diversify the portfolio.
Love a good 100K too.
Yeah.
Love a good 50-miler.
Looks like we've got no more check-ins from Cunningham Gulch in the last 30 minutes or so. We did see Claire Bonworth, our 7th place female, left there at 1:31 local time. So she spent 16 minutes in that aid station. So definitely taking her time. Probably knows that she needs to do that to get to the finish line here in Silverton. We do have a more recent check-in into what is that? Maggie. So at 1:25, we had Carl Meltzer. Welcome to Maggie. So I don't think Carl needs
The
much
speed
of
goat himself.
an introduction. I'm sure he is pacerless out there and just doing what he does. We've also had some recent check-ins into Pole Creek. So Pole Creek is mile 80. And let's see who we got into there. Trevor Bain from Washington, D.C. Let's go, Trevor.
How many Hardrock wins does Carl have? 4? 3 or 4? Carl Meltzer won Hardrock in 2009, 2006, 2005, and 2003. So 4, and 2001, 5 Hardrock wins.
Wow. There's second place in there, wasn't there?
And a second. In 2001, Carl won Hardrock in 26:39.
This is why they made us do it. This is what I
And where is he now? Where did we just see a Carl check in?
He
Into
tucked
Maggie?
into Maggie, yeah. Oh, we're getting some good race chat shout outs in the chat.
Yeah, I saw some really good ones
Superior
there.
Trail Races in Minnesota.
I want to do those.
Bighorn, Tushers. We love Tushers. That happens in a couple weeks here
is a
out in
big
Utah.
time race. Tushers
We
is
get up
great.
to 12,000 feet about twice, I think over maybe 2 times in the 100K. Waldo 100K.
I almost signed up for Hellbender this year. That's actually really high on my list. Hellbender 100 in North Carolina, in the Asheville area.
Oh, Jigger Johnson looks
Oh
a little
yeah.
too hard for me. Sorry, Ken. But it looks incredible. For those of you who probably want the hardest 100-mile possible east of the Mississippi, Jigger Johnson is the one. Oh, and I like this shout out for Becky Bates in the chat as well. Not sure exactly where she is based on the live tracking. Last time we had her into an aid station, she was in 10th place, but her GPS tracker might have her scooting up because she was only 10 minutes back from 9th place female at that last aid station. Becky Bates, 62 years old, from British Columbia. She has several finishes here. I think if I were one of these newcomers to Hardrock, I'd probably find Becky Bates and stick on her and do what she's doing. She's had a 7th place finish here in 2023, 36 hours, and then also a finish back in 2017 in 32 hours and 46 minutes. So Becky's been in the sport since at least 2012 here, I see on Ultra Sign Up. Yeah, crushing it. 62 years old out there.
It looks like we've got a camera back at Cunningham Gulch aid station right now, so that's what you're seeing on the live feed is some crews and spectators and doggos hanging around. This is kind of the entrance to the Cunningham Gulch aid station. The runners come up the road from where you're looking and make this left turn through the cones into the aid station. This is about mile 93. And we don't expect, I think we expect to see the next person enter Cunningham Gulch probably around 2:15 p.m. local time, 32:15 or so on the race clock. So in 20 to 25 minutes is roughly when we'd expect to see another runner, I think, coming through Cunningham.
And just some updates for those of you following along with runners kind of in that mid-pack of things. We've had some recent checkouts of a Sherman. So we had a couple of our runners check out a Sherman in the last 20 minutes. And that includes Moira Flannery from Tollgate Canyon, Utah. Shout out Utah. Derek Fish from the UK. And Conrado Bermudez from Jersey City, New Jersey. You are not at sea level anymore, sadly. So those are our most recent runners who checked in or out of Sherman, which is mile 71. So a little less than a 50K to the finish for those guys.
Of course, it's a little bit long, I think, right? It's like 102 or 103 miles or so?
Like 102, roughly.
I saw 103.7 on Courtney's watch at the finish, but that's just one watch.
Yeah.
103.7 was also the country music station in Baltimore growing up. So, WPOC. Shout out. I feel like I have a voice for
Radio.
WPOC.
Oh yeah, your A100 is next weekend. So anybody that's out here and feels like jumping into that, it has more climbing than Hardrock, and
Quite a bit more.
The registration is still open. So anybody out here feeling like they just want to get another 100 under their belt, your A100's calling your name.
Anybody was following along with the Zach Miller's experience here leading into Hardrock this week, where he was expecting to run and obviously hoped to be competitive, and had a medical concern in the week before the race that precluded him from being able to line up for Hardrock. Maybe we see him jump into your A100 and let out all that Hardrock training. So here we see, looks like some crew members hanging out at the Cunningham Gulch aid station. No runners quite yet. Come on, Ryan Thorpe from Jersey. Or do you pronounce the Z as a Jersey?
Hey, somebody else grew up listening to WPFC.
Oh, I was WPOC
Oh,
in Maryland, like Baltimore area. Is this?
they all sound the same.
Let's see what WPFC.
And again, we got our cameras there on Cunningham Aid Station. That's mile 91. About a little over 9 miles to the finish from there.
Was it 91? I keep saying 93. My bad.
I don't know. It says 91
Oh, yeah,
on the
91-ish,
tracker,
yeah.
but then I'm sure. I think you should take
Everything is an ish around here.
Yeah.
That's
91 -ish.
ultra running, baby.
Yeah. Cunningham Gulch is a great aid station. We went there in the dark last night and then stayed until the sun came up, and I had no idea where we were. And when the sun came up, and I was like, wow, I didn't know we were surrounded by such beauty.
Beautiful dark sky. The moon set really early last night, and it was just this beautiful dark cloudless sky. Milky Way crossed this whole canyon.
Yes, and for a reference, so this is, we're looking at the climb that they go up before descending down into Silverton. That climb's just under 2 miles long and is about 2,500 feet. And somebody last night asked me, like, just how steep is that? And I said, it's so steep that we accidentally mistook somebody's headlamp for the moon last night. So we were looking up and we're like, oh, look at the moon. And it was actually someone's headlamp. So that's how steep it is. It climbs elevation very fast. Mike here did about half the climb last night to try to go catch a photo of Courtney. I think you did.
Yeah. Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, just up, got Courtney kind of maybe 1,300 feet or so up this climb right at sunrise, with being paced by her partner Kevin. Dream team in the ultra running world.
Yeah, but like more so like I wanted to like continue like learning and like growing. Like,
Hellbender is quietly the baddest and most beautiful mofo race in the East. Let's go. Mike, when are you going to run the bear? The bear. What's up, Preston?
And for
As soon as possible.
For those of you following any of the back of the pack runners, we are keeping eyes on Burroughs. Burroughs is 67.9. This section from Animas Forks to Burroughs is long. It's one of the, if not the longest section without aid. It's over 10 miles. It has the climb up to Handy's Peak in it. So you leave Animas Forks, you descend a little bit to Grouse Gulch Trail, and then you huck it uphill from there and go up 4,500 feet and top out over 14,000 feet on Handy's Peak. So you do that all between Animas Forks and Burroughs. So if you're following a runner that has left Animas Forks and you're anticipating them in Burroughs, this has got to be one of the harder sections of the course. So we've got a couple runners we're still waiting to come through Burroughs. That includes I'll shout out some of these names. So Larry Pearson from Texas, John Halston from Montana, Matt Campbell, Washington, Scott Ulmer, Will Thomas, Jackie Fritsch, Costa Alamonos, Alexis Capil, Dana Minari, and Eric McGee. So these are our runners that have left Animas Forks and have not checked into Burroughs yet. Excited to see updates on them into Burroughs. For reference, the runners preceding them in the race are taking about 5 to 6 hours, give or take, to do this section. So I'd imagine sometime in this 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock time frame. There is not a cutoff at Burroughs, but there is a 4 p.m. cutoff at Sherman 4 miles later at mile 71. So shout out to all of our back of the packers. You got this. We've got, I think, 130 people still in this race, with some sad DNFs out there. From the front of the pack, we had Francois Dane, unfortunately, pull the plug at Animus Forks yesterday while running in the podium position in the race. Some other DNFs, Mick Jernick from Utah, Bryce Warren also from Utah. Hope everybody's doing okay out there. Pam Reed, I know she had an unfortunate DNF a little early on. Okay, thank you, Gary. Dan Barger should be our next guy into Cunningham. We will keep an eye out for that split.
Dan Barger's been doing these things for a bit. Gary tells us about a double Western States that he did, that Dan Barger did in under 48 hours.
From Steamboat Springs, Colorado, 58 years old.
He's got some Grand Slams on his resume.
I'm not sure.
He knows what he's doing out there. Has Dan done Hard Rock?
Well, and somebody
Yes,
asked
last year.
about our good friend Lainey that we were following all day yesterday, encouraging her past some of these cutoffs. She unfortunately timed out or pulled out at Uray last night at between Uray and Engineer, I believe. So I think we did get Lainey on the live stream here on the couch. So if you want to follow back with one of the prior live streams and replay that, it was a very moving conversation. So shout out Lainey, and shout out to all of you guys that helped get her to the finish line. We all have those tough days, but I don't think we could do it without the support of our community and a good village of folks around us.
Is this still Mr. Mike McTeer we have on the camera at Cunningham?
Well, yes, we still got our good friend Mike McTeer on the video at Cunningham. Thank you, Mike. Mike was carting me around all day yesterday, and 10 out of 10 on his video game. He's amazing, giving us these awesome shots from Cunningham Gulch, volunteering his time with the Mountain Outpost team.
This man is dialed.
Yeah, this man is dialed. Great off-roading driver, too. I went over Overpass with him and trusted him with my life. Thanks for the thumbs up, Mike. He's awesome.
Where did you see a thumbs up?
He gave me a thumbs up.
Oh, on the camera?
You're probably not,
Oh,
not live enough.
there it is, yeah. I think Mike has a dog to pick up, though, pretty soon, so I don't know how much longer we have him.
I think we've got Mike for one more hour on the Cunningham feed.
I didn't realize it was gonna
Okay.
We're about 32 hours into the race so far. We do have quite the lull of finishers here into Silverton. Our next anticipated finisher here should be Luke J. He came through Cunningham at 11:39 a.m. local time. So it's been about 2 hours, 25 minutes since we saw him there. And for reference, the runners around him are taking just around 3 hours or so to make it from Cunningham Gulch to the finish. So I'd imagine maybe 30 minutes from now, we should start keeping our eyes on the Silverton roads for Luke J to come into the finish here in Silverton. He got in off the wait list. He's been putting in for 9 years. His goal is to get top 10 here, and he's currently sitting in 10th place in the men's race, 13th place overall. So way to go, Luke J. And then our next athlete in the women's race is Yitka Wynn. However, it's an extremely close race between 4th place and 6th place. I believe they were separated by less than 20 minutes, maybe closer to 15 minutes at Cunningham Gulch. So that was Yitka Wynn, Emily Hownan, and Tara Dower. So this has been true of the race for the last probably 50 miles. Those 3 gals have been duking it out, bouncing positions, having low moments, high moments at various times, and I'm curious to see how that plays out as they get a little bit closer to Silverton. I'd imagine those 3 women, they left Cunningham Gulch around 12 o'clock to 12:30 local time, so hour and a half to 2 hours ago. We should expect them into Silverton probably in that 3:30 to 4 o'clock time frame. So an hour and a half to 2 hours from right now. I'd imagine we would see those 3 women finishers.
I'm interested in Ryan Anderson, who, according to our splits, checked into Maggie going on an hour ago and does not have a checkout time. If anybody knows anything about Ryan, be curious what's going on with them. And Ryan Anderson is followed somewhat closely by another Anderson from different states. Not sure if they're related or not, but we do have an Anderson on Anderson race unfolding as we speak.
Yeah, and I wouldn't. Ultra being the name John Anderson isn't exactly helpful because it's a pretty popular name in the ultra running space. I just did it, and we've got at least 15 John Andersons on ultra sign up. So shout out to the John Andersons of the world. We've got a good one in Virginia.
But he's Ian.
He is Ian. He makes it a little easier on us ultra sign up searchers.
Cunningham Gulch aid station that we're still looking at.
I do think we've got a couple runners probably coming down the hillside soon, according to our videographer, Mike McTeer out there. So we'll keep an eye on that feed, anticipating a few runners through there. Our next finishers through Cunningham Gulch, we should anticipate Dan Barger, Claire Heslop, Amber Weibel, and Becky Bates. So this is fun. That includes 8th to 10th place in the women's race. So Claire, Amber, and Becky. Excited to keep our eyes on them. Claire is 43 years old. We got Amber 46 and Becky 62. So way to go, ladies. Excited to watch y'all come to the finish.
And this Cunningham Gulch aid station, I think it was sitting right around 10,300 feet. And here's a runner coming in. I see a bib on their shorts. That could be Dan. That could be Dan Barger. Yeah, looks like a single-digit bib. Number 4, Dan Barger. Barger.
I like to say Barger. Probably Barger.
Hope one of those is correct, at least. Sorry, Dan. Seems like the kind of the pep in his step of someone who has been here before, has been at mile 90 many, many times.
Billy.
Looks calm, cool, and collected. Looks like a pacer.
He looks like he's done this a time or two. Yeah, bib number 4.
Chair is available, but he is not choosing to use it yet. Just the cup holder. So again, this is Cunningham Gulch aid station, mile 91-ish. 9 miles or so to the finish from here, and this is sitting just over 10,000 feet in elevation. And from here, they climb about 2,400 feet and then descend another 3,000 or so to Silverton. So we're looking at Dan sitting at 10,000 feet with a big climb ahead of him.
And after
still
covering almost 92 miles. He's wearing some Hokas. We had a question in the chat about Carl. How's Carl doing? He was our most recent check out of Maggie, which is mile 85. So he took a good 33-minute break there and checked out about 10 minutes ago. So our next update for Carl will be at Cunningham at mile 90. And Carl is sitting in 46th place overall, 35th in the men's race. Way to go, Carl.
aid station took Dan's order. So a lot of the aid stations here, they kind of do like a concierge of sorts, right? Where the volunteers are sort of very attentive to runners who are taking support from crews outside of the aid station, like Dan is on the road here. And you can essentially place your order with the aid station volunteers, and they'll bring whatever you like. And we saw earlier the menu at Cunningham includes mocktails, a variety of mocktails among many other things.
I could use a alcoholic mocktail soon.
An alcoholic mocktail.
Maybe after 6 p.m. Got some sunscreen. It's a nice looking handheld bottle. I think I've got that one. And keeping an eye on some of our other aid station check-ins, Burroughs especially, looking for some of our folks who left Animas Forks, which was, I think, the last spot that there was a cutoff. There will be no cutoff at Burroughs, but there will be a cutoff at Sherman in less than 2 hours. So we'll be cheering all those runners who are between Animas Forks and Burroughs to Sherman to tough it out, get it to Sherman past that 4 o'clock cutoff, because you won't have another cutoff for 20 miles until Cunningham. We do owe David Fuller. We have he's our most recent check out of Pole Creek at mile 80. Fun story about David Fuller. He is the first person I've ever paced in 100 miles. Well, maybe outside of you. I think he was maybe my first pacing experience ever. I moved to Utah in 2016 and joined a trail running Facebook page, and about a week later somebody was asking for a pacer for Wasatch 100. I volunteered, and I don't know who would accept this newbie who's never paced a day in her life, but got David to the finish that day, and it was an awesome experience. So I do believe this is his first hard rock. He's from Harriman, Utah, and yeah, he's our most recent checkout from Pole Creek Aid Station, mile 80.
Medium and extra small.
And I do think David is avenging a DNF here from 2022, so I'm sure he'll be happy to keep moving up. Less than 20 miles to go.
I think I've seen this question a couple times in the chat. Runners are not required to have crew for Hard Rock. You can certainly do it using drop bags that you prepare yourself, and they'll distribute those drop bags to aid stations for you along the route. And or of course relying on volunteers. There's intense, heavy volunteer support that goes into this event. Very well stocked and well supplied aid stations with everything that you would need for medical concerns, logistical concerns, nutrition, safety. The race does provide all of that, largely thanks to an enormous volunteer effort. So yeah, crews are not required, but I think the vast majority of runners do choose to recruit a crew. But crewing this race is
it's no easy feat.
Yeah.
I mean, I just was doing field commentary from Sherman, Animas Forks, and Cunningham, and there's not a smooth road out there. We saw a truck kind of toppled over into a ditch on the way out to Animas Forks last night. Luckily, everybody is safe. But yeah, these roads are no joke. Definitely tough mountain roads that require a lot of four-wheel drive and high clearance. So I was telling somebody yesterday, I think running the race might be easier than crewing the race, but don't quote me on that.
Crews don't have to go up or down Grand Swamp Pass.
That's true. Yeah, shout out Adrian.
Dan Barger is up.
Okay, Adrian was in the lottery 9 years before getting and never repeated a qualifier, and I do think we'll be seeing Adrian likely as one of our finishers here in the next couple hours. Likely the next finisher after Luke J in the men's race.
Dan Barger up and at 'em. Finished with his crew support, out of the chair. Currently walking through the aid station at Cunningham Gulch. Looks like he's already got everything he needs, so he's heading right out with his pacer, it appears. Last climb, and then last descent into Silverton.
Yeah, and it's about 2,500 feet up, and less than 2 miles for these guys on this last climb, and then pretty technical descent. So they're going up a little giant ridge, leaving Cunningham Gulch here. Yeah, and that's a good question, Pamela. Like, it is pretty tough for a lot of these runners who are international athletes to get a crew together. We saw that out there with Katarina Hartmut, who's our third place female finisher. She had a pretty lean crew out there, maybe comprised of 1, maybe 2 people that she likely crowdsourced. So I saw one of her pacers last name was Dakota Jones, and then I think her one crew member, Mandy Holmes, ended up having to hop in and pace her for the last stretch. So definitely not easy for those coming from overseas to get a crew together for a race like this, because it's definitely not easy, especially when being asked to do all the driving around the course that you have to crew this race. But it's a really cool experience for what it's worth. And Dan is being paced by his wife, Kim. Let's go, Dan.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people would drop everything for the opportunity to come crew Hard Rock, whether it's for a dear friend, family member, or even a stranger.
No current or recent aid station check-ins or check-out to really report. Actually, looks like we do have one check-out from Burroughs. So got John Houston and Matt Campbell recently left Burroughs in the last 10 minutes. So they are onwards to Sherman, and they will have until 4 p.m. to make it to Sherman for the cutoff. So looks like most people make pretty quick work of Burroughs to Sherman. So looks like the folks preceding them in the field have been doing that section in about hour to 2 hours. So one person did an hour 3 recently. That's quite quick. Other people taking upwards of 2 hours, I'd imagine. Hopefully like hour and a half for these guys leaving Burroughs to get to Sherman. And for those that just checked out, they're going to have about an hour 45 to hour 50 to make it to Sherman before that cutoff. So Matt and John, I have full faith that they'll make it to Sherman before the cutoff. But a couple of those folks behind them, Scott Ulmer, Will Thomas, Jackie, Fritsch, Costa, Alexi, who else we got? Dana Munari and Eric McGee, sending good vibes for them to that we hopefully see a Burroughs check-in soon, because we'll start getting close to crunch time for that future Sherman cutoff at mile 71.
Have we mentioned Owen Wainhouse in Sherman Police Station?
Yeah, let's talk about him.
Owen Wainhouse he checked into Sherman 10 minutes ago.
Nice.
And it's just remarkable to me when you, this is a unique to Hard Rock, I think, experience. If you just Google or ultra sign up search any given runner in the Hard Rock field, you see a resume of long, difficult races and a lot of finishes is very common at events like that. So Owen, who according to the tracker, is currently in the Sherman aid station at mile 71. I mean, if you look at his ultra sign up, I mean, Ultra Trail Snowdonia, 100K, Western States last year, and then it just, like, if you keep going back, there's some UTMB finishes, a Hard Rock finish, Transylvania, like, just a lot of really difficult races and a lot of finishes. And I feel like that's unique to Hard Rock, sort of like most 100-milers. You have a lot of people who are pretty new to it, but that just doesn't really happen with Hard Rock by virtue of the qualifying process and
It's
obviously the lottery and the entry process. So the people that do have the fortunate opportunity to participate in this event tend to be a very hardy group of individuals.
I see somebody in the chat asking about Josh Golden's progress. Last we checked, we had him at Cunningham Gulch at 107, which was a little over an hour ago local time. And it's been taking these runners somewhere in that 3-hour range to get from Cunningham Gulch to the finish, maybe 3.5 hours. So I'd imagine we won't see him at the finish line or in Silverton for another 2 hours or so. And our next finisher we should be keeping an eye out for in Silverton soon will likely be Luke J. Or perhaps Yitka Win. Luke J. did check into Cunningham about 30 minutes before Yitka, so depending on who's feeling strong on what type of terrain, we'll see who comes in first. But assuming it's Luke J., he left Cunningham at 11:39 local time, which was about 2 hours, 45 minutes ago. So sometime in the next 30 minutes, I bet we'll see Luke J. in Silverton. So we'll keep our eyes and cameras looking for him.
Keep our cameras peeled.
Our cameras peeled and our eyes filming.
Still looking pretty overcast and breezy out there at Cunningham.
Yeah. And our next runners we should be anticipating into Cunningham will likely be Claire Heslop, Amber Weibel, Becky Bates. So that is 8, 9, and 10 in our women's race. At the last aid station, we only had 22 minutes separating those three. So this is fun because I do think 4 through 6 in the women's race is playing out pretty similarly.
Yeah, and these 20-minute gaps that we're seeing at Cunningham,
I hear some cheers
those can
outside.
go any way. Is that outside or?
I don't know.
It's
Cunningham? Okay.
Yeah, these 20-minute gaps or spreads that we're seeing at Cunningham, that could those could mix up in any way.
Definitely.
People are moving vastly different paces at this stage of Hard Rock. So a 20-minute gap or so over 9 or 10 miles can easily go either direction.
Yeah, and it looks like Claire Heslop, who's rounding out our top 10 on the women's side, just completed the Broken Arrow Triple Crown.
Good training.
Oof. Way to go. Yeah, so that entails 46K, 23K, and the vertical K race all over the course of 3 days. Looks like she did UTMB in 2023. Finishing 10th place, 28 hours, 5 minutes. That's incredible. Done, wow, UTMB in 2022 as well, UTMB in 2021. Yeah, so Hard Rock, UTMB in 2018. Oh my gosh, Claire, you are a UTMB queen. 43 years old, rounding out that women's top 10 right now. And what likely will be kind of tight with her, Amber Weibel, and Becky Bates. Claire's currently in 8th place. And we will likely see that group of 3 check into Cunningham, hopefully sometime soon.
Assuming these splits have stayed relatively sort of consistent from Cunningham to the finish here, Luke J has really found himself in a bit of a of a no man's land. But then within another, say, 20 to 30 minutes after he finishes, we'll start seeing a really steady stream of finishers again.
I did ask Luke J's crew at Animus Forks last night to share anything with me that I could share on the stream, and I said anything goes. And they only said nice things. I feel like if I told somebody anything goes, I'd be sharing some embarrassing stories. But they shared that he's been trying to get in for 9 years. He got in off the wait list. His goal today is top 10 finish, which is exactly where he's sitting right now. So let's go, Luke. Cheering for you over here in the studio. We got questions about our favorite Jamil Khoury out there in 100th place right now. Jamil, how are you doing? He checked out of Sherman around 12:58 p.m., just before 1 o'clock. So Jam Jam is making his way across the course. He told me he barely trained for this. He was also answering my text messages at 11 p.m. the night before the race, and I think 5 a.m. the morning of the race. Mostly because I forgot that he was running the race. Sorry, Jamil. Crushing it out there. Way to get it done.
You gotta wait until she gets here. It's not fair to give him a ballot.
We'll hear some bells into Cunningham, I think. Oh, yeah, we've got a runner coming into Cunningham, which is what we are showing on the feed here. Cunningham is mile 91, about just over 9 miles to the finish for these folks.
Could this be Claire Heslop? No. I don't see a race bib on.
But right behind them, though,
Okay.
actually. Blue shorts.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Could be Claire, Amber, Becky.
I think it's Claire. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is Claire Heslop in the aid station here at Cunningham Gulch. She is our eighth place woman right now. We do have quite a close race. Yep, another woman in the aid station. Yay! So 8, 9, and 10 in the women's race are extremely close. We've now got 2 of them in Cunningham Gulch, mile 91, at the same time.
Did they both have a pacer with them?
I think so.
Did it appear? And then who are we looking at here?
This is Claire Heslop.
Oh, this is Claire. Okay, in the white.
And I think we've got Amber Weibel in the 8 as well at this moment. So this is Cunningham Aid, mile 91. They've got 9 miles to the finish. One climb that's got about 2,500 to 3,000 feet. This is our 8th and 9th place female in this race, both in the 8 at the same time. This is awesome.
Really moving when I was with you. I mean, you were powering up that.
I need to eat some food before I go.
So like we mentioned, I think we got our camera here on Amber.
This actually stayed down, so. Ooh.
I wonder if Claire might be running UTMB again this year.
Mm.
That
It's
could be
okay, Ray.
fun.
I probably won't be able to drink it.
She's been there the last 2 years at least.
You crushing something.
3 years.
And Amber Weibel, 2 Broken Arrow, Triple Crown. That must be good hard rock training.
Man.
There's a lot of food out there for wildlife right now.
Oh, good crew out there, some kiddos.
Seems to be thoroughly enjoying a sandwich. Oh, this is a good show. We have a very good dancer.
I might need to recruit her for my next crew.
Mhm.
Are you doing a dance over
Seems
there?
to be impersonating a
Run up.
maybe a cat. Could it be a cat? Celebrating Catter Day?
Oh yeah, happy Catter Day,
Catter Day
everybody.
to those who celebrate out there. Any Cat Nation listeners or viewers?
Well, we do have some movement in the 4th through 6th race. We had reports that Emily Hownan has reached the final descent at mile 97 as 4th woman. Thank you for that update. I run far.
This person is cruising into Cunningham. Is this 159? This is Shinsuke Isamura from
Nice.
Japan, who seems to have passed a lot of people.
Oh my goodness.
And based on how they were just running there, that isn't surprising. Although there was a pretty tightly bunched group actually here, leaving Maggie, the checkpoint before Cunningham. So
Yeah, just so for updates, we're currently looking at Cunningham Gulch, aid station mile 91. I believe we've got 3 runners in this aid station. 2 of them are women, Claire Heslop and Amber Weibel, both 8 and 9 in the women's race right now. Both extremely accomplished trail and ultra runners, particularly thriving in these long mountainous races. Both look like they did the Triple Crown at Broken Arrow and prep for Hard Rock.
okay, and Shinsuke.
Oh my goodness,
Oh.
Becky Bates! This is awesome. We've got all
Becky
3
Bates
women,
is in.
8 through 10 at Cunningham Gulch Aid Station. I love to see it.
This is amazing.
I love the women's race. We saw something really similar with 4 through 6 in the women's race, being within, I think, 15 minutes at Cunningham Gulch as well. So let's see how they work together en route to the finish. Pretty cool to see. Becky Bates, 62 years old. I think 2 prior Hard Rock finishes. Just an absolute crusher.
If I can make it to mile 91 of Hard Rock when I'm 62 years old, or do anything even 10% as impressive as that, that's a good life.
It is a good life.
We also have Shinsuke Isamura. I hope I'm saying your name right. Apologies if I'm not, though. From Japan in the aid station at Cunningham, or potentially already through. We saw him cruising in full stride. And that's a gentleman who, like many people out here, really knows what he's doing. If you look at his resume, some very, very difficult 100-mile races, including Rocky Mountain Slam a couple of years ago. There he goes. Looks like on his way out.
Awesome.
Last year in 2023, he did Ultra Trail Snowdonia, which just looks like a brutal, brutal race in Great Britain. Took him 32 and a half hours there. And then Ultra Tour Monte Rosa in Switzerland, 44 and a half hours there. So this guy is in very charted territory. He's perfectly comfortable here. 32 and a half hours in at mile 91.
He looks awesome. Yeah, and an update on the women's race. I do believe our next female finisher we should be seeing, based on some Iron Far reports and anticipating she keeps feeling good. Emily Hownan moved into 4th on the final descent at mile 97. She likely passed Yitka, who is probably in like 5th place position, and then Tara Dower was in 6th place last time we had reports. Those 3 women were all quite close at the Cunningham aid station, I think within 15 minutes of each other. So they left Cunningham around the 12:15 to 12:30 time frame, local time.
over 2
So
hours ago.
taking about 3 hours, 3.5 hours for those folks to make their way to the finish. So I'd anticipate a 3:30 to 4 o'clock finish local time, roughly, give or take 10 minutes, for those 3 women to make their way to Silverton. We will be keeping our eyes out for Luke J in Silverton. He will be our next finisher. I think he probably had 20 plus minutes on Emily when Iron Far spotted them up at mile 97. He was in Cunningham Gulch at 11:39. So probably any minute we'll be seeing Luke J make his way into Silverton.
And quesadilla. Although I'm holding this because he's really
Emily, how long was she at Western States?
I don't think so.
Somebody suggested that maybe she was.
Last
Doesn't
finish on
matter.
Ultra sign up. Will be her 3rd Hardrock finish she's going for. Emily finished 7th at Hardrock back in 2022. In the same direction we're going this year. 38:35 was her finish. And then 9th in 2023, 36:47.
See some runners up on the trail there.
Cunningham.
Is that on the way into Cunningham, I
Yeah.
think? On the downhill into the aid station. So we're kind of in a pretty steady flow of runners coming in and out of Cunningham now.
Oh yeah, let's get the video.
Great footage from Cunningham Gulch aid station, which sits around 10,400 feet. Is that what you said?
Yeah, just over 10,000.
Yeah. Mile 91 point something. Looks like the camping limit there is for 14 days. I'd like to spend 14 days camping there. What a lovely spot.
Andre in the chat suggested that maybe Tara has passed Yitka into 5th.
Maybe from the GPS tracking. I'll keep my
Could
eyes
be.
glued on. Oh yeah, I run far. Said Tara's now 5th place female. Thank you for that update. She's followed closely behind. 30 seconds behind by Yitka at 97. That's awesome. So I run far reported 5 minutes ago. Tara Dower is through mile 97 as 5th female and is followed closely by Yitka Wynn in 6th. 30 seconds back. Tara has just made a big move on the rocky descent, and the gap is visibly growing by the stride, even though Yitka is moving well.
So Tara left Cunningham 19 minutes after Yitka.
Okay, and I will say, based on how we saw Tara moving on the trail into Animus Forks last night, it
Digging
seems
the downhills, right?
I think downhills are her jam right now. I think the uphills at altitude, she was having a really tough time getting food down and feeling just generally strong on those, but she was cruising on the downhills. So if I know anything about Tara Dower, it's that she guts herself to get to these finish lines. So I'm excited to see what form we see Tara in when she rolls into Silverton. But she does not look too bloodied and battered in the photo I'm seeing reported from Iron Far, so she looks good. But followed quickly and closely behind by Yitka Wynn from the Pacific Northwest, multiple time podium finisher at Cascade Crest. On our screen here, we are looking at Amber Weibel in the Cunningham aid station.
Looks like on her way out.
Looks like on her way out. And I do think we just saw Claire Heslop still sitting at Cunningham Gulch. So this might be move into 8th place for Amber here. This is a really fun race.
And Claire Benworth left Cunningham only 8 minutes ago.
Oh, really? I guess so.
Sorry. Wait. Oh, an hour, 8 minutes ago. Ignore me. I feel like we were just looking at Claire in that aid station. Was that an hour ago?
What is time?
Was that an hour ago?
I think so.
No, this is, yeah.
Yeah, blame
just jacked up on ultra running, I guess.
Jacked up on ultra running and
Chalk it up to that.
not enough caffeine. Well, that is some very cool timing in Cunningham Gulch aid station.
Amazing.
All 3 women, 8 through 10 through there, or currently in there. And then we'll be anticipating our quick and close 4 through 6 finish for the women's race soon
Should be
here in
very
Silverton.
soon.
But we will see a Luke J finish before those gals come in. And like I've mentioned many times, Luke J, we had him checking out of Cunningham at 11:39 a.m. So that was exactly 3 hours ago from right now. The runner prior to him did 3 hours, 2 minutes from Cunningham Gulch to the finish, Ben Buckland. So, but the runner prior to that was 3 hours, 15 minutes. So could be taking Luke maybe somewhere in that 3 hours to 3 hours, 15 minutes as well to get from Cunningham down to the finish, which means we should anticipate him roughly in the next 15 minutes or so.
Oh. Yep, that would be us.
Gonna do a quick look to see if we've got any other fun updates at our other aid stations. Looks like at 2:31, we had some fun checkouts of Pole Creek Mile 80. At 2:30 time frame, we've had 3 runners check out of there: Yvonne Naughton, Andy Hamilton, and Bertrand Ledon from France. So 3 runners closely bunched there, left Pole Creek Mile 80 about 10 minutes ago. And looks like we've got another close contingent leaving Sherman around the 2:30 time frame as well. That's Grant Mon, Owen Wainhouse, and Lourdes Gutierrez Calom from Calgary. So those 3 left Sherman, which is mile 71, about 10 minutes ago. And we do have another check-in to Burroughs at about 15 minutes ago, and that was Scott Ulmer from Denver, Colorado. And just a reminder for those following closely at home, there's not a cutoff at Burroughs. However, there is a cutoff at Sherman at 4 p.m., which is in an hour, 18 minutes, at Sherman, mile 71. So these guys who are checking into Burroughs need to do this section in about 90. Oh, if they check into Burroughs anytime soon, they need to do it in an hour 18, which I'm assuming can be quite tricky at this point of the race. It's just over 4 miles. Doesn't look like too challenging of a section, but I'm sure anything feels challenging when you've got 23,000 feet of climbing, 25,000 feet of climbing on your legs.
Another runner entering Cunningham.
No, they're French.
Okay.
This is French.
Then
Yeah.
come on in.
Yeah.
Maybe? Or
Yeah, I think so.
I don't see a bib, but maybe it's the bib.
I think it's him. Yeah, he's got a bib on the back. Another runner here into Cunningham.
No, not coming. Not coming. Not coming. Come starting. Thank you. Okay. You want to
Yeah, we'll get a chair out there. There you go.
Bib number 3. Oh.
Number 3, Brandon Worthington from Longmonster, Colorado. I've never heard of that town. 39 years old. Crushing it.
Long Monster, Colorado. Is that a real place, Brandon? Longmont, Colorado.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Andre, in the chat. We found the right John Anderson as well. Thank you for your due diligence. John is out there crushing right now. I think Mike had commented that we've got the battle of the Andersons going on. We've got John Anderson and Ryan Anderson closely following each other right around the Maggie aid station. So looks like Ryan Anderson, we don't have a checkout from Maggie, but they did check in there about an hour and 40 minutes ago. Bib 28 into Cunningham.
Robert Lallis is into Maggie. Robert Lallis, 50-year-old from Seattle. He's in the Maggie aid station. What was the bib number in Cunningham?
My brain isn't working. I think I said 28, but I think it was 128. Nathaniel Couture, maybe. Looks like he followed Brandon Worthing. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so right now we've got 3 checked into Cunningham that have not left yet. Claire Heslop is one of them. She rounds out our 10th female. It does appear that Becky Bates has left Cunningham, and then we got Brandon Worthington and Nathaniel Couture, both in Cunningham as well. Checking in right around in the last couple minutes. For those following along at home, I do anticipate this section taking these runners longer than 3 hours at this point. So 3 hours,
Claire
3.5
making
hours.
some moves, right?
Yep, Claire looks like she's exiting the aid station at Cunningham Gulch.
That's Claire Heslop.
Heslop, yeah.
Heslop.
Thank you. Doing great.
Onward to the
there's Maester
finish.
catching up.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, so we got Nat Couture from Adam in the chat. Thank you, from New Brunswick, Canada. It's just on the screen.
It's 27. 27 and up. And then 33 down. I don't know if you can run that those down.
Brandon Worthington, I believe, on the screen. And then Nat Couture. So those are our 2 guys who are currently in Cunningham.
Should be expecting Luke J somewhat imminently to the finish in Silverton. I saw Melanie's comment about a potential checkout by Ryan Anderson from Maggie. I'm not seeing that yet.
But maybe you are seeing that on the GPS tracker, which we're not following too closely with, but we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. So she was at that aid station. But so, irony of all ironies.
Oh,
Yes.
the one where he's digging through and
So, and she
Looks
was
like Luke J is in town.
Yeah. So, no, no, it was. So,
That's crazy.
no, but like, drop bag with snafus, meeting, worlds colliding.
Another snafu?
No.
Yes, this is, we got Cunningham aid station. Looks like we got eyes on Nat Couture. Looks like a good plate of food he's putting down. Oh, a piece of pumpkin pie. Oh my God, you are doing it right, Nat. I could use a piece of pumpkin pie right now. This is living the absolute dream. If you told me I got a slice of pumpkin pie at mile 91 of Hard Rock, I would sign up in an instant if I got drawn off the lottery with my 10% chance.
Somebody said Claire Heslop had that I know what's coming walkout of the Cunningham aid station. I saw that too.
Jean in the chat, no, Cammie, you got second place, female. She crushed it. So I do think following open split timing is your better bet to see how some of our runners have finished. Looking at the GPS tracker for our people who already finished isn't entirely reliable. So I will pop the open split timing in the chat here, and this is a nice way to check out who's finished. Yeah, we will get cameras on Luke J whenever he is close to the finish. So we just switched to that camera in town. So we are anticipating Luke J coming into Silverton. Luke has been trying to get into Hard Rock for 9 years. He is local to Colorado. Got in off the wait list, had a goal coming into Hard Rock to place top 10, and he will be our 10th place male finisher. So I'd say mission accomplished. screen. Okay, guys, we've got Luke J on the camera. Oh, yay, let's go. This is Luke J that we're looking at coming into Silverton, looking. Oh, he looks great. He looks ready to kiss the rock, though. He's moving nice. What a crew he's got. If you're here in the gym, let's get your butts outside to cheer Luke J in. This is his first Hard Rock. Has quite the resume of results in the Mountain West with several great finishes at the Bear. He's been out here at Telluride Mountain Run, High Lonesome, first and second place finishes. Let's go, Luke J. Oh, giving hugs. Oh, high fives. Let's go, Luke. It's been third place at the Leadville 100, third place at the Bear, top 10 finish at Run Rabbit Run. Tried 9 years to get into Hard Rock, got in off the wait list. Let's go, Luke. This looks so well deserved. Enjoy every moment. This is Luke J. 32 hours. Maybe just under 50. Oh, yeah, just 32 hours, 51 minutes. Luke J., that is your 10th place male, 13th place overall, Littleton, Colorado. 43 years old. Way to go, Luke. Okay, looks like we've got Adrian Adler about to finish as well at Kendall Ski Lodge. Thanks for the update, Rod. About to enter town, paced by his wife, Megan, and joined by yourself, Rod. Oh, at the edge of town. Let's go, Rod. Let's all cheer in Adrian here in the chat. He'll be making his way to the Rock in Silverton, just following quickly behind Luke J there. So Adrian's from Seattle, Washington, 44 years old. Probably really anticipating that sub 33-hour finish here at the Rock in Silverton.
Adrian closed on Luke quite a bit then, huh? Adrian left Cunningham.
Adrian has finished the Bighorn 100, Bear 100, Miwok 100K. Lots of results to his name. Cascade Crest. The list goes on and on. 15th place finish at Western States in 2013. So been doing this for over 12 years now with a ultra sign-up result dating back to 2012.
Oh, wait, 2013?
Was that the year you ran Western States?
Who's this, Adrian?
Adrian
beat me by 10 hours.
at the 2013
almost
Western
exactly
States.
10 hours at the 2013 Western States.
So we will try our best to get a follow cam on Adrian whenever he comes into view. Oh, 15? Okay. Okay, so
Not right on Luke's heels then.
so he's not right on Luke's heels. We just got an update from our team, so we should expect Adrian maybe in about 15 minutes at the finish line.
I just know that we're about to see a full gas Terradauer rounding that corner
I know.
onto. It's 12th Street, right? That the Rock is on. 12th Ave, 12th Street. What are these roads called? Street. Yeah, 12th Street.
Boylston.
Left on 12th Street. It's what is it? It's a left on Snowden, left on 12. And I think pretty soon we're going to see a full gas Terradauer.
But Emily Howden is before her.
Is she?
Yeah. When we
I
got updates.
thought we established that.
No. Tara passed Yitka, not Emily. So we've got
Oh, okay. I
Emily
thought she passed them
Howland,
both.
4th place female, Tara Dower, 5th place, 6th place Yitka Win, per our iRun Far updates at mile 97. So they will be, our ladies will be anticipating likely after Adrian rolls into town. So if you're following for the women's race, I'd anticipate to stay tuned. Next 30 minutes to an hour, we should see likely all 3 of those women in 4th through 6th place wrap it up here in Silverton. And we recently saw 8 through 10 leave Cunningham Gulch consecutively. So fun times. And then our 7th place woman in kind of a no man's land, no woman's land right now, is Claire Bonworth. Just from comments, oh, looks like we've got Adrian coming
Hey.
in. Runner cam on Adrian. He looks awesome.
There we go. Left. What did I say? Left
I
on
already forget.
Snowden. Left on 12. That was, I believe, the left on Snowden Street.
Oh, so this is
Just a couple blocks,
Adrian
we'll make a left.
Blazer Adler, 44 years old, Seattle, Washington. He is our 11th place male finisher, not too far behind Luke J. And looks like he should be just under 33 hours. So Adrian's got several finishes at Mountain West Hundreds, Bighorn, the Bear, Cascade Crest. So sounds like a resume that you do those races, you put in for Hard Rock. It takes a couple years, but you've proved yourself at all of those, and he's proven himself right here too in a sub 33 hour finish. Let's go, Adrian. Oh,
Matching
awesome.
pacer.
Looks like paced by his
Left on
wife and
12th.
paced by our friend Rod in the chat. Thank you for your updates.
He's got eyes on the rock.
Eyes on the rock, 32:58 and change. Adrian looks awesome. I want to see how well he moved up throughout the day, because I don't think he was on our radar throughout most of the afternoon.
Right on the Ram's eye.
Oh,
He chose to kiss. A spot that not many folks actually kiss, so maybe he chose a sanitary.
he probably chose the most sanitary spot
Yeah.
possible. Way to go, Adrian.
What a finish. Looked really strong and happy.
A nice little medal. Oh, yeah, Adrian, you moved up well throughout the day. So at KT, the first aid station at mile 11, we had Adrian in 37th place, calmly and swiftly moving his way up all day long to place in that top 11th male. Way to go. Yes, thank you for answering in the chat. iRun Far is up on the course, not in an aid station, so that is why they've got some updates 3 miles from the finish. So I think if you want good, reliable, up-to-date aid station splits and finish line splits, I'd recommend following the open split timing page. You can see all the finishers lined up on there. And then GPS trackers, they ping every few minutes and occasionally don't ping, so a little less reliable, but still give you an idea of where your runner is on course. So our most recent updates from the field on the women's race were that we had Emily Halnan moved into 4th, Tara Dower in fifth, with Yitka Win just 30 seconds behind Tara, but Tara growing a pretty decent gap on Yitka as they continued the descent. Emily, at the time of the Iron Far report, had 14 minutes on Tara Dower. So if we do see a battle between Emily and Tara, that would mean that Tara would have to put 14 minutes on Emily in this final descent. So
In just about what, four
probably
miles or
4
so.
miles or so. So possible.
Unlikely, but
Unlikely,
certainly not
but
impossible.
certainly not impossible. Oh, okay. And let me just provide a little update. We've got 1 hour until the Sherman cutoff. So let's take a peek at our burrows, check in and check out, because this is when it'll start getting close for a few of our back of the packers. So let me just get the most recent refresh on our burrows. Check in, check out. Looks like we've got... Most recently, it was 30 minutes ago for our burrows. We had Scott Ulmer, which I think is what I reported recently. So still waiting on a few of our folks. Will, Costa, Alexis, Dana, Eric, to get a check-in at burrows sometime soon. They will then have to do that section to Sherman in under an hour to meet the cutoff. So send in big wishes your way, you guys, to get to Sherman. Let's sneak there under the cutoff, make our way to Silverton. It's like we've got a recent check-in to Sherman, mile 71, for Larry Pearson from Texas, 63 years old. Checked in about 10 minutes ago, might still be there, so made his way to Sherman, safe from that 4 p.m. cutoff, which again is in 58 minutes from right now. So still have a few runners that need to check into burrows, so we can encourage them to get to Sherman for that cutoff. Looks like we've had a couple people check out a Maggie in the recent last 30 minutes or so. So Robert Lalis from Seattle, Washington, and John Anderson from Truckee, California, making their way from mile 85 at Maggie onwards to Cunningham. Oh, and then we got Billy Grimes checking into Cunningham. So Billy Grimes, aid station captain at Run Rabbit Run, local here to Silverton, Colorado. Billy Grimes is into Cunningham. 2:54, about 10 minutes ago, might still be hanging out there. Let's go, Billy. And this appears to be Billy's first hard rock. We've got eyes on the finish line stretch in Silverton and our camera there. I'd imagine the next runners we should be welcoming to town will likely be our women's race for 4 through 6. And that would be Emily Hownan, Tara Dower, Yitka Win, and likely followed quickly behind by some of the athletes in our men's race, Robert Panis, Chris Tyson, Joel Anderson. So those will be the guys and gals we'll be keeping an eye on here in Silverton at the finish line. So I'll try to do my best estimation here. But approximately 1 hour ago, Iron Far reported that Luke J was 10th male at mile 97. And 9 minutes later, I believe, had posted about Emily Howland. So I do imagine we would be seeing Emily soon here to the finish. Yeah, shout out Chris Tyson. Thanks for the update, Ken Brown. This is his first time doing Hard Rock. He's out there crushing it. Yes, thank you for the question too in the chat. Yitka, our last eyes that we had on her were from Iron Far at mile 97. She was following quickly behind Tara Dower, about 30 seconds behind her. And Yitka was in 6th place at that time. So I do imagine we'll be seeing our 4th through 6th place.
Oh, here's Tara and JP.
Women. Oh, we got Tara Dower on the runner cam right here.
Tara's coming into town.
Tara's coming into town.
Does this mean she passed Emily?
This could mean she passed Emily.
Tara left Cunningham at 12:31, so 2 hours and 36 minutes ago.
That's pretty fast.
Tara's doing this section a lot faster than most people around her. What we don't know for sure yet is whether Emily is
ahead of
Tara in town here. I imagine our follow cam likely would have picked up Emily if Emily were ahead of Tara.
Okay, thanks for the update. Emily's tracker hasn't pinged in 43 minutes. I do imagine our runner cam would follow. It looks like JP Giblin is pacing Tara and he looked behind her. And I do wonder if that's likely because they passed someone and they're turning around to see.
There's 2 runners on the other side of the road behind them. I don't know if that is a racer and a pacer or...
That might be Emily that they just passed, I wonder.
It could be that she just passed. This is going to be an exciting story to hear, regardless of what's happening right now.
I think we just saw a pass in action. Oh, and it looks like that incited some running from behind them.
Tara I saw like a half a smile there. Tara looking characteristically at her limit. She loves to get absolutely everything out of herself.
Oh, looks like JP's trying to motivate her here. We do believe that this is Tara Dower in 4th place, likely just moved into 4th place as they entered the town of Silverton.
They're celebrating together.
Oh, that's cool. Tara Dower from Virginia Beach, just about as opposite of altitude as you could possibly get.
She's going to make that left on Snowden and left on 12th momentarily.
Just over 33 hours here. Tara Dower's first Hard Rock. She is no stranger to the 100-mile distance. Won the Run Rabbit Run in, I think, the 3rd fastest time last year. Puts herself in it. Lots of competitive races. JFK, top 5 finish. She's been top 10 to 15 at Black Canyon several times now.
2nd fastest ever, I think, at Umstead 100.
Yep.
This
very fast
year,
time, 700 this year.
This past April.
Coached by Megan Roach. Very, very happy to be
extremely versatile,
close to this finish line.
And of course, coming from a through hiking background, combined with all of those ultramarathons on the resume.
Going after the AT, this not too far after Hard Rock.
This is an extremely versatile runner. And I mean, they're striding this out right now. JP's doing a lot of celebrating, pacing here.
Yeah, she's looking awesome. no cactus to get in her way out here, so she's probably happy about that. I think Tara's kind of known for her bloody race photos, her collisions with the trail, collisions with the cactus. Honestly, this is about the least bloody I've ever seen Tara in a race before.
What's
So I
the
think that's-
likelihood that she is going to be laying on the ground in front of the rock
In about 1 minute.
in the next minute or two?
Very, very likely.
Oh, she's speeding up. Look at that injection of finishing kick. Stony with the
Aw,
Stony.
so cool. Let's go, Tara.
There's the left on 12. She sees the rock. What an
go,
inspiring
Tara.
finish there from Tara.
4th place. Let's go, Tara. 33
Gonna soak in the
hours.
finishing shoot here.
Aw. Give that rock a hug and a kiss. Welcome to Silverton, Tara Dower, our 4th
And
place
there it is,
female.
33:10.
33:10.
Is she gonna hit the deck or is she gonna
Oh,
remain upright or take the chair?
way to go, Tara. Freaking crusher. I do
What a
anticipate we will
feeling.
see Emily very close behind now. I think that pass did occur right as they were entering town.
And we got our finisher, our follow cam working their way back out of the chute, most likely to hopefully pick up Emily.
What a women's race. This is so dynamic, so fun. We saw so many changes between 4, 5, and 6. Even from Cunningham, I think of those 3 positions, Tara was the last of the 3 to leave Cunningham, and the first one we see down here in
Yeah.
Silverton. So this is a good message that the race really is not over until it's over, until you're kissing that rock. Always more to give, and I think Tara's evidence of that in every single race she does. So way to dig deep, Tara. Just over 33 hours, amazing.
So that was about a 2:39 Cunningham to the finish.
That's one of the faster Cunningham to the finishes we've seen from this, like, last 10 finishers, I'd say.
Right? 2:39? Yeah. 2:39. Courtney did 2:39? That might be wrong.
Should I fact check your math?
Dude, I think Tara just I'm pretty sure Tara did the same Cunningham to the finish
28 plus
split
11,
as
39.
Courtney,
Yeah, Courtney
which
did
I think is
239.
what it took to go from what, 6th to
6th to
4th. So
Yeah. So yeah, Tara, 4th place female, 15th overall, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 30 years old. Definitely a decorated, especially 100-miler at this point, but like Mike mentioned, an extremely versatile athlete. Doing everything from fast 50 miles at JFK, desert 100Ks at Black Canyon, Hardrock 100, and then going after the AT record this summer.
and crewing and pacing me at Grindstone last September.
Yeah, took Mike to a 1st place finish, the
You know?
Grindstone 100-miler, 1 week after her win at Run Rabbits. So she does it all. So I do anticipate our next runners, Emily Howland, Yitka Wynn. Not sure who we will see first. Yitka will be in shortly, is a report we've heard. So likely that she passed Emily.
Tara spent some time sort of in the Western U.S. for the last couple of months preparing for this race. Obviously coming from Virginia Beach, I think Tara described it as going from 10 to 10,000 feet is a tall order. So she did run the Scout Mountain 50K in early June in Pocatello, Idaho, to get a little bit of a taste of some altitude, and then I think came to the San Juans pretty shortly after that, and has been training in the area and acclimating for the last at least few weeks. And here we have another finisher.
Yitka.
Yitka win.
Yitka. Oh gosh, this is awesome. What a close race. This is our 5th place female finisher. Yitka win entering Silverton. Yitka's from the Pacific Northwest, multiple podium finisher at the Cascade Crest 100 miler. She's a writer, an author, is a mom. What a badass. Let's go, Yitka. You've probably read some of her writing in Trail Runner magazine before. Does some great storytelling and seems to be a lover of the outdoors. Oh, look at the little one.
Another beautiful stride. 33 hours in.
Yeah.
33 hours and about 33,000 feet of elevation, over 100 miles. And it looks like this could be her first mile running of the day. This is amazing.
Let's go, Yitka. She looks great right now. I think lots of 100-milers to her name. Like I mentioned, she's won Cascade Crest 4 times. 4 times. Ugh, I'd be afraid to even go against her. Fat Dog 120. She's won that. Ultra Fjord in Chile. 100-miler won that. Let's go,
That's
Yitka.
a strong finish.
What a queen. Mom.
Just minutes, maybe 6-7 minutes max
As our
behind
5th
Tara.
placed female,
Not enough to
33-17, probably on the dot
I
there.
think kissed maybe the same spot of the rock that Tara kissed.
Nice, good luck.
That seems to be a popular area right around the E in endurance.
So incredible. Yeah, it's funny looking at these runners ultra signups. There's no races for any of them like to come, so it's like a lot of them are doing hard rock, and they're like, we'll see how I bounce back, see what's next. And it seems like our runner Cam is getting another
getting their
mile
strides in.
We're gonna go back out and see if we can put eyes on Emily Hownan, who will be our 6th place female finisher. I do believe our 4 through 6, they were quite close at Cunningham, so I don't think we'll see any change ups here. But that was quite a dynamic Cunningham to the finish for these gals. We saw Tara came in there 6th place, moved up to 4th, passed Yitka on the descent. Emily had both of them on the descent, and we still have not seen Emily yet. So we do anticipate Emily Hownan being our next female finisher. And I think this is likely Yitka's little girl at the finish line, taking a photo with her.
Okay. Well, Leah and I are on until 6. For those who maybe aren't familiar with Silverton and with the area here, one of the kind of charms of the start-finish host town of Silverton here is it kind of famously has one paved road in the town, and you'll notice that everything else is dirt. Gives it that Mountain West mining town rugged sort of charm.
Since we've last checked in with Cunningham, it looks like we got another 2 guys checked in out there. Kent Rehorchik from Portola Valley, California, and Jordan Maki Richards from Australia. That Jordan is our 11th female in the women's race. So Jordan is from Australia, 36, checked in there about 3 minutes ago. So Jordan should be well on their way to Silverton here, probably sometime in the next 3+ hours.
We have Sauna in 12th in the women's race, as of Pole Creek. Sauna Guadarrama, Susanna of Coros.
Looks like we had Matt Campbell has left Sherman. for those of you following Matt's race. He left 2 minutes ago. Emily is on the road. Let's go, Emily.
On the road again.
Emily Howden should be our next finisher. Also from the Pacific Northwest, female FKT record holder on the Oregon section of the PCT. Author as well. Got lots of women who are great endurance athletes and also amazing writers as well. She's got a book about her resilience and journey on the PCT, and then also what it meant as she was dealing with her mom's death. So highly recommend checking that out. Emily, this is her third Hardrock finish. I think completed Hardrock the last 2 years. So in 2022, she ran 38:35 in this direction. So Emily's about to have a 5-hour PR in this direction in a one-place position improvement. So she'll likely finish 6th place in our women's race. And she's got 7th and 9th place finishes. So this will be her third straight top 10 finish here at Hardrock.
And another sea level dweller from Eugene.
Oh, here we go.
Here we
Let's
have
go,
her.
Emily. She got her doggo.
Got her doggo.
Oh, she looks great too.
Looks
Gosh.
really good.
4, 5, and 6 coming through so closely together. What a race. It's not over till it's over. Emily's crushing it, smiling, looking so happy. This is a 5+ hour PR for her in this direction. 1 place improvement in position. She's finished 9th, 7th, and now 6th place here at Hardrock in 3 consecutive years. What a journey for Emily. She was in the mix all day. These 3 women battled it out, changing positions so many times. Hopefully they got to share a couple miles together as well and weren't just leapfrogging all day. Coming into Silverton with the doggo.
This will be your highest place finish then at Hardrock. It's nice to see when a PR
Is
also improves your placement.
I know, I feel like that
in
rarely
the
happens these
ranking.
days.
Yeah.
It's getting so fast. The women's race, just incredible. Emily will be our 6th place female. What place will she be overall? I think top 15-ish. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 17th overall.
Wow.
So we've got 6 women in the top 17. That's awesome.
She's been 7th, 9th, and now 6th.
Yep.
In the women's category. $33 hours, 33,000 feet of vertical.
Oh, what a good feeling.
There's her left.
Oh,
Coming
so
down the
happy.
chute with her
Everybody
doggo.
welcoming her in town here.
Do you think the dog is going to kiss the rock?
I was wondering that. Do they have to like?
They should smear
lick
some
it?
peanut butter
Yeah.
on the rock.
Let's go, Emily. Our 6th place finisher in the women's race, 17th overall. Big PR for
Went
her.
For the nose.
5+ hour PR, highest position yet. She's following up a 9th place finish, 7th place finish, and now a 6th place finish here at Hardrock. Big hugs, big smiles. Happy doggo.
She looked up at the clock.
Oh, and she does
With a
all of her training
huge
with her
smile.
pup Dilly. Thanks for that, Kate. Look at Dilly. You accomplished this too. Oh, look at that. How sweet.
Another very strong looking finish.
So cool.
So next in the women's race, I think would be Claire
Mm-hmm.
Gonworth.
Yes.
And we'll have a little bit of a gap. Could be an hour or so to our next women's race finisher.
So our finishers, our last three finishers we saw, Tara Dower, Yitka Wynn, Emily Hounen, just had our 25th, 26th, and 27th fastest times in race history in this direction for the women. What a great women's race. We saw the course record be broken by Courtney Dauwalter. Just an incredible performance, 26:11. Cami Brouillas ran the sixth fastest time in history, running 29:28. And then we saw Katarina Hartmut run the 12th fastest time in history in this direction, 30:29, just behind Sabrina Stanley's 30:23 from 2018. So really incredible year for the women's race, getting faster and faster. And I think women are just pushing each other to new levels, and grateful for all the women that came before us, and then also just the competitive level and the women front of the pack to the back of the pack who are getting out there, chasing goals, having their highs, having their lows, and making their way to Silverton. I will do a little just update here. We've got 33 minutes till our cutoff at Sherman, so going to be keeping a close eye on our timing splits into that aid station, keeping an eye on who's who and where they're at, so we can make sure we're cheering everybody into that aid station to make that cutoff, because they will not hit another cutoff until Cunningham aid station.
We should have another probably 4 runners who are pretty imminent to Silverton. Robert Panis, Chris Tyson, Joel Anderson, and Lauren Davis. They all left Cunningham within a few minutes after Tara Dower left Cunningham. So
I did
those
just
4
hear
runners.
from our camera runner, though, that Tara was dropping a 7:30 mile in there. So
I believe it. It looked like it.
We'll see if any of these guys are dropping similar paces towards the end. But I do imagine the next runners should be Robert Panis, Chris Tyson, Joel Anderson, Lauren Davis. I do think we will be getting a camera back at Cunningham pretty soon as well, so we can get you guys some live reports from there. Our most recent check-ins to Cunningham, Kent Royorchik, Jordan Maki-Richards, and Corey Linfield. Corey Linfield's from Colorado Springs, Colorado, checked into Cunningham about 10 minutes ago. Cunningham is about 9 miles from the finish, but a big old climb separates them from Cunningham and Silverton. So 9 miles with about 2 miles of that being a 2,500-foot climb. So they got to get their heads down, do some good hiking, and then have a little technical descent before they're on their way. We just had a Sherman check-in from Jackie Fritsch, Ouray, Colorado, local. Jackie is 40 years old. Checked into Sherman 7 minutes ago. So again, the Sherman cutoff is 4 p.m. So way to go, Jackie. This is Jackie's first Hard Rock, too. 8th place finish at the Umstead 50 miler. She's done the Bear 100 across the years. She's done the Moab 240, Bigfoot 200. Just had Justin McMillan check out of Pole Creek at mile 80. Next aid station will be Maggie for him. And looks like our two most recent check-ins to Maggie are Jay Hunt and Ryan Thorpe. Jay Hunt, Gunnison, Colorado. Ryan Thorpe, Washington, New Jersey. So they just checked into Maggie, which is mile 85, 15 miles to the finish from there. Next aid station for them will be Cunningham at mile 91.
We have 4 runners we're expecting probably in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Could be any time, I'd say, in the next 10 to 20 minutes. We'll start seeing any number of these 4 runners. Robert, Chris, Joel, and Lauren. Who will be rounding out 2 of those runners will be rounding out the top 20 overall finishers for this year's Hard Rock. Sorry, 3 of them will. We've had 17 finishers so far. So we may have 4 folks racing to close out the last 3 spots in the top 20. Each of them a Mountain West resident, Colorado, 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 and Montana. We have a Terradauer crew kind of assembled at a table in the cafeteria behind us. There's Lauren Davis, made some passes since Cunningham. looking spry and very cheerful. Happy to be back in Silverton. I met Lauren on Mount Sentinel in Missoula earlier this winter, actually, and then ran into him a couple other times this spring, including on Antelope Island. Really nice guy from Bozeman, and obviously a very strong runner. Again, this is another finisher. He looks like he just started. These people look very good, very strong, running the dirt roads of Silverton after 33 and a half hours.
Cool. So Lauren Davis, second Hard Rock finish. He was overall 18th in 2022. Ran 33:46, so he's coming away with a little 10-minute PR today. And maybe the exact same placement, 18th.
This will be 18th.
Yeah, he's really good. If you want to know how to get 18th at Hard Rock, Lauren Davis is your guy.
Talk to Lauren. Let's see where he decides to place his smooch.
Nice.
A firm smooch right on the E. That E is getting a lot of love.
Pissed.
The E in endurance. Congratulations, Lauren. A well-deserved second Hard Rock finish. 10-minute PR. Another 18th place.
I just searched the word. Oh, yeah. I've seen Lauren at the Bear a couple times. So I searched the word bear on his ultra sign up, and there's at least 4 results with the word bear in it. The Gnarly Bear Endurance Run in Idaho, Bear 100. I guess that's what happens when you live in Montana.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh,
So
and he was just recently at the Scout Mountain 50K in Pocatello, Idaho, Luke Nelson's race, which highly recommend for any of you guys who are considering 50K, 50 mile, 100 mile. All those races are so well put on by Luke. Great community, beautiful course, early June. Scout Mountain is lovely. It was pretty hot this year, but
So Lauren left Cunningham at 12:41 p.m. So that was about 2 hours 55 minutes or so for his Cunningham to the finish. There were 3 other runners who left Cunningham within about 7 minutes before him. So he passed 3 people after leaving Cunningham, and we'll expect to see those 3 people: Robert Panis, Chris Tyson, and Joel Anderson, in the coming minutes. But a very strong finish from Lauren.
he looks good.
He looks
He's not
great.
even sitting down yet.
And we have a call for another runner coming into town. We'll see if we can get a camera on them. Although we might just have this finish line view for a minute. But we'll see. We'll expect it to be one of those 3, Chris, Joel, or Robert.
Oh.
There he is. Shows some white space on the rock for his kiss, and I think that's Joel. Looks like that's Joel Anderson from Leadville. 42-year-old. Christmas colors.
3:39:03, so that puts him 33:39.
Congratulations, Joel. That's our 19th finisher of the 2024 Hardrock 100. So now we have a 2-person Duke for the 20th spot in the overall ranking.
This looks like this was Joel's first Hard Rock. Had results at Run Rabbit, among others, Leadville, All the Colorado good ones. Now he gets to add Hardrock 100 to that resume. Way to go, Joel. 33 hours and change. Incredible.
I didn't know there was a run. Oh, see, that was good. Got it. I got him at least. Oh, yeah. That's the most important.
Our next runners we should be anticipating will be Robert Panis and Chris Tyson. Again, probably any minute now, entering Silverton.
Appreciate the love in the chat there, Mr. Dan Oakes. John Anderson chiming in the chat too. Love to see you guys here. Appreciate everyone.
All right, we're getting down to crunch time for our Sherman aid station cutoff. It's 19 minutes until cutoff there. Let's see if we've got anyone else in there. I know we had Jackie Fritsch was our last one that we have reported out of there.
And Pamela just with the check-in at 2:35, but no update in the hour since then, right?
Looks like we've had a couple check-ins to Pole Creek, Marta Fisher, Justin McMillan. That is mile 80, and their next stop will be Maggie at mile 85. Most recent check-in to Maggie was Jay Hunt of Gunnison, Colorado. It looks like we just had a recent check-in to Cunningham, Michael Hewitt. And it looks like we had a check-out of Cunningham of Kent Rayorchik from Portola Valley, California. So I'd imagine these runners that are hitting Cunningham should be taking 3 hours to 3.5 hours from Cunningham to the finish right now. That time might start extending a little bit as we get a little bit later on in the day, but we've been seeing so far probably 3 hours or so from these runners to the finish.
Yeah, that's actually stayed as a pretty good estimate so far.
Pretty consistent.
It's just Emily gathering with the family and the dog.
Sweet.
Doggos.
Libby. Dilly.
Family shot under the finish clock. I don't think Courtney's been in the booth for
I don't think
for
so
a post
either.
race. I did send her a message earlier to see if she wanted to come in, and or Kevin.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Would love to hear from either or both of them. But of course, there's a 100-mile race to recover from, and I'm sure we will hear from Courtney as soon as possible, whether it's here on the live stream.
It's like we got our Cunningham aid cam. Oh, who we got there?
Could it be Michael Hewitt? Doesn't look like it.
2:34. I think I saw 2 something.
I think it ends in a 2 though. Oh no.
2:30.
2:14. Richard Turgeon.
Richard Turgeon into Cunningham.
The Turgeon General. Is into Cunningham.
He scooped up a bunch
He's
of
made
people on
some
that
moves.
section. Yeah, Richard.
He looks good.
He's
Got a nice full pack. He was geared up for the night. In the warmth this morning.
All right, we got Chris coming into town. And that is Chris Tyson from Fort Collins, Colorado, 42 years old. Let's go, Chris. Lots of Chris fans in the chat today.
Chris Tyson.
Also has done Cascade Crest. A lot of people liking that one. Cruel Jewel 100. Kettle Moraine.
Cruel Jewel seems like a tough one.
Yeah. Bighorn. Does his annual Hardrock qualifier. Been running ultra since 2015.
What was his first ultra?
Well, let's find out.
At least according to Ultra Sign Up.
Superior Spring Trail Race, the 50K in Minnesota.
Excellent. I wonder if we'll get a camera. Should get a camera on Chris soon.
Looks like Chris also has Javelina 100. He's like the first runner I've seen with a race lined up after Hardrock. Signed up for Javelina in October.
Is our finisher cam, is he out on the street again? Okay. So we do have our finisher cam runner deployed. So we should get that finisher cam on Chris as soon as he's within.
Look, a Jason Coop appearance at
that
Cunningham.
Coop? Oh,
Yeah, Cunningham Aid Station for Richard Turgeon, his coach. Oh, yeah, and thanks again, Ken. So Chris Tyson is the aid station captain of Governors for years. Thank you for your volunteering service, Chris. Excited to see you. Oh, there we go.
Here's our finisher cam with the Chris Tyson.
Aid station volunteer. Chris Tyson.
He's got the arm sleeves on. Maybe using those for cooling this afternoon.
Aid station captain of Governors. No stranger to the 100-mile distance. Lots of fans of Chris's in the chat today. So thanks for all the cheers, everybody following along. Chris looks so happy. This is his first Hardrock. So well deserved. 33 hours and probably 48, 49 minutes here. Ran solid all day long.
From Fort Collins, Colorado. Great town. Host of the Quad Rock 50 miler.
Let's go, Chris. He looks like he's working hard, ready to be done. Probably soaking in this incredible finish. 33 hours, 48 minutes. Let's go, Chris. Lots of fans in person and in the chat. First Hardrock finish.
Iconic. Look at that iconic finish shoot. Straight to the rock. Delivers a kiss to the junction of the ram's horns. Gets his medal from Dale. He looks stoked. Seems excited about the chair.
Rounds out our top 20 overall as well.
He is number 20, isn't he?
Yep. This Chris Tyson from Colorado. 33 hours, 49 minutes. Top 20 overall. What an incredible run.
And we'll be expecting Robert from Boulder.
Oh, that's awesome. The guys we saw, Pace and Chris in there, were also Governors, volunteers coming through. So Chris is the
Amazing.
Governor's aid station captain. Finally got his shot to run Hardrock and close the loop in just under 34 hours. What a day. Days.
What a daze.
What a daze.
Didn't seem to need to sit for too long. He's back on his feet. Beautiful hat. Amazing
Oh,
artwork.
Indian paintbrush are nice on that hat.
Looks like
Oh, finisher. Way to go, Chris. All right, guys, it's T minus 10 minutes until Sherman cut off. So let's keep an eye on our folks rolling through there. Give them some shout outs. Try to encourage a couple of those ones that we haven't seen updated in a minute. Give them some energy to make it to Sherman. Got a few of them out there. We have a couple that checked in through Burroughs that we have not seen check into Sherman yet. And that includes John Houston, Scott Ulmer, and Costa Alamonos from Fort Collins, Colorado. They left Burroughs all about hour and a half ago or so. So I believe hopefully they've got some energy in them to get that check-in into Sherman. We've got 9 minutes for them to make that cutoff at 4 p.m. The camera we're showing you here is the Cunningham aid station. This is 9 miles to go. We've got a runner incoming there. And that is Andy Reid of Canmore, Alberta. I like his shirt. This is Andy's first hard rock. He's done Fat Dog 120, Orcas Island 100.
those are some tough ones.
Several others. He's been doing ultras for going on 13 years. Sinister 7. I'd like to do that one of these days.
Looks like a nice crew platter being presented to him. His crew has a nice sort of tray of maybe all of his possible needs.
Where are you seeing that?
He just put it on the ground next to him.
Yeah, so Cunningham aid station. Great aid station up there, mile 91. And they got a little butt kicker of a climb leaving there with a 2,500-foot climb in about less than 2 miles, and then a technical descent, and then some cruiser miles to finish. So been taking these runners somewhere from 3 to 3.5 hours to get to the finish from there. Looks like we've got a runner exiting Cunningham as we speak. That looks like, that might be Richard Turgeon.
That was
Is that Richard?
Yeah, I think that was Turgeon.
All right, we're on the 6-minute countdown for Sherman. We had a departure from Sherman. Pamela Hart. Looks like she had spent about an hour and 14 minutes at Sherman. Snuck out 11 minutes before the cutoff. Way to go. Way to go, Pam. That's probably got to be a really tough spot to be in.
Wow.
This looks like it is Pamela's first hard rock as well. She's been running ultras for, oh gosh, 14 years now. Years old. Looks like we got Scott Ulmer. He just left Sherman as well. Yes, Scott. 3:47 p.m. So we've just had Pamela and Scott depart Sherman just over 10 minutes before the cutoff. We've got 5 minutes to go. Hoping we can see a couple of these guys come through. So for reference, Scott and Jackie, who have both departed Sherman, came into the last aid station, Burroughs, right around the same time as Costa and John. So Costa and John are our next one that will be willing to Sherman here in the next 4 minutes. We'll keep an eye on, I've been checking the open split time to keep an eye on these aid station splits.
Also looks like we might have 3 runners in the Maggie aid station right now, who all got there within a minute or two of one another just a few minutes ago. That's John Davis, Trevor Bain, and Donald Buke.
And our next finisher we should be seeing in town here will likely be Robert Panis, I believe.
We heard maybe Josh Golden.
Maybe, okay. So
Also,
we'll keep you guys posted on what we're hearing outside.
we should have Andy Blatecki and Timothy Fahey also starting to maybe come within earshot of Silverton.
Yay. Wait, what's that one? Sherman out. Who's out of Sherman? Yes, John Houston and Costa. Sweet. Okay. You guys are crushing it out there. Okay, we just had 2 more checkouts of Sherman. These must have been like in and outs. So we just had Costa Alamonos, John Houston, both come through checkout of Sherman 8 and 5 minutes before the cutoff. So these were all our folks who had checked through Burroughs, all made it through to Sherman. That is amazing. We have 4 runners out there who we don't have a timestamp into Burroughs. So I'm assuming that if they haven't been already, they may likely be cut off unless they just had a mistimed at Burroughs, and maybe we will see them in the next 2 minutes into Sherman. But congrats on those 4 runners that just came through. That's Scott Ulmer, Pamela Hart, Costa Alamonis, and John Houston sneaking in past the Sherman cutoff by right around 10 minutes.
Wow.
Yes, to the question in the chat, there is one more cutoff, and it will be at Cunningham, which is 20 miles after Sherman.
So that's 126 runners who have either finished or are still in it. Out of 146 starters. So far through 34 hours, we've lost 20 runners to DNFs.
All right, looks like we just had a Burroughs check-in from Will Thomas. So that will likely be Will's last aid station, I believe, because he unfortunately would have had to make it to Sherman by 4 o'clock. So unfortunate to see, Will. Hopefully you can come back.
Got some movement at Cunningham.
Movement at Cunningham.
I think this is an arrival.
Okay, so that might be Matt Van Horn.
Is that Matt Van Horn?
That's Matt
Is
Van
it?
Horn.
It's
Yeah.
a little pixely.
Yep, that's Matt Van Horn and partner Marcy. Matt's from Utah, just outside of Salt Lake City, 53 years old. I think he's got like a Wasatch 100 win to his name. Oh, that's a great tidbit, Todd. Thanks for sharing that. So, our buddy, let me give you the correct info here. So John Houston, so he's our guy that just made it through Sherman with 5 minutes to spare, is our oldest runner still out on course. So 67 years old, out of Helena, Montana. Let's keep it rolling, John. Made it past Sherman, and only one more cutoff to make it to downtown Silverton. Let's go. I guess 2 more cutoffs. You got the finish line cutoff. 2 more cutoffs. And camera we got there is on Matt Van Horn at Cunningham Gulch, mile 91, 9 miles, and a decent amount of climbing to the finish. 1 2-mile climb with about 2,500 feet, and then all downhill to Silverton. We do have some movement at Maggie as well. We don't have cameras there, but we do have some updates. Looks like Trevor Bain, Donald Buke, Frederick Bard, all in Maggie as we speak. And looks like we just had John Davis from Frederick, Colorado, check out a Maggie. So Maggie aid station is mile 85. The next spot they will encounter is Cunningham.
Looks like we had 31 starters in the women's race. And we've only lost 4 to DNFs so far. DNFs or cutoffs.
Sounds like they have a higher finishing rate, maybe. So far on the women's race, we've had 6 of our female finishers. It's been Courtney DeWalter, Cami Bruya, Katarina Hartmut. We had Tara Dower make up some space in the last few miles for a 4th place finish, followed by Yitka Wynn and then Emily Hownan. Our next female finisher we should be anticipating is Claire Bonworth. Very skilled at these long, terribly hard races. Finisher and winner of the Spine. And among many other things, I think has close to 2,000 miles of racing under her belt before even encountering Hardrock this year. So she should be our 7th place female finisher. We'll be keeping our eye out, I'd imagine,
Probably
sometime in the next hour.
Maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And then after her, we have an extremely tight race for 8th through 10th on the women's side. All 3 of them entered Cunningham Gulch within a minute of each other. So we had Amber Weibel, Becky Bates, and my brain. Claire Heslop, that's right. So Amber had left in 8th place. We had Becky Bates not far behind in 9th, and then Claire has taken a little bit of extra time there in 10th place. So looks like our guy Andy Reid from Canmore, Alberta, is in the pink shirt on the screen there, and looks like he's heading out of the aid station. Yeah, Cunningham Gulch making his way to the finish. He looks good. That's a good stride. I wonder if there's anybody that doesn't use poles.
I was thinking about that earlier.
Oh, couldn't fathom.
I'm sure people have done it without poles, but
Yeah.
Josh Golden coming into town.
Aw, camera on Josh. Looking happy. I would be happy too. Entering Silverton, just over 34 hours. That's a long time to be doing anything, let alone running.
So if this is Josh, that does mean we're still looking for Robert, right?
Mhm.
Robert Panas, who left Cunningham more than 30 minutes before Josh.
Josh is from Durango, Colorado. 51 years old. He's done all the Colorado specials, Run Rabbit several times, High Lonesome. It's like he's been clocking ultras for the last 9 years. Looks like this is his first Hardrock 100, getting it done just over 34 hours. This is Josh Golden from Durango, Colorado, 51 years old. And they're cruising.
Can we set up one soon?
Oh, thanks for the update, Dan. Josh is from Connecticut. Shout out East Coast. Moved to Colorado 30 years ago.
30 years ago?
30 years ago, yeah. I'd say he's a local Colorado these days.
Durango, too. Pretty
Reigns
close by.
From Connecticut. Let's go, Josh. So Josh, I think will be our 21st finisher. 15th in the men's race. Golden, or from Durango, Colorado, Josh Golden, incoming to Silverton on our finisher cam, making the turn.
I'd call it the golden hour.
The Josh Golden hour.
All that glitters is golden.
You trying to think of another one?
Well, I mean, the next person that we might see finish is from Golden, Colorado, which is a curious coincidence.
So again, this is Josh Golden coming into the finish.
Looks great. It looks like he wore maybe some compression
he's-
socks or
yeah.
at least some high socks.
Waving to some fans, smiling. Probably will be just around 34:10 when he gets to give that rock a little smooch.
At this, right before the turn onto 12th Street, we always get a quick little video selfie of our camera runner here as he repositions for the turn, I think.
He deserves the 2 seconds of fame after all
He
the
does.
sprints he's doing today.
Getting his strides in, his intervals.
Oh, Papo!
A good pup
Oh, yeah.
greeting.
Good doggo.
Dab it up with
the dog.
little boy and a dog.
All right.
There he is.
Josh Golden from
Josh Golden into the chute.
Durango, Colorado.
The iconic flag line
Connecticut
shoot.
native. 34 hours, 10 minutes. First hard
Comes to a
rock.
screeching halt at the rock and delivers a kiss. Goes for the mouth. Goes right for the snout of the ram.
Oh, man.
I don't think that was premeditated. I think that was
No.
a spontaneous.
I mean, where would you kiss?
I don't know. I don't think I would premeditate it.
Yeah, just.
See what of the moment brings. Looks like a very proud finisher.
Oh, big hugs. Way to go, Josh. Incredible. 21st.
Celebrating with
Sure.
some friends and family. There's an inviting chair positioned next to the rock, but
Coolest
first posing
dad
with some
ever.
photos.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, they took his chair away. He looked for it. Oh, chair's coming back now.
Oh, looks like he's got some kids out there and a pup. Very happy to share in his finish with him.
So after Josh, we're still looking for Robert Panis from Boulder, who's taking a bit longer on this section from Cunningham to the finish. And then we do have Andy and Timothy. Andy and Timothy shouldn't be too far behind Josh.
Yeah, probably sometime in the next little bit. We'll keep eyes.
Yeah, we do have Tara Dower in the studio here, ready to maybe chat with us for a minute. Would we be ready for some couch time with Tara? Let's do it.
Bring 'em on up.
We're gonna welcome Tara Dower.
Tara Dower to the couch.
Our
she's
newly
moving great.
minted
She's moving better
Our
than I
newly
think Mike and
minted
I are at
top
this hour.
5 hard rock finisher. This is our first. This is mine and Leah's first studio interview here, so we'll work with our behind the scenes team here to get set up. Cool. Tara, welcome to the studio. Congratulations.
Welcome
Thanks for
to
having
the
me.
couch.
4th place hard rock 100. First hard rock 10 feet to 10,000 feet.
Oh my
To
gosh.
put it in your words, right?
Yeah.
You
Insane.
you just spent some time, I think, with medical here in the cafeteria
Yeah.
behind us. How's everything feeling? How are you doing?
Good. Yeah. I just got an IV.
Nice.
I love IVs because I don't hydrate too well. I have like no moisture left in my body.
Yeah.
They give you the good stuff.
Yeah.
You did the. We were looking at it right when you finished. I think you closed Cunningham to the finish in pretty much to the minute the same time that Courtney did, which I'm assuming.
Really?
We haven't verified. I
Yeah,
assume
no, I
that's
ver- I
the fastest
verified.
of the day
Probably the fastest of the day.
so far, at least for women.
Wow. It's exciting.
And you picked up what? You passed, I think, 3 women,
Yitka and Emily
or
too.
2 women.
Two women.
Picked up 2
Yeah.
spots.
Yeah. Well, I like died on handies. Did you talk to Devin?
No, I was wondering.
You
if
should talk to
did die on
Devin.
Handies.
Yeah.
Because I felt like we saw you coming into Animus Forks when we were leaving last night, and we saw you cruising on the downhill. And then I was following the live tracking, and it looked like you had some rough moments on that whole uphill to Handies. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh no, I'm afraid Tara's climbing and altitude is.
Oh yeah, it
impacting her.
hit
But
me
then
hard.
Your
Well,
downhills.
did you see me throw up at Chapman?
At Chapman.
I threw up at Chapman. I threw up after Telluride. I threw up with my friend Kareth when she was pacing me out of Uray like twice. And then I threw up with Devin 4 times on Handies. I had absolutely nothing left in my body going up to Handies. It was a death march.
So
all the way up there.
How did you troubleshoot that? Because that sounds.
We just were like,
excruciating.
we got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We were just like, we have to do it.
Tara, I threw up once in a 100-mile attempt
Oh.
And
a few weeks ago.
And proceeded to drop out.
Yeah.
And you saw me drop.
At one point, I was laying on the ground, just like completely sprawled out, because that's all I could do. And like I had nothing left in me, and all that was coming out of my mouth was like bile.
Ugh.
That's what Devin said. She said that's all that was in there.
So how do you
And then I got
motivate
passed
yourself?
by those 2 women that I passed in the end.
How do you motivate yourself in those moments? What was Devin telling you to keep you moving? And what are you thinking?
Devin's just like a great pacer. She was like, we're just going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we can do. So let's go. She makes a plan, says, we're going to go to Burroughs. You're going to eat. You're going to sleep. And then we're going to go.
Did you sleep at Bros?
Yeah, I slept for I ate and slept. It was about an hour and a half.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's a
Wow.
great pacer too, and like I think the experience that Devin's had over the years of recognizing what you need to reset and feel good and taking care of yourself in that moment, because I think at Hard Rock a lot of the aid stations you need to take that valuable time in to feel the way you do later. So what were your intentions when you were leaving Cunningham with 9 miles to go? Was it in your mind to chase as many positions as you could?
JP was pacing me, but it was rough climbing up that last climb. Little Giant.
So that trend
rough.
continued of
Yes, but I knew there's a downhill, and I just know I'm like good on those downhills. I can grab some people, and I kind of had an idea that they were close, so we just kind of hammered on that downhill, and luckily I caught them because they
Caught
passed
them
me up
and-
handies.
caught them and put some time on them too. I
Yeah.
mean, that was like we said. We think tied Courtney for that Cunningham to the finish split.
Yeah, I just
Uh,
really wanted to get that fourth back
Yeah.
because I was fourth the entire day up until handies, and then died,
Lost it.
and then came back.
As a quick side note, I just saw that we have Carl in the aid station at Cunningham right now. I think that's not
Carl
him on the
Meltzer?
screen right
Yeah.
now, but
So
yeah,
The great Carl Meltzer.
yeah, who I know you know very well.
Yeah, I love Carl.
He's this isn't him here, but he's I think in the aid station at the moment.
yeah, so Carl, he was your coach for your entrance into ultra running.
Yeah,
5-time Hard
yeah.
Rock winner, first
Yeah.
time being what I think in 2001. He
Like
knows
an
what he's
old,
doing out
old
here.
goat. He's a speed goat, but he's also an old goat.
He's crushing
We
it
should
out
see
there today.
How did your experience at Hard Rock compare with your expectations, being your first time at this event?
Yeah, it was. It's kind of incredible being out there with all these people. We're all just experiencing the same thing, and I know you do that in 100s, like yeah, but like Hard Rock just has this like air about it. It's just like it's so hard to get into, and when you're out there,
Yeah, and
it's like so special.
I could imagine that's really motivating because it's so hard to get into. I feel like it's one of those races that you're getting it done regardless
Oh, yeah.
of what it looks like.
Yeah,
And you're doing what you need to in those moments to get yourself to the finish line.
yeah.
We have a lot of fellow East Coasters in the chat today. I think you're pretty inspiring, especially
Oh.
because you come from sea level.
That's
and
exciting.
you crushed it today
Oh, thank
with a
you.
top 4 finish here and just hammering the way you did uphill and downhill. What advice would you give to other people who are coming from the East Coast, coming from sea level, coming from somewhere where all they have is a Mount Trashmore? What do you recommend, and what advice would you have for them?
I'd say just like get your qualifier and then just start training. So sandy runs are really good. That helps with like
Like on the beach?
yeah, real sandy runs, like not the hard
None of this
sand.
tidal zone stuff.
Yeah,
You're
no.
talking-
You need to go do some
you're
soft
talking
sand
the dry,
runs.
soft.
Yeah, and then obviously Mount Trashmore.
Oh,
If you have
Always.
one.
Trashmore.
And I think like being there, Mount Trashmore, it gives you like an appreciation for these mountains. So you're just training up and down, up and down, up and down this trash heap. Yeah, I don't know. Just like get your qualifier and just start training.
How does the
It's hard to
what's harder,
replicate it.
the humid heat on the East Coast or the altitude of the San Juans?
Oh, definitely the altitude.
Definitely the humidity.
But-
Definitely the humidity.
But
Disagree, Tara.
Are we talking also about like conditions, like trail conditions?
Sure.
Because if I was to pick the toughest trail conditions I've ever run in, it would be the Northeast. Have you guys ever hiked and ran in New Hampshire
Oh yeah.
or Vermont?
It's like not running.
Yeah, it's not running.
Mm-mm.
No. So
Oh, it's
I just want to
perfect.
call out anyone in New Hampshire. You guys, your feelings are valid.
How'd you enjoy going down Grant Swamp Pass?
Oh my gosh. It was fine. Actually, I didn't. This is previous.
This is the cleanest I've ever seen
I
you at a
know.
finish line, by
It's
the way.
incredible.
I said there's no cacti out there for you to impale or for them to impale you. And we were watching you on the runner cam, and I said, this is the least bloody I've ever seen Tara Dower.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
I do have some like scratches when I was going down Grant Swamp on my like thighs. And I was nervous my pants were gonna get ripped.
I saw
How
Claire,
embarrassing.
Claire got some
Really?
rippage on her pants.
Oh yeah.
I was commenting on something as we're following the runners. A lot of people don't have anything listed on their ultra sign up as a race that they're doing after Hardrock, probably for good reason. You do have an adventure planned after Hardrock. Talk to us a little bit about how Hardrock is shaping your next adventure, and also tell us about your next adventure.
Yeah, so my next adventure is doing the fastest known, hopefully, doing a fastest known time attempt on the Appalachian Trail, which is a trail that goes from Georgia to Maine. It's 2,200 miles. And the Appalachian Trail has always just been a special place to me. And I thought might as well just like see if I can do it really fast. I think women are, I don't think a lot of us go out there and do these types of FKTs, like the long ones. And so a goal of mine is to get more women out there, because if we're going to go out there, I feel like we're going to dominate that trail, because I feel like women, I'm not a scientist, but I think we can like dominate out really long trail FKTs.
I mean, we were talking earlier, like we see it across the board in ultramarathons and 100 milers that like the percentage of the field that is female is, you know, like for Hardrock, I think it was 22%, but of the top, 17, like
Finishers?
45%. So are women. So it's like the women that are showing up to these things are crushing it.
Yeah.
So I think you're right. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, I would like to see more women go out to these long trails, like PCT as well.
Yeah.
AT, but societally, I don't know.
Were you thinking about your long trail, Appalachian Trail
During
attempt
Hardrock?
during Hardrock, especially maybe during the harder
Yeah.
moments?
So I was thinking about it, just like staying healthy. So in certain sections, I would take it easy, like going down Grant Swamp. Like I don't want to. I have a sprained ankle. It's still November from JFK. It's still sprained, or it hurts at least. Remember at what was it? Black Canyon? Yeah. Twist my ankle
really
in front of you. But yeah, so I was really careful out there. I was thinking about it.
What about when you were in like having some low, painful, dark moments, throwing up? You know,
yeah.
Is it on your mind then as like do you ever think like, oh, I don't want to do
feel
that?
like it's more like enjoyable. Like you're going at a really nice pace. Yeah, it's hard and you don't sleep a lot and you have to eat a lot more than you're comfortable eating. You just have to keep up with your calories. I think that's what's gonna probably be stinky about it. But no, I'm really looking forward to it because the Appalachian Trail is such a special place, and like I love mornings where, you know, the birds, you know, I love walking through the forest and there's just a bunch of birds calling, and I love the community and I love the culture on the trail, and it's just simple. All you're doing is like walking and eating and sleeping.
Candy
That's
mama.
it. Yeah. Candy mama, candy. Gonna eat a bunch of candy
Here
out
she
there.
comes.
Yeah.
Oh man, what an inspiring race.
Are
to
you guys
follow.
thinking about doing Hardrock?
I would love to do Hardrock.
Yeah?
I've been putting in since 2018, so hopefully one of these days. I think coming out here and experiencing it for myself from the field reporting side of things, seeing the runners go through it, I've never wanted to do it more. It's a beautiful course, burly, hard.
Yeah.
I'm sure there would be absolutely terrible lows, but I think it makes the finish line that we saw you have probably feel all the sweeter.
Oh, yeah.
Are you interested in doing it in the other direction?
Yeah. Well, Howie told me I'm not a real full hard rocker
That's what they
until
say.
I do it the other direction.
what
So I
the
guess I have to. I was going to get like a
old
matching
guard will tell you
tattoo with
that.
him and Katarina. But he's like, yeah, you're not a full hard rocker until you do both directions. So I guess I have to.
You have to.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
congratulations. So
Thanks.
impressed by you always.
Where are you off to right now?
I don't know. I just want to soak it up. Usually I leave right away, but I really want
Soak it in as
enjoy
much
to
as you
soak it
can.
in.
You deserve
And I
it.
want to get merch. I was really nervous to look at the merch because I thought that was like bad luck.
Yeah.
But
Merch it up.
Now you deserve the merch.
yeah, I think I'm gonna get like the socks, the gaiters.
I want you to be head to toe hard rock when you leave this weekend.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for chatting with us. Lots of love in the
Congratulations.
chat.
Love
there.
Yeah. Is Carl there?
Carl's been
let's
taking his time
see.
in aid station, so he might still be at Cunningham. Let's
The
give
chat
it a
might even be able to
refresh.
update us faster than we can update ourselves. But
All right,
if
I'm
Carl's
gonna
still
go
here,
get my merch.
Carl is still there.
sweet.
All right.
Thanks,
Awesome.
chat.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Cheers.
Tara.
Thanks.
All right. Congratulations. Oh my god.
So good.
You're amazing. It's so much fun. You're amazing. We'll have to catch up. More later. Yeah. Awesome. You're incredible. Cute shoes.
All right. Thanks, Tara, for shedding some light on your experience running to 4th place at Hard Rock. And here we have on the screen the speed goat Carl Meltzer on his way out of Cunningham.
Oh, nice.
Chugging maybe some Sprite or something.
It's got the hard bottles in the waist belt.
Up and at him.
Bumping
Making
at
his way
him.
back to Silverton.
Knowing what he's got to do.
And I think we timed that well, I hope. Did we? I don't think we missed any finishers while we were talking with Tara.
I don't think so. Hey, high five.
So that means we're still
looking for Robert.
Still looking for Robert. Any GPS track on him? We should have Claire pretty soon.
And
Claire
Andy,
Banworth.
Blatecki, and Timothy as well. So I think Andy and Tim, we saw them. I think we saw them pretty close to Cunningham, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they left 2 minutes apart.
Yep. Yeah, they looked good together, leaving Cunningham a bit ago.
Looks like we've had some Maggie check-ins while we were chatting. David Fuller and Brady Burgess. Brady is from Berkeley, California.
They're clearing the gymnasium behind us for 10 minutes or so. Not sure why. Barrett Langton sitting in chair at Cunningham. Barrett Langton. Barrett Langton, 42 years old, from Indian Hills, Colorado, is in the Cunningham aid station. Been there for about 15 minutes. Also in the Cunningham aid station, we have Ryan Cooper, 50 years old, from Boulder, Colorado, and Rick Needler, 62-year-old male from Portland, Oregon. Those three men are in the Cunningham aid station, mile 91. So Andy Blatecki and Timothy Fahey, they left Cunningham over 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. So we're right in that zone.
Looks like our sorry to interrupt, but our Cunningham aid station, we got Rick Needler in there as well from Portland, 62 years old. Currently in there, entered 7 minutes ago, and he's probably still in there, or maybe one of these guys that's heading out right now.
Nobody tell Leah that I just said that.
Oh shoot, I was blacking out.
It's okay. I've blacked out a couple times too, and I think repeated things.
Guys, it's been a journey these last.
Somebody
36
is leaving
hours.
Cunningham. Anybody can help us out, or we'll see it on the tracker. Which of our friends leaving Cunningham that was?
And just to those in the chat, Andrea, we would love to interview Emily. We are open to interviewing anybody that would like to come sit on our couch.
If
The
anybody
only
has
ask
contact with
is
them.
we are stationary in our chairs, so these people will need to be brought to us. But
Yeah, if
you have
anybody has
contact-
contact with anybody that would like to hear from on the studio here, please help us out.
yeah, send them our
Make
way.
some connections for us.
Clearly, Mike sliding into Courtney's DMs didn't exactly work. So,
I'm checking my phone incessantly.
all right, thank you, Kevin. That's Barrett Langdon leaving Cunningham.
Out of the chair.
He's out of the chair.
Now we got eyes on Carl working his way up the start of that
Wow.
climb.
He looks good.
Yeah. I don't know why they cleared us out back here. Great shot of Carl there on the climb. Honestly, that's about what I looked like going up that trail this morning.
I can't believe that was this morning. That seems like centuries ago. Got eyes on Cunningham Gulch aid station here again. Cunningham Gulch is mile 91. These runners have 91 miles under their belt, 9 miles to go. They leave and they've got a
Ooh, look at that. Wound management, maybe.
that's Ryan Cooper from Boulder, Colorado, leaving Cunningham Gulch. He's going to encounter a 2,500 foot climb here in a little less than 2 miles.
He's going to do it with some swagger in his step. A little bit of a limp. And we got a good shot of Barrett, I think, right? His way up through the flowers.
That's pretty.
Carl Meltzer, I think this is his last year as race director of his namesake Speed Goat 50K, which takes place next weekend in Utah. I think this is his last year in
Yeah,
the
the
in
end of an
the
era.
in the race director role there, as it's kind of transitioned to new ownership. And I noticed it still has him as Sandy, Utah on the track on the results sheet here for Hardrock, but I know that he is also, I think he's living in Ridgeway, Colorado, very nearby the San Juans here. No updates on Robert yet, no. Hey, Christopher Harrington's in the chat. Barrett is my spirit animal. Christopher Payson from Ureta Animus.
Oh, so
Amazing.
awesome.
He's getting it done.
Nick Luke taking him home. Thanks for the wishes, Chris. Also, thank you, Chris, for saving me from a Detrimental wrong turn at the Quad Rock 50 miler this year. Saved my race. Cheering for his buds here in the chat. So there goes Barrett up the hill.
Just take them. You guys do. Who you texting?
None of your beeswax.
What surprised you about your experience at Hardrock being? Because this is the first time that either of us has been here for Hardrock and participated in the event in any capacity.
Yeah.
We've been to the trails in these mountains a bit several times, but first time experiencing the event. Anything surprise you?
We've had experience in the San Juans before. I think this is my 4th trip out here, your 5th trip out here. So I know what to expect from the terrain and the trails out here. I think what was most mind-blowing to me was just how remote the aid stations felt. And we were at the crewable ones more often than not, or the ones where you could have media at and things like that. So it felt out there. It is tough. It's a labor of love for all of the volunteers, all of the crew members. That part was, I guess, most surprising. Not that I expected it to be easy to access, but definitely way harder than I anticipated. Like, a lot of those roads out to the aid stations are rough. Take an hour, take 2 hours. It's not easy.
We were driving out to Animas Fork last night. I was caravanning kind of with Tyler, and I was looking at the ETA on Google Maps, and I just noticed that we were holding 6-minute mile pace driving to Animas Fork, which I was actually like, that's not bad. 10 miles an hour. I go on that road. Isn't actually too bad.
Yeah, I think for me too, especially most recently coming off of Western states where you see these extremely dialed, quick transitions in aid stations, and having my own experience at UTMB last year where, you know, you have to be quick, but there's also a lot of value in taking your time at aid stations because there's a lot of distance, there's a lot of elements between point A and point B out here, a lot more than the 45 minutes you experience at a race like Western states. So seeing people, like Tara just mentioned in our interview with her, taking an hour if you need it to recoup in order to save yourself a little bit later. So I think just seeing more evidence in that, but then at the same time, we also saw somebody like Ludo be super efficient and dialed and actually not spend a ton of time in aid stations. So striking a good balance of enough, but not too little.
101. That's John Anderson, 45-year-old from Truckee, California, into Cunningham. Looked really good coming in there. Plenty of energy. Lots of pep in his step still. 91 miles in. Yeah, it was striking to me like being at Animas Forks aid station last night. And you know, maybe 10 to 12 runners had come through, and it was the time of day where just 2 weeks ago, like, that many runners had finished Western States 100 miles and basically started at the same, 5 a.m. versus 6 a.m. But like, whereas at that time of day, people were finishing Western States, the front of the pack was at mile 57 at Hardrock, which Yeah, just the juxtaposition, I think, in those two events so close together. And then to think about the people doing both of them, like
Oh,
I know Nick Corey being one of whom did both, only 2 weeks apart this year.
What a beautiful course, though. Stunning.
Nothing like it.
And I think something a lot of our international athletes that come out to Hard Rock say is, like, especially those who are used to the Alps, so like the French Alps, Swiss Alps, they had commented that they remind them of the Alps, but the mountains out here are just so much more rugged and remote because you don't have a cable car accessing all the summits, all the passes like you do out in the Alps.
Right.
So a lot less traffic on them, harder to get to. And like, I feel like these are the types of trails and mountains and summits and passes that you have to work really hard for what you're getting out there, but it's worth it. Again, we got our eyes on John Anderson there in Cunningham Gulch, mile 91.
We have Michael Henson of Austin, Texas, into the Maggie Gulch aid station at mile 85. He arrived there just about 10 minutes ago.
Looks like we got an iRun Far update on Claire Bonworth at mile 97 about
Here we go.
30 minutes ago, saying that she looks tired and pained but resolute. I feel like that describes Claire probably late in the stages of most of these races. She is just so solid
So resolute.
and resolute.
You have to be to do the things that she does. You also have to be tired and probably pained.
Mm-hmm.
So that all adds up to me.
And her split at the iRun Far site is about an hour 45 behind when they saw Tara and Yitka up there. So I think it might still be a little bit of time before we see Claire as our potentially 7th place female finisher down here in Silverton. And Chris in the chat, sadly, we will not be at High Lonesome next weekend. Commentating definitely was a consideration, but our poor, unfortunate, sleep-deprived souls need a weekend back at home in Utah with our cat.
Lupin.
Adam, good question. No update on Robert yet. We do have runner cams for our finishers and cameras on the finish for whenever we do have a runner coming through. So we will do that, Rebecca. I see you in the chat asking about that. We have those ready to go whenever we get word that there is a finisher coming.
Maybe a finisher approaching. Got our finisher cam showed on the screen now. And looks like he's picking up someone inbound. Could it be Robert? 139, is that what it is? Timothy Fahey. 52-year-old from Longmont, Colorado. Him and Andy Blatecki were the ones that left Cunningham quite close to each other. That's our camera runner. Here's Timothy finishing strong with his pacer.
And I do think him and Andy were quite close. at our last checkpoint and probably remained kind of close on this downhill. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for them.
We need to ask some of these finishers maybe about Robert. See if anyone has passed someone out on the trail. There very well may be someone in the event organization that has answers on that we don't have here in the studio. We're essentially just working with whatever's information is available from the tracking systems that the race has in place and our camera runner who's on the streets of Silverton.
This is Tim that we got our eyes on here. He's going to be a sub 35-hour finisher here. First Hard Rock. He's got finishes at High Lonesome, Run Rabbit, lots of Colorado races, never Summer 100K. Want to get out there for that one of these years. Bighorn. He's been running ultras for, goodness, going on 11 years now. So way to go, Tim. Crushing it. First Hard Rock finish. Coming in under 35 hours. Yeah, a top 25 today. Not too shabby.
Yeah, is he 22? Yeah, 22nd overall 22nd. Finisher.
22nd overall. And 16th male, I believe. Moving now.
We've had very few finishers so far, relatively very few finishers so far in their 30s.
Ian, thanks for the update on Robert. He pinged at mile 95 about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, nice.
He's well behind Tim and Andy.
Walking it in, maybe?
So, yeah, that might be, sounds like that could be a walk at this point. But luckily for Robert, he's got 13 hours. And
for 5 months.
13 minutes.
Yeah, we've had a lot of finishers so far in at least their 40s. So like it's maybe a bit higher average age than, for example, like Western States a couple weeks ago. Which I love to see.
Again, we got Timothy Fahey from Longmont, Colorado. Somebody's telling us in the chat he's a Longmont legend. I believe it. Look at this.
Or Long Monster?
No, he's from Longmont. Somebody else is
he
from
is Longmont, okay.
Timothy Fahey, 34 hours, 48 minutes.
There it is.
Hard Rock. What a finish.
Screeching to a halt in front of the rock. Not going in for the kiss yet. Kneeling down. He may give a little tribute here, it seems. He has not kissed yet. He had his head down in a kneel, and he delivers a peck sort of to the where the ear maybe would be. Yeah. It could have also been the point of the horn zone.
I think it was the base of the ear.
Yeah, of the ram on the rock.
Yeah.
A tender smooch.
Congrats, Tim. Way to go. Just under 35 hours, crushing it. Looked good all day, every time we saw you. Looks like he's getting some love and some hugs from family at the finish. Well earned. Probably been putting in the lottery for some time. Probably at least since 2016 when he ran Bighorn.
What a feeling to be sitting in that chair in front of that rock after 34, almost 35 hours. What an incredible feeling that must be. Loosen up his shoes. Finally, I'm sure. Probably excited to slip into some flippy floppies.
Okay, so we had a question in the chat. about finish times and like when we usually see the most finishers. What is quite nice about this open split timing website is they do record some nice data over the years. You can look like year by year of finishing from this race. So in, I think I'm looking at like the 2022 finish times, and seems like there's a decent amount of finishers around 8 p.m. tonight to 9 p.m. That's a popular finish time. 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock a.m. on Sunday.
We coming back at 1 a.m. tonight? Should we just keep this bender going?
This-
We have another finisher coming in. This is Andy Blatecki. Yep.
Yeah, nice. Got camera on Andy Blatecki here.
41-year-old from Golden, Colorado.
Way to go, Andy. I know you had some fans in the chat today.
Zooming straight for the rock.
This is his second Hard Rock finish. He finished in 35:10 in 2021. Now he gets to go in this direction.
19-minute PR.
Logging 19-minute PR.
Oh, he shares a hug with.
Oh yes, this is my my Cocodona buddy for 2025.
Here's a new camera angle.
Oh, that's nice.
And he chose to kiss like the A in endurance, which was, I think, maybe new.
Yeah.
In our tenure here for the last 4 hours and 51 minutes.
I think I'd go rogue and like.
Would you kiss like over on like
I think
Lake
I'd kiss,
City?
Like 3 o'clock on the white.
3 o'clock on the west, just like off
Yeah,
to
just
the
like
side.
off. Just be kind of surprise people.
Yeah.
Yes, to Doug in the chat. Starlink is what makes every aid station out there possible. There is absolutely zero cell service or data out on the course. From here in town, we do have some cell service, so we can provide some of those runner cams just using LTE, but everything else has been Starlink. Oh, yes, I forgot about Andy. Andy's had the 2 back surgeries last year. We said so. He had 2 spinal surgeries.
Spine surgery, yeah.
He summited Everest before that. Oh,
my
goodness
gosh.
gracious.
Wonder what was
Congrats,
harder.
Andy.
Wonder what was harder, Hard Rock or Everest?
Or 2 spinal surgeries.
Or 2 spinal surgery.
He looks happy.
He looks pumped. Derek and Andrew were pacing Andy. His wife, daughter, and dog have been watching the live stream. Thanks for the updates there.
What do you think you would eat after Hard Rock?
Milkshake?
Yeah.
Milkshake would be really good.
I think I would order a milkshake, a burger, and sweet potato fries, and end up taking like 1 bite of everything.
Yeah.
And being done. Always happens. All right, let's take a peek at some of our other aid stations out there. So we won't have a cutoff until Cunningham, I believe, in the middle of the night / early morning for our runners. So that'll be the next time we have a cutoff. And then again, we will have the 48-hour cutoff at the finish. So our runners that have made it past Sherman at 4 o'clock are good to go until Cunningham, where they will face a potential cutoff in the future. Hopefully that doesn't happen to any of our runners out there. They're all crushing it, and everybody has less than a 50K to go.
Andy gets a help up out of the chair from his friends.
So it looks like haven't had any super recent updates. Looks like we've got 2 people hanging out at Maggie right now, those being, I think, David Fuller and Brady Burgess still. And then we've got a few of them, thank you, hanging out at Cunningham. Looks like 4 runners in Cunningham right now, where we do have a camera. And those runners, well, actually, some of those might have exited. Actually, yeah, everybody is checked out at Cunningham. Our most recent one was John Anderson. And at Maggie, we've got Andy Hamilton, Yvonne Naughton, Bertrand Lidon. And they all rolled through there in the last 10 minutes. So we're seeing runners in this time frame spending, at minimum, about 10 minutes at Maggie. So this seems to be like a good regroup for these guys.
Next, we'll be expecting Claire, maybe Robert.
Yeah.
We also had behind them Dan Barger. And Shinsuke Isamuro. We saw him go raging through Cunningham maybe a couple of hours ago. Yeah, going on 2.5 hours ago. So those are some of the folks we expect to see soon at the finish.
Yeah, and if you're following along and you've got family and friends out there, feel free to drop their name in the chat. We're happy to do a little highlight of your runner, give them a shout out. Feel free to give us some info on them too, so we can share with the world what they've done, where they're going, what they're up to, what makes them special. Always like to bring runners' stories to more of you guys at home.
The Basel Dragons Running Club, rooting for Claire from France, or at least from somewhere in Europe, staying up late to see her bring this thing in.
Looks like we got Cunningham cameras there. Looks like we had Anatoly Ross from Ontario, 60 years old, I believe, just check out of Pole Creek. And we've had a few people hanging out at Maggie right now. Margaret Gordon from Albuquerque, New Mexico is one of our most recent updates through there. And in Cunningham, we just had
Looks like maybe
Ryan Anderson enter there. So that's a good update because
Ryan Anderson.
Ryan looks like he took a pretty significant break at Maggie.
Yeah.
Probably laying down there for an hour, 40 minutes or so. So this one looks like he's recouped into Cunningham and hopefully feeling a little bit better.
We might have another 1 or 2 runners coming into Cunningham there. Ryan just checked in a minute ago at Cunningham. Wonder if we could have Robert Lalas in or near Cunningham. shout out to Open Split Time, by the way. Mark Ovison created Open Split Time specifically for Hardrock.
Oh.
And
Is that our bud from Rufa?
that's what we use. We use it for Rufa as well. Running up for air. Yeah, he made this timing system a number of years ago specifically for Hardrock. And it's a really good one.
It's a really good timing system. Might be my favorite.
It relies on aid station volunteers, so they are manual entries. It's not like a chip.
But it is it's just
time.
a manual entry in that you have to say runners
But
in.
yeah, it's like, as a runner comes into an aid station, there's a volunteer there to mark their bib number in, and they just press a button. They're marked in, and they're split uploads to the tracker that you see.
Mike, what do you think was your favorite moment that you got to document while you're out on course yesterday?
The Ludo moment definitely stands out. Passing Francois.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that.
Ludo kind of playfully. Well, so at Grand Swamp Pass, which is I think about a half marathon in. I think it's about mile 13 is the top of Grand Swamp Pass, and it's just one of the most beautiful places imaginable. So Francois was leading the race with Ludo, but Francois in front on the climb up to the pass there, and right at the very top, like 10 steps before the actual top of the pass, Ludo sort of playfully jolts out to the side on a little bit of scree and sprints past Francois and like looks back at him and like laughs or made a face or something, and took the lead. And then Ludo then proceeded to take the lead of the race, and he went down the other side of Grand Swamp Pass ahead of Francois. And yeah, that was the moment that Ludo took the lead and went on to win the race in a course record time. So that was a really, really cool moment, and in just such an amazing place at Grand Swamp Pass. That stands out for sure.
Yeah, I heard him talking about it on an interview,
Oh, really?
I think with Chris Worden yesterday, and just emphasizing how like playful and joking it was, and how him and Francois are buds.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a fun moment that you were able to see hiking up to Grand Swamp Pass.
Yeah, that was a really, really fun one. I don't know, Amber, I'm just now seeing your comment, but Ryan Anderson is in the Cunningham aid station. We just, I think, have a kind of a static cam there at the entrance to the aid station now. But we did see him come in. He checked into the aid station 5 minutes ago. That's Ryan Anderson, 33-year-old from Knoxville, Tennessee. The GPS tracker is showing Mr. Isamura quite close to town, which would represent a continuation of his high energy and strong pace that we saw through Cunningham, if that's the case. Dan Barger getting close to town. How's Jamil doing out there?
Yeah, he was in 100th place last time we checked.
That's a nice place to be.
It's a great place. And now he's 89th. Yeah.
He's mopping the floors with the competition out there.
So it looks like, oh, he was a recent, in the last 30 minutes, he checked into Pole Creek. So he's got roughly 20 miles to go. He's doing awesome.
He only
Looks
spent
like he's
2
in
minutes.
good company. There's a ton of them right around that range. There's like 5 of them. Oh, it looks like he's running next to or close to Tara Warren
We're
from
back
Utah.
to a moving camera at Cunningham. Is that Ryan on his way out? Chat might be able to help us with some identification of this runner.
Looks like a double-digit number.
Yeah.
7 something.
Wondering if that's Ryan. Ryan's number 102.
Maybe that wasn't a double-digit number. I guess we can refresh that, actually. Oops.
We do have Ryan out at 5:06, so I think that was him.
Yeah.
If not, I apologize, but Ryan Anderson spent 8 minutes in the Cunningham Gulch Aid Station and is now on his way to Silverton. Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oh, Heather, yay. Heather, you say I'm trying to get Yitka Win over to us for an interview. Yeah, we are just at the gymnasium on the stage. So behind the one basketball hoop up on a stage. And I think there's some stairs on the side that you guys can come up, but we would love to interview Yitka, our 5th place female. I think the women had an extremely dynamic race out there for 4 through 6. So would love to hear her story and a little bit more about her and bring her story to the audience.
We believe we have a finisher approaching town. As we see on the screen right now, somebody coming into Cunningham, moving really well. So we'll try to get IDs on both. We could have Shinsuke Samura entering town for the finish. And that's bib number 9 entering Cunningham. That's Robert Lalis? Robert Lalis, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I like Lalis.
Apologies if that's incorrect. But Robert Lalis looked really good coming into Cunningham. That's a 50-year-old from Seattle. Taking a seat at Cunningham. Got some good crew support, it looks like. He's going to maybe unlace his shoes. Probably take care of his feet a little bit. He's got plenty of time to get this.
Oh, yeah, we got
10 more miles, 9 more miles.
Isamura into Silverton. Okay. Our next finisher is making their way to Silverton. Shinsuke Isomura from Japan. We'll get our footage to you guys whenever we have it, but we'll likely be seeing him as our next finisher rolling into Silverton. And he's looked pretty sprightly all day every time we've seen him come into view.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean. Yes, sir. Would you do me a favor? Would you go outside and tell Dale that the floors are clean off, including the toilets? And now open up the door? Yes, sir. Let them know we're good.
There's a comment in the chat asking about Brian Peterson, who finished 5th place in the men's race. I think 7th overall. Verify that. Yeah, Brian Peterson was 5th in the men's race, 7th overall. He was feeling pretty rough last night at Animas Fork aid station. I think was having trouble maybe with some nutrition and things like that, but he finished strong because I know he was in, I think, right around 10th male, probably 13th or 14th overall at Animas, and he ended up finishing 5th male, 7th overall. Brian lives in Kansas now, but he spent some time in Salt Lake actually for a bit, and I actually met him. We both lived in the San Diego area 10 or 12 years ago, and I think I met Brian Peterson actually doing a Joshua Tree traverse with kind of a big group of folks doing the like 37-mile or so traverse across Joshua Tree National Park. Brian also has a really fast time at Bear 100, and he's won that. He's done well at
Wasatch too.
Wasatch, yeah. Maybe Bighorn too.
Yeah, Brian was a local in Utah for a little bit before moving out to the East Coast to work on some graduate work. We miss him in Utah for sure.
I remember I did a run with him in Mission Trails Regional Park in San Diego. That I explicitly remember just because he was just crushing me on the uphills. And here's somebody striding into Silverton. This is Iso Isamura hitting hitting
he looks
the town.
good.
He looks so good. Look at that.
Such good energy.
Amazing. This is a great spot to pick up the follow cam.
Follow cam.
I think we'll be able to follow him for several minutes here into the finish. Great fade. Look at that haircut. Isa's got a good barber. Fresh race cut. I know. I think he just started.
His hair is flawless.
Yeah, it's great, great hair. He's soaking it all in, running through sort of the campground area here. It's got to be such a good feeling. He left Silverton at 6 a.m. yesterday morning. It's 5:14 p.m. the next day. And here he is,
so
closing
happy.
the loop
Oh.
into Silverton, pumping his fists, and running very smoothly. This makes me happy. We're getting a lot of nice reminders today that people can finish 100-milers strong and happy.
He's been doing the sport for a while, at least over 15 years now. From the Hurt 100 in Hawaii to Ultra Trail Mount Fuji. He's done Hardrock. This is his 4th Hardrock. So his first Hardrock was back in 2012. He ran 35:34. Pretty close. Then in 2014, he ran 34:55. And then in 2022, he ran 33:09. So I'm noticing an interesting trend here. He only likes it in this direction.
Huh.
He's not done the opposite direction yet. So these are all even years, which I'm assuming share this direction.
He's pretty locked in on the clockwise
So,
hard rock.
He's been doing hard rock for 12 years now. This will be his 4th finish in 12 years. Pretty standard finish time in line with everything he's done in the past. So he is not getting any slower as he gets older. So it looks like his first hard rock was when he was 33 years old, and now he's 45 and closing the loop with another 35 and change finish. Really, really happy and grateful.
And this is our, I think I counted at least 7th finisher so far who is not from North America.
Gosh, I feel like all these guys finishing would just drop me right now.
I know. They're moving.
They all look so
Everybody
good.
looks great. You have 1, 2. So yeah, 6th or 7th non-North America finisher. He's crossing the paved road. His left turn on Snowden is coming up, and then just a couple blocks before he'll turn left and face the rock.
There's the paved road. Back on the dirt.
This is great.
He's just locked in.
Because you can tell he's tired. You can tell he's working hard actually too. But he's also just enjoying it so much, every second of it. Got some love for Mission Trails Regional Park in the chat. Holla, holla, holla.
Also, we got an update on our women's 8th through 10th place close race that we're dealing with. I Run Far gave us an update about 30 minutes ago at mile 97. We got Becky Bates moved into 8th place with Amber Weibel only 2 minutes back from her. And it appears that Amber dropped her pacer on the technical descent a little bit.
Let's go, Amber. Stick it to him.
So I'd expect our next, our 10th place female should be, oh goodness, Claire Heslop then. She was 10th place leaving Cunningham Gulch. I'd imagine we'll probably see her 10th place on that descent then as well.
Yeah. There's Iso taking a bow. He's still got maybe a block and a half to the finish, but he has stopped his run and is just celebrating with a walk into the finish.
Honestly, if I could finish every race this way, this is exactly how I would do it.
I think he's just kind of soaking in every last second, savoring this final minute or two of his experience at the 2024 Hardrock 100. Here comes his left turn. He sees the finishing chute. And now he sees the rock. He's got his fists up in the air, just walking it in, savoring these moments.
Welcome back to Silverton. What a great finish. 35-20. Multiple hard rock finisher here.
Takes another bow for the camera. Hands off his poles to the pacer. Oh, okay. We got a bit of a dance, maybe.
I would cramp right up.
That was impressive.
This is Shinsuke Isomura, 45 years old.
He's a pro. This
is his 4th Hard Rock finish, his first one being back in 2012.
So he's already kissed this rock 3 times in his life.
This is his 4th time.
Oh, he did a running, jumping kiss. First of its kind. And now he's cleaning off the rock with his shirt. But he sort of body planted into the rock midair and presumably made lip contact with the stone.
Couldn't have predicted that one.
It could, yeah, didn't see that one coming. A well executed kiss of the rock. And now he enjoys his seat at the finish. Congratulations.
4-time Hard Rock finisher.
Iso.
What a crusher. And with, is his lip bleeding now from his kiss?
I hope it's not. Yep, it is. I believe you're right. His mouth might be bleeding from his flying kiss. Not 100% confirmed, but it does kind of look like it.
Ouch.
We need slow motion.
I don't know if I want slow motion.
Replays maybe next year.
What a guy.
I think he's bleeding. Kevin says that's his traditional finish at Hard Rock.
Does it always end with blood, though? Way to go, Iso, celebrating 4 incredible finishes here at the Hard Rock 100. Did this in 2012 and ran a faster time this year. Had a couple results in between that are in this 34 to 35 hour range, and he just knows how to do it.
Meanwhile, we're still got Robert Layless in the Cunningham aid station, according to the tracker. And we have 3 folks. 3 folks in the Maggie Gulch aid station within just a couple minutes of one another. That's Chad Waymack from Chattanooga, 53-year-old. Brian Costello, also from Chattanooga. And Tim Blair, 47 years old, from North Vancouver, British Columbia. So we have 2 folks, Chad and Brian, both from Chattanooga, who, got to Maggie Gulch within a minute of one another. So perhaps we have some friends sharing some late miles of this race together.
And question in the chat, Brian, are Becky and Amber ahead of Claire Bonworth? What I can tell you is our most recent update was from the iRun Far folks, about a mile 97, and Claire had 32 minutes on Becky there. So she was 32 minutes ahead at mile 97. It did appear that Becky and Amber were moving quite a bit better than Claire when they were at Cunningham Gulch aid station whenever we saw footage of them there. So honestly, nothing will surprise me at this point. But our most recent report does have Claire in 7th and Becky in 8th, but I'm sure anything could change. What's the GPS on that look like?
Let's see what we're looking at. GPS is showing Dan Barger next into town. Claire.
More Claire and...
So we would have Dan, Robert, and Brandon, then Claire, then Nat, Amber, and Claire Heslop is
Yeah, so even
little
our
further
GPS
back.
tracking does have Claire still ahead of Amber
5 minutes ago, Claire was there.
by a little bit.
6
Becky.
minutes ago, Amber was there. So yeah, this GPS is showing Claire 95.6, almost a mile ahead of Amber. That's what the GPS is showing.
Okay. But it's not over till it's over. So we'll see when they hit the road in Silverton, and we'll probably be able to give you guys a little bit more of an update. But I mean, it's been a thrilling women's race today. We had it's like we've had 3 different races going on in some capacity. We had the race for the podium between Courtney, Cami, and Katarina, and then this race for 4th through 6th place, the battle between Tara Dower, Emily Howland, and Yitka Wynn, just changing positions, leapfrogging all day long, and then Claire Bonworth in no woman's land for quite a bit of time now in 7th place, but then 8 through 10 coming through Cunningham within a minute of each other was really exciting this late into a 100-mile race. So I'm sure we'll be seeing racing all the way to the finish line here in Silverton between those 7th through 10th place women. So on the mics here, I'm Leah Yingling. I'm joined with my partner, Mike McMonagle. We will be with you guys for another 30 minutes or so until the 36-hour mark of the race before we hand our duties off to the next crew taking over. Have had a lot of good footage out there today. I'm getting some live feed from Cunningham. That will be the next cutoff, which will be later into the morning that the runners will experience. So any runner that made it past Sherman at 4 o'clock is safe until Cunningham, when we'll start getting nervous all over again. And then hopefully get as many finishers as we can under the 48-hour mark by tomorrow morning.
Who's coming on the feed after us here? Do we know? We'll find out.
Looks like our good friends Chris and AJW will be taking over once
Oh, they're
Mike
bringing
and
it
I,
back. Okay.
Once Mike and I go get a nap.
Oh no, maybe we just keep the bender going. Come back for the after dark.
And thank you all for following along in the chat today. I love getting to know you guys, getting to know your runners, getting to share their stories with the world. And shout out to Mountain Outpost for this incredible feed, just the ability to provide cameras and footage and documentation in the vast corners of this mountain range has been astounding to see, but also impressive to be a part of. And looks like we've got another runner rolling in. That's Dan.
That's Dan. I remember Dan from Cunningham. That wasn't meant to be rhyming or anything like that, but
that is Dan Barger coming.
This is the guy. I mean,
Dial.
I think Gary told us earlier that Dan has done a double Western States in under 48 hours. He's done the Rocky Mountain Slam in recent years. He's done a number of really, really difficult hundreds. I forget Hardrock. I think some Hardrock finishes maybe already to his name.
He's 58 years old from Steamboat Springs. Definitely quite the resume. He's got 161 races on Ultra Sign Up, with his earliest one. Oh, Dan, you are an inspiration. The earliest logged Ultra Sign Up result for Dan is 1983.
I know ultras were invented.
Yeah.
Or discovered. Were ultras invented or discovered?
41 years of ultra racing for Dan Barger here. That's documented. I'm sure he was doing this even before it was documented.
I think maybe it was Gary earlier said that he did his first one when he was 15, which would have been
oh my God,
maybe 2 years prior to that.
Yeah, age 17. I didn't even notice that. I think I want to be Dan's best friend. What an inspiration.
Maybe Dan will want to come talk to us.
That'd be cool.
Have we ever raced Dan? That's always a fun game to play.
So this is Dan's second Hard Rock. Last year in the opposite direction, running 34:28. Following it up this year with something under 35. 30, something in the 35 3x range.
Somebody said Dan does not look 58. Way to go, Dan.
I've raced Dan before.
And that's after running 100 miles, 33,000 feet of vert for 35 and a half hours, and he still doesn't look 58.
Me and Dan have raced each other at the last 2 Western states.
Oh.
Yep. Let's see what else we've raced him at.
Some good head-to-heads.
He's got a lot of Western states to his name, too. 17. No. Maybe.
Apparently he did a double.
Oh, my. 17 Western states finishes. Right? Hopefully none of those were DNFs. Oh, no. 15. 15 Western states finishes. 1 DNF in there, 1 DNS. Dan is an inspiration.
Bib number 4.
Look at this finish. Way to go, Dan. Looks way
We got
too
Candy in the
good.
chat. Candy, do you know Dan? Wouldn't be surprised if Candy and Tim know Dan.
Dan is the man. God, he's just a true veteran. Wonder what he does for like nutrition and stuff. I feel like ultra running's probably evolved quite a bit in his
That's a great question.
41 years. I'd love to hear how he's evolved with it.
Dan, if you want to come on into the studio
Yeah.
right after you finish,
We've
we're
got a
here for
couch.
27 more
You've
minutes
got
or
27 minutes to make it to the couch in here, Dan.
so. Love to pick your brain.
Yes, I like that suggestion in the chat. Dan, don't kiss the rock on the upper rock quadrant. For fear of flying rock kiss debris.
You know, that's a good point somebody said. And yet, smiling like this is his first ultra finish ever. Like, that's the thing. All of these finishes, a lot of these people have finished a lot of things like this. Some of them have finished this very race multiple times.
I can't believe it took him as many years as it did to do a hard, like his first hard rock
This
was
is
last
his first.
year.
Oh, yeah.
So, 2023, all those years of
that.
ultra racing. Oh, look at Dan.
Here he comes, approaching the rock,
Dan Barger,
entering the
everyone.
finish chute,
Dan
lined with flags.
is the man, 58 years old. A true veteran of the sport. I love to see it. Sub 36
See
hours.
if he heeds the warning to not kiss the upper left quadrant.
Let's see
Going
where
in
he
for
plants
his
it.
second hard rock kiss, below the upper left quadrant.
Oh, go Dan. Looks fresh. Got the chair.
He's like, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to sit down.
I'm just going to run it back now.
Yeah, I'm in double hard rock. He's just, yeah, administrative here. Just
Go, Dan.
so many of these people are finishing this race and just look so casual. So many of them also go straight for unlacing the shoes, though. I love that. Like, it seems like a lot of these finishers, top priority as soon as they get that chair is to untie their shoes and give their tootsies a break.
Oh, tootsies. Yeah, it looks like Dan moved up 10 spots in the last 33 miles. He was in 35th position at Burroughs, ended up in 25th. So closed pretty hard.
it is still contained at the finish line. I think there are more rocks in this direction.
We just got a quote from Dan at the finish line, and he said, "I think there's more rocks in this direction." So that's probably accounting for the hour difference in his two finishes here. Is probably all the extra rocks that they have in this direction.
Yeah, that could very well be the case.
Honestly, that feeling sounds really relatable, though.
Mm-hmm.
So who should we expect next in Silverton? Probably our women's
Claire
race.
pretty soon.
Yeah,
we also
Claire.
had
How's our guy Robert doing?
did we have
Is he making
Robert
any
yet?
headway?
I think he is. Claire, Becky. So look at this. GPS. Brandon Worthington?
Oh, and then our guy Nat, our
Seems to be
pumpkin pie guy Nat. Nat Couture was the one who slammed a piece of pumpkin pie at Cunningham. I think that's going to fuel him all the way to hopefully a sub 36-hour finish. That'd be
And
cool.
Robert Panis is getting really close as well. He's just behind Nat according to the GPS, which looks pretty up to date. But Brandon Worthington should be stepping onto the roads of
Okay, so
Silverton.
we should be having 3 runners finishing pretty close to each other, I'd imagine. Nat, Brandon, and Robert probably all within, 15 minutes of each other, maybe.
Yep. Brandon Worthington is our friend from the fictional, I think, town of Longmonster, Colorado. I googled it, nothing came up.
Oh. Really?
I think it's Longmont. With a stir added.
Ooh, we're going back on the road. That must mean only one thing.
On the road again.
Runner incoming.
Does Carl Meltzer still do ultras? I believe so.
How's he doing in this one?
I think he's still into it. Ale Claire, we are getting sleepy. Claire's probably getting pretty sleepy too there, Basil Dragons. Basil Dragons,
Basil.
probably.
Yeah, Switzerland.
Oh yeah, I see the little Swiss flag.
Ooh, camera at Cunningham.
At the tailwind cam.
Tailwind cam at Cunningham. Well, that's too many syllables to say right now. Let's see who we should be anticipating at Cunningham
It'd
soon.
be nice if Hardrock had a tailwind the whole way.
Oh, had a tailwind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like oh, maybe I need to refresh. Let's get some updates. Okay, we've had one Cunningham Gulch check out recently, and that was Robert Layless from Seattle, Washington. But that was about 9 minutes ago. And looks like we've had some very recent, lots of action going on at Maggie. So let me update you guys there from the last 15 minutes. We had Tim Blair, Chad Waymack, Brian Costello, TJ Pitts, Ashley Clinthorne, Serena LA, Nathan Kurtz, and Carter Williams all check out of Maggie. So Maggie's mile 85, about 15 miles to the finish. They'll encounter Cunningham Gulch aid station before cruising uphill and then downhill to the finish. So that's a big group. And I'd say, yeah, these guys are probably in the range of the most popular finish time, seeing how packed up they are up at Maggie. So that's our Maggie update. Let's see what else we've got going on. Pole Creek, recent checkouts there. Hideo Takuma, Todd Salzer, Steven Scobie, and Sean Cuniff and Kelly Barber in the last 20 minutes or so. And that was Pole Creek.
I do one of these numbers. Your boy's got a herniated disc in yonder back.
So he's gone from the sitting live stream commentary position to the standing live stream commentary position, which I don't think has been done before.
Is this a never before
I don't know.
seen method?
I've never seen somebody standing in studio. All right, so in Silverton are the next few finishers we should likely be welcoming are likely Brandon Worthington, Nat Couture, Robert Panis, Claire Bonworth, and then a little duel between Becky Bates and Amber Weibel. So stay tuned for the action. Sure to be a lot. I'm sure this 36-hour time sounds kind of motivating. I think it would be for me. Like sub 36 sounds kind of cool in my mind.
Less than a day and a half.
Yeah, less than a day and a half. I feel like that's something my pacers would be chanting at me to get me to run faster in the latter half of the race.
No sign of Yitka.
Yeah.
For a potential studio conversation.
I think Hardrock is the type of race where I would need like a tough love type of pacer. I think it'd be very easy to start feeling pretty down and out and weak at a lot of points.
Dude, I don't know what I would need.
Me.
I don't even know.
Yay, we got
Here we go. We got finisher cam.
Finisher cam
on our friend. Is this Brandon?
This is Brandon. I'm pretty sure this is Brandon. Where's that? Yeah,
it's gonna be Brandon Worthington. Don't see. There it is.
Oh, that's Nathan. That's Nat.
This is Nat.
That's Nat Couture. He's our pumpkin pie guy. Let's go, Nat. He slammed a piece of pumpkin pie at Cunningham Gulch, rallying to the finish.
That's right.
Looking good. Oh, Nat's no stranger to Hardrock. He's a second-time finisher. He's about to get a big PR, guys. About an hour, probably about a 75-minute PR. He finished in 37:03 in 2022. Crushing it.
44-year-old from Canada, from New Brunswick. Finishing Hardrock in under a day and a half.
He's got lots of the East Coast special 100-milers to his name. Eastern States 100, Grindstone, Vermont 100. Love to see it. A couple Vermont 100s. Several. Way to
Probably
go,
relatively
Nat.
close to home for him.
Yeah. Let's go, Nat. Representing Canada. I do love a good, strong Canadian contingent. Nat's representing that in this strong finish here in his second Hardrock 100. And a big PR of probably about 75 minutes when it's all said and done. Maybe a little less.
That was the left on Snowden. So a few blocks here. The famous left on 12th.
The world-renowned left on Snowden, left on 12th.
That's what they all say.
Oh, he's
It's
striding out now.
The coveted navigation of Silverton.
Oh, looks like he's got some, I'm assuming, sons running him in. What a dream.
Again,
Like-
running very smooth.
Yeah.
I would never guess that this person running through the streets of Silverton
How cool is it to
is 100
finish
miles in.
finish with your kids too, to have your kids watching you do this crazy thing?
It's amazing. That's my dream.
It really is.
That's my dream in life. Nat's
Aw.
living the dream.
Nat, everybody in the chat is so proud of you, especially your Canadian family. Everybody's
Living
giving
the
you big
dream, my
cheers.
guy. There's the rock. He made the turn.
This is Nat Couture from Canada, fueled by pumpkin pie and some good
We
family pacing.
There we are,
here.
back on the finish cab. He's beelining for the rock.
He's got his proteges with him. I like that.
Seemed like a very thoughtful kiss
The next
right on the
generation.
snout of the Hardrock Ram.
Even he's repping an Eastern States shirt.
Oh yeah.
Nice. This is Nat Couture, 35:47, Hardrock 100 finisher, second time closing the loop from Canada, representing all
Oh,
of
and then
Canada.
another finisher right behind
we got?
him.
This is this is Brandon.
That looks like Brandon.
Yeah, that's Brandon.
Perfect.
Brandon Worthington from Colorado, 39 years old.
39-year-old also getting it done in less than a day and a half.
Ugh, I told you it's motivating.
A good
Welcome
kiss
back
on
to
the center of
Silverton.
The rock.
Brandon-
Dons his finisher medal.
Brandon Worthington. This is his second Hard Rock. 2023, he finished 33:59:39, right under the 34-hour mark.
So he's gone both directions
Gone
now.
both directions. Oh, he's a Cocodona 250 finisher, Tahoe 200,
Nothing he can
Moab
do.
240,
Good Lord.
Bigfoot 200. He was the fourth place finisher of the Triple Crown in 2021.
Yeah, he's
He's been around the
knows what
block
he's
a time
doing.
or two. Been doing ultras for going on 14 years. Way to go, Brandon. I bet you they had a little battle there.
Yeah,
I think they
yeah.
were together in the aid up at Cunningham for a little time. That's always fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, they left Cunningham 2 minutes apart from each other, with Nat leaving just after Brandon. So Nat gapped him just a little bit on that final stretch. It's Brandon Worthington. Oh, that looks like happy family.
all right.
Oh,
Should see
I would
a
expect.
women's race developing here, right?
Yep.
Any minute.
Yeah, so I'd imagine
Claire, Becky,
we should be
Amber.
seeing our ladies soon. So those ladies include Claire Bonworth, Amber Weibel, Becky Bates, in no particular order. Last we had an update. Claire was in 7th, Becky in 8th, Amber in 9th. imagining that'll stay relatively consistent, but we'll be able to confirm that once we get cameras on them once they get
If the
a little closer
GPS
to town.
is accurate, I think Claire should be in town right now. So we might be seeing Claire Banworth
And then
very, very soon.
our Bossel Dragons Running Club, you guys will be able to go to bed then once you get to see
That's right.
Claire's finish here.
So we've got eyes on the finishing chute right now on your screen, while our finisher follow cam runner is probably making his way back through the streets to find our next inbound finisher. Just had eyes on Dan Barger heading into the showers there.
Must have heard that we've got 7 minutes left of our duty. Hope he can take a quick shower and
I hope
plop
so,
on over
yeah.
on this couch in 7 minutes. Otherwise, Chris and AJW get to do the honors. I'll just sit as a fangirl next to him on the couch.
Next. Let me check the GPS real quick, see if there's any more pings from Claire or Amber. Oh, we also have Robert should be in
Yay,
town.
Robert's making his way downtown.
Making his way into town. Yeah, Robert should be in town. Claire, realistically should be entering town. Amber would only be a few minutes maybe behind Claire Banworth is if our GPS pings are pretty accurate. Things are heating up.
And cooling down. Yeah, they've had a pretty relatively reasonable weather day out there today too. Overcast.
Yeah, it was hot this morning and then kind of similar yesterday. Like hot this morning and then sort of some cloud cover came in and a little breeze. I bet it was really windy, maybe up high on some of the passes.
Hey guys.
You in? Hey.
Well, easing my way over towards the chair. First of all, you guys did an amazing job for this being your first time here, kind of anchoring the coverage.
Watch
Bits and pieces, yeah.
Bits, maybe a bit. And
No, you guys are fantastic. Your knowledge and your enthusiasm really shine through, and frankly, it warms my heart. Number one, and number two, and it gives me the idea that I can sleep in a little bit more.
Yeah.
How much of your past 35 hours and 55 minutes have been
Holding a microphone.
I would say well above 20,
like
25 maybe.
Either speaking or listening or watching or consuming.
Oh, I mean, I would say outside of about, in terms of including like listening, speaking, and everything. The only time I didn't was because even when I took my son to the water park in Ouray, I was still watching.
Oh my gosh.
Like you can't get away from it. But you guys know the drill.
Of
You're fans yourselves as well as athletes and people who cover the sport. You know, once the race starts, you don't want to tune out until like every last shred of interest is gone, and that typically doesn't happen until the clock strikes midnight.
I know. This is just like the stories we've been able to get invested in from top to bottom, from our cutoff pushers to our Dan Barger, who's right over there taking a shower right now, crushing it at 58 years old, 150 plus race results, doing it since what, 1983?
Yeah, Dan's a legend. Very early, I guess, Grand Slammer. But yeah, I mean, you know, the two of you have spent many hours covering events, covering runs and races, but your focal point has typically been the front of the pack. And I was wondering, you know, what it was like for the two of you to really kind of get to know people along the way. You kind of sit in my shoes for a little bit, where you get to know people that you had no clue existed maybe 12 hours prior.
I mean, I've learned a lot of tips and tricks, like pumpkin pie.
We back of the Packers do it different. Let's see, Bon. I'll tell you about that.
That is my new thing. But no, it's been amazing getting to meet people through the chat, learn their stories, get to share those stories with everybody following along. Hard Rock is special. Honestly, sitting in this chair is a bit nicer than being out in the field, if I'm being completely honest.
But
I love the field correspondence.
You're the best at it. I'm glad to hear you love it, because you are the best at it. So, you know, the fact that this kind of endeavor with 48 hours of run coverage forces us to kind of step outside of our box and do things that we wouldn't normally do. So, you know, it's a learning experience for all of us. I still, whenever anybody asks, I truly believe we're still in the infancy of run coverage and race coverage when it comes to ultras and trail apps, for sure.
Who'd we got?
We must be.
We got a finisher.
We've got a finisher cam on the streets. Ends in 47. Is it 147?
Yes, this is Shigeru Furuta from Japan.
Another Japanese runner. Also finishing very strong, as we've seen from most of our finishers for the past few hours. He's leaning into this, almost leaning forwards into his stride towards the finish line. But still a smooth, bouncy stride. And I think he just injected some speed into it even. I think he just lengthened his stride. Imagine the experience this person has had for the last 35 hours and 59 minutes.
Third Hard Rock finish for him. Last one completed was back in 2015, so it's been some time.
Is he I wonder if this is a sprint to get under a day and a half.
Oh, probably.
I think it is. He's looking at his watch, so.
Yeah.
They always know at this point.
Yeah, he's got it.
Here's his left. Okay, this is his left on 12th. He's in less than a minute, and he's facing the chute right now.
Life,
he's got 50 seconds to kiss that rock for under 36-hour finish.
You know what they say, life in a day and a half.
That's right, and this is full stride. Beeline and straight for the rock. Ooh, that was an impact kiss.
That was he had intent right there.
I think I saw some reverb on a little bit of recoil on his head after he made lip contact, but dead center kiss on the ram, which like maybe the first bullseye kiss we've seen.
Ram's eye.
Ram's eye, yeah.
Oh, so
we've had one we think bloody lip from a hard kiss just an hour or two ago.
Another finisher? Let's call this one in. Oh yes, Becky.
It's Becky.
Becky Bates.
Oh my gosh.
62 years old. Freaking incredible.
Becky Bates from British Columbia, sprinting into the finish chute.
God. Absolutely amazing.
Right at 36 hours.
Her first time in this direction. So 2023, 36:15, 2017, 32:46. Just over 36 hours.
Big celebration. Fist in the air.
Dude, I think we need Becky Bates, Dan Barger on the couch. You guys can interview them. We'll just be fangirling from across the room.
my co-host has connections, so he can get anybody.
He's a pretty big sleeper.
So Becky moved into 7th place.
That's our seventh.
Yeah, she passed Claire.
Seventh finisher in the women's race.
That is so cool. Last year she was also 7th place, so pretty consistent, Becky.
Becky was running in about 11th place in the women's race for most of the run,
cool.
the second half of her run. So she really must have pressed in the last 20 or so miles.
Definitely.
And we're still waiting for Claire Banworth, who presumably has maybe been struggling since Cunningham. But either way, we expect her very soon. Yeah, we can start to transition.
What do you want to do, Jordan?
Okay.
All right, you guys. Well, it's been fun. Thanks for letting us sit around and talk running to you for the last 6 hours. Hope to be doing a little bit more of this soon, and hope you guys can put up with some of Mike's bad puns some other time.
You're pretty impressive, to be honest.
Did you hear any
And
puns?
I'm kind of loving your setup here. I might actually give that a shot because sometimes
I said
you get
I've never seen anybody stand.
Now they can see it. Now the people can see
the standing broadcast is definitely something I'm going to try over the next few hours.
Henrietta is my herniated disc, and she was getting upset. So
You're amazing, Mike. You really are.
it's not bad. It's not a bad disc.
Well, we will hand it off to our lovely commentators, AJW and Chris Warden. Thanks again for having us, guys.
This went by really fast.
Yeah.
Thanks for everybody for the engagement. Thanks for following along. Thanks to all the Hard Rock runners.
Bye, guys.
This is Robert Pennis, bib number 188. Robert notably actually became wayward earlier on. I guess he was hanging with Paul Terranova when things went sideways, but made his way back onto the course and finally to the streets of Silverton. Congratulations, Robert. Just over 36 hours. Kiss that rock, getting it done. Recognized by run director Dale Garland. And it's nice to see that Brian Powell gave up that chair that he was sitting in at the finish line, intended for runners.
Slacker. The boy lives right across the street. He can sleep in between runners if he wants.
Thanks for those of you who have been joining in. We have reached the 3/4 mark of the 2024 Hard Rock Adventure Run. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Huge thank you to Mike McMonigal and Leah Yingling, just all-stars on our live stream team, running up and down mountains, field reporting, doing a stint here in the studio, all around great people in the sport, perhaps the dynamic duo in ultra running. So thank you so much to Mike and Leah, and we will see you at the next live stream, and certainly at Cocodona 2025.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
talk more
right.
about that later.
Of course, this is runner number 147 here. It finished just ahead of Brian Shigiri. Congratulations to him on
Shigiri Furuta, there we go.
Yeah.
So he's in the house.
So we've got a full 12 hours to go for the runners that are still out on the course. Some very notable names about in that collection of people. We'll talk about who they are and hopefully follow as many of them in as we can. And we've got a bit of a loose plan here. Of course, we're scheduled for the next couple hours at the very least, and And it sounds like I looked at the roster, AJW, and you and I are it.
I think we're it at this point. I want to say this is a really fun time. These next several hours. So we're coming to you at 6:05 Mountain Daylight Time on Saturday. We're 36 hours into the race, and I'd like to call out 22-time finisher Blake Wood for this. As he was getting later in his career, he developed kind of a strategy which I termed the sort of Blake pace, which was to try to finish the Hard Rock before sunset, before darkness the second day. And that's around 39 and a half hours. And so we're at 36:06 right now. Runners that are arriving in Cunningham or may get to Cunningham in the next 15 minutes or so have a shot at making it back down here to Silverton before full darkness. And as you know, that the last sort of mile of the trail coming into Silverton, and then of course coming by the ski area. So one of the little, I think we'll at least stay on until the Blake the Blake pace period ends, which will be right around 39 hours and change. And we'll see. We would love to hear from you. Chris will monitor the chat. We'd love to hear from you, especially if you are tracking a runner who is somewhere between the top of Green Mountain and the finish. So somewhere in that 36 to 40 hour finishers rate, and how they're doing, where they're from, what they're up to. This is really the heart of the mid pack at this point, trying to get in under 39, under 40 hours.
And we're also going to see if we can drag some people, maybe some finishers, some other people who had a lot of experiences on the course, bring them into our couch and tell us about their experiences out there. I think that I saw a handful of them out there. Maybe we can grab some finishers if they feel up to it. Obviously, we want to make sure they're feeling well enough to have a conversation with us. But AJW, as you look down at the finish line area, how long ago or how has it changed? I mean, you've got the bounce houses, you got the beer garden out there. Is that a little bit different than the first time you towed the line in 2009?
Yeah, I've had, I think there's sort of two waves of my experience as a runner. I ran it in 2009 and 2016. I've been coming to the race, every year pretty much. Oh, hang on, Claire Van Warth. We'll put a pin in that. Here is Claire. And Claire's been on I suspect she's kind of walked just about every step from Cunningham. She left Cunningham at 1:30 this afternoon. It's now 6:08, so we're talking about 4.5 hour section to do 9+ miles. But she's here.
This, I think, speaks to the brutality of this run. I mean, Claire is no stranger to winning this type of event. Has won Tahoe 200, won Kodiak, top 15 finish at UTMB recently, Trans Gran Canaria top 10s. She is at the top of the sport. And this has been a brutal last 18 hours or so for her.
Yeah, and that's sometimes Hard Rock dishes that out to you. And as we often say, sometimes the day you get is not the day you want, but it's the day you get. And Claire's chatting with our camera person.
They're just about 2 blocks out, give or take. I believe they're going to take a left off of 14th Street.
Thank you in the chat. Her husband is pacing her.
Quentin has to be incredibly proud of her.
Some requests for Dakota Jones.
If we can find him, we'll bring him in.
Yeah.
Yep, turning off 14th Street, going to head 2 blocks down to 12th and a sharp left-hand turn into the finisher chute for Claire, and her day will be complete, or her day and a half, rather. There's still a pretty healthy crowd out there at the finish line. You'll see that as soon as Claire crosses into the finisher chute. One of the cool things about this race, and I'm sure it harkens back to its roots, is that while there are people here in the gym, whether helping with medical, with the finish line aid, every few minutes you'll hear somebody run into the doorway and yell, "Runner!" And people will come out for, drop what they're doing, grab a cowbell, or just simply get ready to applaud the efforts of the next athlete coming in. That's really what Hardrock is all about. It has become big in stature and in profile, but not necessarily big in other ways. Obviously, the participant number is extremely limited, and there is a huge family feel about this event.
Couple thoughts in the chat. Does Dakota still go by Young Money? If we say so, he does. I still call him Young Money. Claire, lots of energy for Claire to come in on the couch. Apparently, we have an inside track here on the chat. So if that inside track could let Claire know, we'd love to chat with her at some point.
For sure.
Obviously, we want to let her have her time and let her, savor her finish in any way that she wishes. But if she'd love to come on up here and chat with us, we would love to hear from Claire and about how her day and a half has gone here in the San Juans.
Of course, Claire actually marking back-to-back top 10 finishes with the end of this event. Finishing in 8th place this year in the women's run and 5th place last year. A true hard rocker with 2 top 10 finishes in consecutive years.
Coming Claire just in after Becky Bates. Oh, that's who you're talking about.
Yeah, Claire. Yeah. Claire and Becky both, I guess.
Claire and Becky both.
Top 10s.
Top 10s of true hard rockers.
Yep.
We're just trying to get back into rhythm here. This is an early edition of Hard Rock After Dark. We've got Jordan, our producer. That's it. It's Chris and me and Jordan. So if you followed along at Cocodona, you know how that goes. This is fun times. Sunday fun day. A couple hours early for the Hard Rock live stream, and here comes Claire and her husband into the finish.
Great moment here.
Coming over from Cunningham in about 4.5 hours.
Quentin tailing off to give her this magical moment.
There we go.
As you can see, still several dozen people at the finish line area to see all of these runners come in.
Goes for the E in endurance for the kiss.
We should chart this.
It would be good to chart it, do a little scattergram. There's Dale. Thankfully, Brian has vacated the chair for Claire.
I wonder if that was a sign that I'm a true hard rocker and I'm done with it. Kind of just putting it out there. We'll see if we can confirm that here a little bit later. As you can see, Dale taking care of her. You've got Howie Stern and Brian Powell on the right as well, doing their part to document this incredible journey as a part of this amazing event.
Howie, a 10-time finisher. Brian, a 4-time finisher. If you look over the shoulder, look over the corner of the gym, right there is Brian and Megan's house. They literally live in spitting range of the finish line of Hard Rock.
Putting range.
Putting range.
Or in Brian's case, maybe casting range.
Indeed.
Of course, Brian is an avid fisherman.
Yes, indeed. He's fishing is first now. Running is just an excuse to go fishing.
Yeah, I would assume that when he is exploring and hanging out in the San Juans, he's almost always got a fly reel with him.
He does.
Folks, we are here just at about 15 minutes after the 36-hour mark here at the Hardrock 100, presented by Sunto on Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins. I want to point out, too, that we have gone through our cutoff at Sherman, which is mile 72.7. That expired at 4 p.m., and there we'll get a count on the number of runners that are in between Sherman and Cunningham. Cunningham is the last cutoff on the course. It's at 2 a.m. So they give runners 4 hours, which is tight. They give runners 4 hours to get from Cunningham to the finish line. So runners that are en route from Sherman to Cunningham, they have to run 20 miles between Saturday at 4 p.m. and Sunday at 2 a.m. through the night. The second night people are going to start needing to move. Basically averaging 2 miles an hour.
Gonna make sure and see how long we've got till our next finishers here heading into Silverton, because I have a piece of video that was delivered to us, and okay, so we should be expecting Amber Weibel here fairly quickly, another women's top 10 runner at this point. And my pre-run pick, Billy Grimes, to follow and cheer for. Of course, most likely being paced by his partner, Amanda, a finisher herself. After those, we'll probably have a little bit of a gap in the action, at which point we are going to share a video, a short one, just a few minutes, called Hardrock Chronicles. There's a competitor out there that has been filming and collecting video, and it has been turned around and shared and produced, and I watched it a little bit ago and it almost brought tears to my eyes. It encapsulates so much of what makes this run special. And also, for those just tuning in, AJW and I are expected to have a bit of an abbreviated shift tonight. Abbreviated for us. We were originally supposed to be on for just a couple hours. We made the decision that we were going to go as long as we needed to in order to catch the runners that make it in before their second sunset.
As long as Jordan's okay with that, because, he's our guy.
Well, here's the thing. If our boss doesn't want us to do it, he can come here to our faces and tell us. And as far as I could tell, he's somewhere on his way to Maggie Gulch. So I don't think he's going to be coming by anytime soon.
I wanted to also mention Billy Grimes. We're gonna see his finish. I know you chatted with him. I went out on my little break. I did not get up to too many shenanigans because I went out for a nice 12-mile run. I went up the course. Here we are back at Cunningham, but I went back up the course to cheer in some runners. Made it all the way to the intersection of the single track and the gravel road on the descent down off of Little Giant. And I encountered 10-time finisher Billy Simpson, a legend in the sport. He was driving up in his pickup truck on a road that really couldn't handle his pickup truck. But I was like, "Are you going up to see Billy and Carl?" And he was like, "Oh, yeah, and there's a ton of people up there." So Billy Simpson, bless your heart, he is Memphis, Tennessee's finest. Took his truck up the road and probably parked at about 12,000 feet or 11,500 feet to cheer in some of his pals that he's known for years and years and years as part of the Hardrock family.
Carl Meltzer, 5-time outright champion of Hardrock, is on his way down from Little Giant as well. Somebody we will definitely be capturing their finish for here this evening. Coming from Little Giant Basin, probably going to be still a couple hours. I mean, you're talking, he will be one of those runners pushing that second sunset.
Yeah, I mean, Cheryl told me, Carl's wife and crew told me that he was thinking at as early as Telluride 32 to 35 hours. Obviously, that's out the window right now. I suspect at this point, knowing Carl, he's like, okay, let's get this thing done before it gets dark again. And if he's up and over Little Giant, that's kind of in the bag. Maybe 38 and change is probably where we'll see Carl, probably where we'll see Billy, Grimes, and in fact, probably, as I was mentioning, probably a good number of what we might call the sort of heart of the middle of the pack. We're at, in terms of finishers, we are at, let me get this for you here, 30 finishers. Our most recent finisher, Claire Banworth was our most recent finisher, 31st finisher, 8th female. We expect Amber Weibel shortly, and Claire Heslop, who will likely close out the top 10. On the women, that would be 33 finishers. and after that we would expect Billy Grimes shortly thereafter.
This view right here is from Cunningham Gulch, I believe. Keeping an eye on runners from this point on. Of course, as the run goes on, the expectations for time from Cunningham Gulch get ever so elongated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe, this afternoon, those runners that were heading up and over Cunningham Gulch and down Little Giant into the basin might be expected to take 3 hours. And I think that, yeah, like you said, at this point, those runners that still have to head up that 2,500-foot climb, that imposing basically wall in front of them in under 2 miles, it's going to take them 4.5, maybe even 5 hours to come in, but they're still well safe under any potential threat of cutoff. Of course, they've still got 11.5 hours, more than 11.5 hours until the end of the Hardrock time frame.
We do, Chris, we do have 127 runners of the 146 starters still in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that means 19 runners have been eliminated from contention, either voluntarily or as a result of missing cutoffs. 101 men, 26 women en route to Silverton. Our final runner right now is Eric McGee. He has cleared. I want to make sure he has cleared.
Eric had been chasing things since
Sherman,
last night as well.
We're not showing unless his tracker. I'm sorry, folks.
Eric had departed Ouray with minutes to spare last night, I remember.
Yeah, so we have 2 runners that are showing blank in Sherman. So we don't know about them. That's Eric McGee and Dana Minari, who we tracked last night as well. We may get a ping on them. We may not. In the event that they have not made the cutoff, our last runner is John Halston, one of our 67-year-olds from Helena, Montana, who did indeed clear Sherman at 3:55 p.m. The cutoff there is 4 p.m.
Halston definitely knows how to get it done here as a 6-time finisher, going for lucky number 7. This right here, our next women finisher, Amber Weibel, bib number 225. Amber inside of the top 10 here at Hardrock in the women's run. Amber Weibel from South Lake Tahoe, California.
Amber Weibel, the follow cam is with her.
Looks like Amber's qualifier was the Swiss Alps 100, a World Trail
Major. I think we're going to assume for the time being that Dana Minari and Eric McGee did miss the time cut at Sherman, with Halston as our last finisher, as our last person on the course. John Halston, runner 125.
Amber's ultra sign-up has a lot of love for Broken Arrow, with it being in her backyard. Does the Iron Crown or Iron Face and the Sky Race itself, one of the distances there each year, seemingly. So growing up, she rode horses and always wanted to do the Tevis Cup. Turns out horses are really expensive. So apparently, rather than horseshoes, she is doing trail runners instead, which I would say, I agree, is quite more affordable. Had some great results at events like Hilo.
All right, she's doing a nice job here. Just a note from our friend Andre for the future. Andre Lee is one of our good friends from back in the valley and is keeping us on our toes here in the studio. If you don't know Andre, just ultra sign up him. He's got over 240, at last count, 240 results on Ultra Sign Up, I want to say.
Something like that. And specifically for Aravaipa running, he is one of 2 people with more finishes at Aravaipa events than me.
Than you, yeah.
There's the 100 Club that there are 5 members, and I believe that I am currently number 3, as long as I keep my butt on the trails.
So Andre's going to keep us straight with some data. He was providing some information about Michael Henson, bib number 156. We'll talk about Michael in a moment. Let's just see where he is. And we did get a holler from our run director, Dale Garland, which means somebody is on the way in, probably.
This is Amber right here.
Amber right here.
Let's get back to the finish.
There's Michael Henson of Austin, Texas. And he cleared Cunningham at 4:46 p.m. Oh, sorry, hasn't cleared. Cleared Maggie at 4:46 p.m.
Here we
in
go.
his inward. Here's Amber's finish.
With flanked by the kids and the rest of the family. They're all just headed into the chute here. You know, as far as you're concerned as a runner, you can do it however you like. And this is, you have completed Hardrock, Amber. Congratulations in 9th place.
She went with the top left corner, kept clear of the logo. Probably smart.
You know, Dale being the only run director this event has ever known, you know, he's so, you can tell he lives this event. He's having the time of his life out there. You know, as a run director for one of the most complicated logistically events in the world, you know, as Amber takes a seat on her throne.
You know, I think, Chris, I'm glad you say that. I think with certain institutions, and I use that word in all. There's Amber with their kids. Great photo. What a happy finisher she is. But with certain institutions, whether they be businesses, churches, synagogues, temples, schools, events like this, you know, they do develop a culture. They do develop a sense of who they are that often, done right, you know, transcends any one individual or any one ideal or any one mission or value or so forth. I have to say, in the case of Hardrock 100, and I've known Dale Garland now for 15 years, the event does personify Dale, and Dale personifies the event. And he does it in his inimitable style. He greets every finisher as we just saw him do, and it's just lovely to see. This is undoubtedly every year the best 48 hours in Dale Garland's life, and we are blessed to have him in our midst.
I agree. I have really only recently, over the last year or so, gotten to know Dale, and I feel blessed for that fact. Dale reached out to me last winter to set up a Hardrock informational session and tour. He did stops around the Southwest, I believe, and one of those stops was in our own backyard in Phoenix at a local institution there. And he held court for dozens of runners, fans, people who have volunteered on the course who have had no desire to ever run qualifiers, let alone Hardrock itself. That's the kind of magic that this event entails, and Dale is totally representative of that feeling. He makes you really become so invested in this run because he is invested in it, and it is part of what I'm sure he wakes up and looks forward to dealing with and being involved with every day.
And crossing
the
bridge and heading in towards the finish. Chris, who do we have?
This is Billy Grimes on the left, Amanda Grimes on the right. Amanda is a 4-time Hard Rock finisher, pacing her husband, Billy, who is going for finish number 1. It's going to take him a few years likely to try and catch up for the family lead, but I don't think he cares right now.
Billy and Amanda Grimes.
We had them on the couch here prior to the run this weekend. They are locals here to Silverton, so Billy literally going out for a loop in the backyard. Amanda works at a local institution here. She reached out to me when she heard about some housing issues that I had for my trip up here through the Silverton community, and was doing her best to help me out, even though we had never met. But that extends to you some awareness of what the people here are like. They're super welcoming, super inviting. And then I just happened to randomly walk into her place of work, and she introduced herself and said, that she was super stoked to be helping her husband get ready for this run. He has now completed it. They moved here from Steamboat Springs. They seem to have an affinity for the mountain.
Yes, indeed. And as we've just been talking about Dale, Dale does greet every single finisher with open arms and a big old smile. I have a feeling he's going to have a little bit more wide open arms and a little bit bigger smile as Billy and Amanda make that final turn down to the finish.
Yeah, they've been involved in this race, in this run for many years now.
And they will continue to be involved in this run for many years now.
Absolutely. I know that Amanda was really looking forward to taking the weekend off work to be able to provide wisdom and guidance to her husband in order for him to help complete this run, this journey that he's undergone.
And you can see the joy in Amanda's face, as a 4-time finisher herself, as a kind of a legend here in Silverton. And there
we go.
That's
You
so
love to see
awesome.
it.
That's so awesome. They've made the second to last turn now. Great job on the runner cam.
Billy does look pretty darn good.
He's
for being
moving very
36
well.
hours in.
No, not favoring either side. Still a little bit of a spring in his step.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of ultra lean out there so far. From
No,
the
I don't recall seeing a leaner yet.
No.
Again, perhaps the wisdom, experience, patience, wherewithal.
Again, we talk about Billy being a rookie hard rocker here, but we can't stress enough that nobody gets into this run by accident.
Did you see Amanda just peeled off?
Nice.
Nope. She didn't. Getting the family dog. Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
So the handoff to the dog. That was nice. For a second there, I thought she was peeling off to give him his moment, but it's a little bit early for that. It's to get the dog.
And we just heard the
there's Dale Garland. The shout of runner. Every time that happens, one of these times maybe we'll get a shot of the gym. Every time Dale comes in and yells runner, the volunteers just flood out the door, gather here. Billy Grimes.
Dead center up top of the strike zone.
Powell getting a little closer to his fellow Silverton native.
Yeah, they're neighbors.
First high five, they're neighbors. Howie also a Silverton resident. And Dale.
So now he can join them for coffee at the Coffee Bear at Elevated, and also show up and be one of them as far as being a hard rock finisher.
I'm actually glad we don't have the audio. This is their moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get that. Like, a lot of people were wondering, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, we have
a DJ in the back. Yeah.
I was listening to some.
But I also think that like a moment like that, it belongs to the two of them.
Absolutely. Folks, if you want to know more about Billy and his preparation for this journey, we do have a video that we recorded interviewing him and his wife, Amanda, on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Friends, family, there is wife, Amanda. I didn't catch their dog's name this week. I probably am being incredibly irresponsible as a journalist that I didn't catch the dog's name.
Billy and Amanda Grimes. Amanda now has a 3 race lead over Billy rather than a 4 race lead. He's closing the gap.
I did find out from talking to them that they, as a couple, will never both participate in this run in the same year. They feel that it is too important for, if one of them gets in, I would assume. Well, actually, that's a good question. So, does Amanda, if they both got in next year, does Amanda allow Billy to attempt to become a true hard rocker, or is it Amanda's turn?
I think that's between them. That's between them. I do know that Megan Hicks and Brian Powell also have similar conversations. At times, they have both gotten into the race. They too, especially due to their responsibilities with covering the race for I Run Far and being such stalwarts in the Silverton community, they will never both run it during the same year as well. But there's Amanda. There's the dog. If anybody in the chat knows Amanda and Billy's dog's name, we'd love to have it so we could give her a shout out as well.
Taj,
there we go. There it is.
So
Taj the dog.
Ellen Sylvan, no stranger to this race, a finisher of Hardrock, comes up to volunteer often. I actually met her for the first time at Ouray, a stout runner in her own right, and giving us the intel that we might not have as a passionate supporter of this event. So thank you, Ellen, for everything that you have shared with us. Thank you, Chris, as well. For giving us the name as well. So Taj hanging out with Billy and Amanda at the finish line as
Billy Grimes has been around this race for a long time. His wife's a 4-time finisher, and now he has 1 lap in the books. And I don't know, folks in the chat, I know you talked to them before the race, but who knows? Maybe they might want to come and visit us on the couch.
They're always welcome, and if they want to talk about have the before and have the after, the couch.
We're here for it. We're here for it.
I know folks have been asking about certain other runners here, and the runners that complete this run, they know this event. They know that they've always got an open invite. It's a bit trickier than certain other events where maybe the winners finish in 13, 15 hours. This is an ordeal. This is an odyssey for these participants. So we want to give them as much space as they'd like. I know, for instance, people asked, hey, are you going to interview Courtney after the race? Well, Courtney knows where to find us.
Yeah.
Although I know where Courtney's at right now. She's actually doing another media obligation. So, if she wants to swing by and maybe step into the gym for a few minutes while appreciating other runners and their efforts, she's more than welcome to.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
Absolutely. Hey, Jordan, let me check to see if we've got a potential break in the action here. Okay, we do. Okay, so we're going to go.
Next up would be Claire Heslop.
So that's going to be probably at least 10 minutes out.
Okay.
We have a piece called, it's a Hard Rock Chronicle. What? Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to actually go to an ad break here really quick. We'll join you on the flip side here at the Hard Rock 2024 presented by Sunto and Mountain Outpost.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with the feed.
Shop today to get your free tour bottle. Visit thefeed.com.
The mountains. It's where you feel most alive. They're your playground and your battleground. But the mountains won't go easy on you. They demand everything you've got. So whether you want to be your best or the best, train above the rest.
How many miles is that? 5. 5. Take it easy. We're gonna pick up some food. Please.
Folks, we're going to be following Claire Heaslop's finish here in just a few minutes, but in the interim, we do have this piece we'd like to share. This is a Hard Rock Chronicle presented by our very own Jamil Curry.
All right, we're here. We just started Hard Rock 2024. Walking out of town near the back. What's your name?
Debbie.
Debbie, where are you from?
I'm from Seattle.
How many Hard Rocks have you done?
This will be my 3rd finish.
Awesome.
4 Hard Rocks.
Good job. Good job.
We're about 4 miles in here, heading up into Putnam Basin. This is the Bear Creek Trail climb. Got a nice pack here, going through this bouldery section.
I'm Chris Twiggs. This is my 17th Hard Rock start. I have 16 Hard Rock finishes, and so far I like this pace. Nice and easy. The sun has come up. It is absolutely beautiful. No place I'd rather be in the world than on the Hard Rock course right now.
Sam Yamamoto from Alberta, Canada. I've been running for 9 years. Golly, time flies. And I got in with 8 tickets. I feel very lucky. I've been very fortunate and very lucky on my journey, and feel very lucky to be here.
All right, just passed over the summit of the Putnam climb. So we got the first climb down. Feeling great so far. Heart rate is very low. I'm taking it super easy. We're heading down towards the KT aid station now. How's it going this year, Pam?
It's great. Yeah, right now I'm so happy I got in. I can't believe it.
You just got in, right?
Yeah, on Monday.
And what number Hard Rock is this for you?
Well, number 6, but it'd be 4th finish.
Okay.
Yep.
And how you feeling so far?
Good. I was dying in the beginning, but now I feel better.
For those of you wondering, there's a little bit of snow on course. That's our first snowfield we've seen. We'll try and keep track.
Nice work.
Yeah. Can I just hand them to you?
Greg.
Yo.
Yeah.
Probably.
Hey, you got some trash to dump?
Trash donations?
Trash donations.
There's a menu, all right. They do a little burrito.
Yeah, absolutely. We're right in there.
Signing off from KT. We'll see you guys on the next section. All right, we're 12.6 miles in, 4 hours and 22 minutes. And the legendary Com Traverse, or KT. We're getting on the upper sections of it. It's very, very narrow. I call it quarter track trail. And it's named after legendary 10-time Hard Rock finisher Uli Com. He was famous for walking every step for all of his finishes. Didn't even run.
I was first here 23 years ago. And you know, the amazing thing is not much has changed. Silverton's a little bigger, but really not by much. The mountains haven't changed at all. You look at pictures from 20 years ago, exact same, just kind of special. And that's the thing, even on a bad day, all you have to do is look up and just be thankful that you're here and keep on going.
So my name is Derek Fish, I'm from Scotland, and I got to Hard Rock after doing Tour de Géant. So yeah, third year trying, so I am very lucky with it all. So yeah, it's pretty special. There's I think only one Scottish person I know that's ever done it before. So yeah, think it's quite a big deal, and yeah, I can't wait to finish and kiss the rock.
Good job, good job. Yo. What's up, Jen? How are you? Good, man. Enjoy.
You guys are
Thanks.
killing it, yeah.
You got a lead on you.
I'm Marta Fisher. I'm from White Salmon, Washington. This is my second hard rock, so I'm gonna have both directions. I'm just happy above tree line, and this is a good place to get it. And I had kind of a rough go last spring, winter, and I'm just kind of proving to myself that I'm still a badass. So that's it.
Okay, it's been tough, but we're doing it. Alright, tradition is grab a rock, place it on the Joel Zucker Memorial right up here. No, I just picked it up right there. Probably should have carried it from the start, right?
From a Silverton.
Yeah, right, I should have. No better spot for a memorial, that's for sure. All right, we're here at the top of Grand Swan Pass.
Tell me more, tell me more.
I'm gonna show you guys how it's done and try not to kill people. Ooh, that was sketchy this year. Getting quite close to the Chapman aid station. I can hear people up ahead, about 18 miles in. We've already done about a fifth of the climbing of Hardrock just in this first two. Who is that? What's up?
Woo!
How are you?
What can we do for you?
Get some water refills.
Yeah, come on, let's go have a seat.
Chapman aid, I'm here with
Kelly Barber.
Kelly. Where are you from?
Sacramento, California.
And what's your hard rock journey?
Is 8 years waiting to do this, baby, and I'm just getting to the end.
This is your first time?
First time.
How's it going so far?
I'm taking it in.
Very good.
All right, that was a pretty quick turnaround. I did sit for a minute. Got another potato avocado burrito. And signing off from Chapman area. We'll see you guys in the next segment.
Shout out to Jam for providing us with that intimate shot of a lot of the middle of the pack here at the Hard Rock, and also shout out to Tony Hill, because I know that Tony works feverishly to get these videos cut and produced and uploaded to share with the audience here.
Yeah, I mean, and just to be clear, in case you haven't picked up on this, this is today. This happened earlier today or yesterday. Jamil's still out on the course. He cut that video, sent it off to Tony. Tony put it together into Hard Rock Chronicles. I think there's probably 6 or 7 Hard Rock Chronicles up right now. You can find them all on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Just amazing stuff these guys are doing.
We are going to be following our next few runners. The next one we expect would actually round out our women's top 10, Claire Heaslop. Basically about 2 miles out from the Silverton ski area. So as soon as we have eyes on her, we will go to that. Did you give me a hand signal there? Oh, 1 mile out. Okay, perfect. I did speak to Jamil's brother Nick here in the gymnasium moments ago, and he first of all looks fantastic for having a 7th place finish here at Hard Rock, but also said if we were interested in him telling basically some of all of these weird stories that people have about him recently, kind of clearing the air, talking about him with his gloves or with his bags of water bottles or ice bottles at Western States a couple weeks ago. He said he'd be happy to come up into the couch and share some stories. Nick is one of the most meticulous planners in this sport. Wearing road flats for hard rock takes practice, and we would love to have him on whenever he's ready.
So Claire Heslop would be the 10th place female, 34th place runner overall. She left Cunningham at about 2:46 p.m. So about 4 hours and 6 minutes ago. For perspective, the most recent finisher, Billy Grimes, left about 15 minutes after her and just finished at 6:33. After Claire, we would expect Corey Linfield. But that does give you an indication. These runners at this point, 36, 37-hour runners are taking 4 hours to traverse Little Giant between Cunningham and the finish.
Actually, AJW, I'm looking at the dynamic tracker on map progress. Jordan, can we link that to the top of the chat, perhaps? And it looks like you mentioned Corey Linfield.
I did.
But Mike Hewitt, Kent Rorchuk, and Richard Turgeon are all seemingly within about a half mile of one another in that stretch from Arastra to the ski area.
Do you see Jordan Mackey Richards?
Let me take a look.
Because she's the current 11th place female, or at least she was the 11th place female leaving Cunningham.
Yeah, it looks like Jordan Mackey Richards is approaching Arastra Creek, Arastra Gulch, and will probably be from there about an hour or so, give or take.
Is she ahead of Claire Heslop?
No, she's way behind. Claire should be actually here in the next couple minutes.
Okay.
But right behind Jordan Mackey is a guy by the name of Carl Meltzer.
So he's moved up a bit.
Yeah, so the Speed Goat is approaching Arastra Gulch, should be making the creek crossing, and then some nice, gentle rolling hills until he hits the town of Silverton and then the streets.
All right, so Speed Goat left at 4:26. He left Cunningham, so if you were to think I would say for Carl 3.5 hours, you'd be talking about right around 8 o'clock.
Of course, the five-time champion of this event. We do have the Hard Rock trophy here in our studio, and his name is all over it.
Here is a runner coming into Cunningham. I'm trying to identify that jersey or bib number. Any help in the chat would be appreciated. Could it be a new VHTRC logo?
And for those unfamiliar, what is VHTRC?
Virginia Happy Trails Running Club. If Sophie Spidell is still awake out there, she would certainly know. Sophie Spidell, a legend in the Virginia trail and ultra running scene, lives in Charlottesville. Yes, that is the Happy Trails on the back is a true indicator. This is a VHTRC runner.
Do we have a Virginia runner who recently hit via the open split time information, perhaps? Let's see.
Is that his whole aid station?
Bib 103.
103.
Trevor Bain from Washington.
Trevor Bain. Okay, from DC. Truth be told, more or less half of VHTRC are basically Northern Virginia, DC suburbs folks. The rest of the club comes from the rest of the state, as well as adjoining states, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, West Virginia.
Yeah, we're going to have a slew of finishers here coming up. Claire Heslop, Kent Rierchuk, Mike Hewitt, Richard Turgeon, Corey Linfield, Jordan Mackey, and Carl Speedgoat Meltzer. We expect to be the next few, all probably coming in within the next 60 to 75 minutes.
That was an impressive aid station for Trevor Bain, by the way. He's got 3 hours. He gutted down some liquid. stuffed a couple things in his pack, and he's gone. I mean, he may be thinking of the Blakewood splits. He may be thinking 39, 40, get in before it starts getting too dark the next day. Here's a runner going one pole technique. Maybe a broken pole. Maybe just likes the one pole technique. One pole technique coming out, and this is back in the aid station.
Of course,
thank you, Aaron Schwartzbard. Aaron is a legend in VHTRC. I think has finished every Hellgate 100K that's ever been run. Bless your heart, Aaron. That's a terrible event. I was one and done in that one. But yes, it does look like it's a new logo with VHTRC. Of course, Keith Nippling, who's still further up the course, has his old school VHTRC old school logo shirt on. So I got a little confused, but good stuff. So we do expect, kind of in classic hard rock style. This is kind of the hard rock equivalent of 24 hours in perhaps a more conventional 100-mile race, to get in before dark the second day. So as we were seeing these runners make pretty quick work of the Cunningham aid station, that's what's on their mind. It's not like there's any special award for finishing before dark the second day or anything like that. It's more of just a mindset. It's more of just a, man, wouldn't it be great to be into Silverton before I have to put on my headlamp again and get my cold weather clothes back out again and all of that stuff. So that's a lot of the motivation, and why, as Chris noted, as he ran down the list of 6 to 8 runners who will likely be finishing in the next 60 to 90 minutes, what's motivating a lot of these runners.
We're keeping an eye out for, as we mentioned, Claire Heslop to be our potential next finisher here in Silverton. Claire from Canada, from Almonte, Ontario, Canada. Claire will be rounding out our women's top 10 if things hold to form. The only woman that would be even remotely close to her at this point would be Jordan Maki-Richards out of Australia. But Jordan would be probably, if I had to guess, at least an hour back. So, and with Amber being in the streets of Silverton, I would assume that we will be seeing her very shortly. We're almost to the streets of Silverton, rather. So we can see a couple of runners heading up that Cunningham Gulch Trail. That is no joke. Is this going to be... Is that Claire? No. Oh, yeah, there. Yep, that's Claire. Bib number 157, Claire Heslop from Ontario. Take care. Take care. Shout out to our friend Sherman, who stopped by the studio to say hi and to, I guess, have us pollute his copy of a Limacher book there.
I know. He had signs in there from Zach Miller and Jim Walmsley and folks like that, and he got our signatures. So, okay, well, poor guy.
Sherman's a great guy, though.
Yeah, great dude. Claire Heslop, looks like, you've talked about this earlier in the broadcast, this is the final little trail section coming into the area where there's a little frisbee golf going on, and you can see Silverton there, right over Claire's head, the town of Silverton. And that's the ski hut, the house to the left there, right over her head, where the free camping is on Hard Rock weekend. My goodness, look, just the sight of town got a little bit more spring in Claire's step.
Absolutely.
Pacer is feeling that vibe as well. She's going to roll by the Old Rock, what we like to call the Old Rock, and be on the streets of Silverton for the duration. She's about a half, 3/4 of a mile from the finish.
Of course, we just showed the Jamil Curry Hardrock Chronicles video, and thanks for those who enjoyed that. Katie asking if it's already on, or if it's on YouTube. It is already on YouTube, as well as several other Hardrock Chronicle videos put together, 10 of them. So we don't want you to go away from what we're doing here. But we have 10 of those Hardrock Chronicle videos. Of course, that one was Jamil's story, but Tony Hill is putting those all together. What? Oh, sorry, 11 of those videos. Here we go. That is the Old Rock on the right-hand side.
I did learn, too, that Tony has somebody helping him. I don't know who it is, but...
It's probably somebody in his family because he's out there with his wife and kids.
One of his guys, but man, Tony Hill can produce content like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, Claire has sped up as she's hit the Silverton Street.
She's in town. Again, Claire is in the position of 10th place woman, 34th overall. Claire Heslop.
Going to finish just over 37 hours here.
From Almont, Ontario. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
The remaining runners are going to have about 11 hours from this point, 11 hours to get it done here in the San Juans. This is the Feed Finisher Camp. Shout out to the Feed for helping make this live stream possible. One of our sponsors and supporters here. I believe they are a platinum sponsor of this event. Our other platinum sponsors are Tailwind and Titus Adventure Company. Our gold sponsors, the North Face and Squirrel's Nut Butter. Spoke with Chris Thornley a little bit earlier, and he was so excited to be a part of this event. He said, I got the commercial over to you guys. I hope you were able to. Oh, yeah, we got it, Chris. It looks good. And our silver sponsors, Goo, Hypoxico, and Catula. People ask how these events are, how we're able to bring these live streams. You look at an event like Hard Rock, it's not like they're getting more registrations out of this necessarily. Like they're not going to.
They have plenty of registrations.
It is the sponsors that make this event possible. Also, a shout out to the fans and followers of this event who have donated to the Hard Rock Endurance Run. We have raised over $1,800 to this point, but we'd like to raise quite a bit more, to be honest. These monies go to trail stewardship, inclusion, diversity initiatives, as well as scholarships for local Silverton students. We found out that the Hardrock 100 gave 13 scholarships to students totaling $39,000 that enabled them to continue their education, whether it be in college or trade school. So I thought that the last part of that is really important because obviously college isn't for everyone. It was for me. It was for you, but there are other ways to succeed and move forward in life. And so with those available, I think it's a great cause. So if you can donate, or if you feel like donating to the Hardrock 100, you can do so right here on the page.
We're watching Claire Heslop. She is in the town of Silverton. This is a little bit of a grade, actually. It's kind of a creek grade. She's going to cross one more river on a bridge. Obviously, it looks like her pacer is letting her know what's what.
When you're coming off of the Kendall Mountain Run and you hit the streets of Silverton, it feels like you're going back uphill.
Yeah.
Because you've been coming down
for so long.
Yeah. Claire, another fan of the Broken Arrow Sky Race, apparently.
Claire has some fans in the chat as well.
Finished 10th at UTMB last year. That is an amazing result. Has finishes at Moab, has come down to play in the desert, run Mesquite Canyon a few years ago.
Not an easy 50K, if that was the race.
She did the 30K, which meant she still went up goat camp.
Yeah.
Which meant it was still super hot out there. But yeah, Claire looking pretty good. And as we mentioned, none of these runners yet seem to have that ultra lean that has become so prevalent, especially 37 hours into the run. You'd expect to have seen it somewhere along the way, but no, these runners
no leaners yet.
Strong.
No leaners yet. Let's not jinx it though, Chris. Come on now.
This is true.
I wanted to also point out that we do have 4 runners that left Sherman within 30 minutes of the cutoff there, which was 4 p.m. They're on the trail. They're in between Sherman and Pole Creek right now. That's Jackie Frisch, 40 years old from Ouray, Colorado. Scott Ulmer, 53 years old from Denver, Colorado. Costa Alimonos, 35 years old from Fort Collins, Colorado, and John Halston, 67 years old from Helena, Montana. John, in particular, left with just 2 minutes left on the clock. 5 minutes left on the clock. So probably a calculated move. In by and large, the mid packers are taking about 4.5 hours to run from Sherman to Pole Creek. It's a 9.1 mile section. It's a big uphill, and then, as I was talking about earlier in the broadcast, it's got some water and some sort of willow thickets and a little bit of route finding that can be tricky. It's nice that they're traversing it while it's still light out. It's much more difficult in the dark. It's also the section of the course that stays above 11,000 feet for the longest. So those folks have their work cut out for them. We'll keep an eye on their splits at Pole Creek. There's no cutoff at Pole Creek, nor is there a cutoff at Maggie. But you can get a pretty good idea of how they're doing with respect to being able to make it to that 2 a.m. cutoff in Cunningham. Here's Claire making it to the main road, the one paved road in Silverton, Colorado, Green Street.
Congratulations to Dr. Stimgeek doing a 6-hour loop race trail event. Got a 19 and change, the furthest trail race yet. Has even more respect for these runners because, holy God, their legs were in pain. These runners were amazing. I can feel your pain, and also mad respect to you for getting it done here today. You did more than I did.
He also asks what an ultra lean is. It's a very, very mysterious affliction. It tends to hit older runners, 60 and over in particular. Sometimes they lean to the left, sometimes they lean to the right. Sometimes it's due to weakness in the core muscles or in the lower back. There's a lot of theories about it. It doesn't necessarily afflict faster runners worse than slower runners, or vice versa. But it's something I've seen now as a participant and a spectator in the sport for about 30 years, and it's a mystery. We shall see. I know my good friend Scotty Mills, who is a 20-time Western States finisher and a 10-time Hardrock finisher, had several finishes in both of those races with a rather significant lean. I scored at an 8 on the scale of 1 to 10, like a full-blown lean. Saying hi to the dog here is Claire.
Also, some people judge the lean by where it is on the clock. Some people
That's right.
10:30, that
10:30 lean and 11. Claire, this is still a race.
A run.
Okay, this is still a run. The dog will be there when you finish. There we go.
She's making up for the lost time, right?
Oh, okay, fair enough. I honestly think it would be a wonderful research project for one of these races that invests money in medical research and in attempting to gather a little bit more, empirical and objective data on the source of the runner's lean, or because it would be interesting to be able to do a little bit more along the. We've done that with sodium, we've done that with water, we've done that with rhabdomyolysis, we've done that with trashed quads and gastrointestinal issues. I don't know of a study that's looked into the runner's lean, but if there's one out there, I'd love to hear about it. In the meantime, Claire Heslop on her final run into the finish of her Hardrock 100. This is her first finish, correct?
Yeah, just between 13th and 12th Street here in Silverton. Going to take a left turn here momentarily, at which point our finisher shoot cam will capture her as she comes up to kiss the rock. And, of course, the all-important where on the rock does it happen. Jam, I'm going to get to your question here after we capture Claire's finish here, but we want to give Claire every due amount of shine, props, and support for her. Congratulations. Rounding out our top 10, Claire Heslop from Ontario, Canada.
All right, Claire coming down the chute. They're hollering for Dale. We've got a runner cam heading back out, and of course Brian Powell, who is committed to
to the center,
right to the face. Wow, she went full in.
That's that center region in terms of where the fastball. That's dead red right there.
Yeah, that was dead red. Claire Heslop is our 10th place female finisher, her first Hardrock 100.
Did you hear somebody yelling, "We need Dale"?
And we need Dale.
Indisposed for a moment.
Dale may have been, who knows what.
Of course, you can see, I'm sure if you check Twitter momentarily, iRunFar will have the update to have Claire rounding on the top 10.
Absolutely. He's doing, there is Brian right now getting the tweet out. And as is their tradition, they document the top 10 men and the top 10 women. So Brian is either going to do one of two things. He's either going to go home and go to sleep, or he's going to come in here and give me shit.
He can do both.
Yeah, he may end up doing both.
I would love to actually have Brian in here and talk to him about the coverage of this race. Obviously, with things advancing over time and the addition of the live stream, I want to stress that I don't look at this as a replacement for prior, established coverage mediums. I think it enhances everything. If you follow here, you follow, on various social media mediums, there's a whole lot that we're not able to do that they will cover and that they can go a little bit more in depth on. And conversely, we have cameras where they might not, because it is a bit of more of a lean operation.
Yeah, I have chuckled, though, a little bit over especially the last couple of years of various live streams where the live streamer announcers have been announcing and doing their thing, and they're like, oh, wait, let me check iRunFar.
Oh, absolutely. I got no shame in that. I'll readily admit to using iRunFar, and I do credit them, because that's part of the respect that they deserve. Our next finisher here coming into the streets of Silverton, let us confirm on who that is. That might be one of 4 individuals. It could be Kent Rearchuck, Corey Linfield, Mike Hewitt, or Richard Turgeon, because all 4 of them are really close to the finish here. And
did you mention Corey Linfield?
Bib number 203, that's Kent Rorschach.
Okay, because that's Kent. Have we seen Corey Linfield yet?
I don't believe so, but the finish.
Okay, yeah, Jordan has let us know that we do have a lot of traffic on the road at this point.
Yeah, this is Kent right here. We expect Kent to probably be our next finisher, bib number 203.
Kent looks to be going solo. So again, our most recent finisher was Claire Heslop.
Kent from Portola Valley, California.
And Kent has made a nice move. 49 years old. Kent has made a nice move from. Oh, and he's looking back. I think it's a race. Attaboy, Kent.
That's got to be brutal.
Kent left 12 minutes after the pair of Corey Linfield and Jordan McKee Richards.
The idea that you find yourself in a tight foot race here at the end of this event would be a nightmare.
We're looking back up the road.
Oh, well, it looks like there might be somebody crossing the Animas Bridge right there.
Yeah. Kent Rohrchuk, 49 years old, Portola Valley, California.
A prior finisher of Hardrock 2021. So that means
this will make him a true hard rocker, because that was a counterclockwise year.
And that's what he noted in the runner survey. His goal is to complete the race in the clockwise direction. I would say he can check that off. And his note that he wanted people to know is that he's done his last marathon several times by now, and there always seems to be another one. Well, Kent, if this were to be true, And of course, it's obviously not.
Yeah.
And this were your final ultramarathon. There's no better way to go out than to become a true hard rocker.
Yeah, I have a dear friend, Ash Walsh, back in the East Coast in Georgia.
She is entertaining on social media.
I think right now she's up to her 8th annual last 100-miler. I'm keeping track, but she'll text me and be like, Andy, this is absolutely my last 100-miler. I'm done with these things. They're crazy. They make me sick. They cause stress in my family, my marriage, everything else. And then the next year she signs up for one and asks me to pace her.
Of course.
Oh, Ash, you're such a head case. If you're listening, which you're probably not, but I'm sure there's people in the chat who know Ash Walsh. She's a bit of a character, and she is now on her 8th annual last 100-miler. So if that is something that Kent Rorschach has to deal with, I can send him Ash's way. But I have a feeling after 2 loops, 1 in each direction, it might be nice for the rest of us, for the rest of the people who want to be in the race, to be satisfied with that. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But 2 finishes, 1 in each direction, has a nice, neat, kind of clear bow around it. What was his time in his previous one? Do you know that? Was he also in before dark the second day?
I'll see if I can.
Which is
find
always
that.
a nice accomplishment. He's still looking back. Maybe he has a little friendly rivalry with whoever's back there, or he's maybe dropped his pacer and
Kent finished in 38:07 last time.
Okay, so they're both in the daylight. He has not had to go into the dark the second day. He's going to be under that, which might be why he's glancing at his watch.
And I get it. I guess you don't want to be passed on the streets of Silverton, and maybe that's caused him to have a little bit more pep in his step. But, as we mentioned, we're going to actually have a slew of finishers here coming up.
Mike and Kent. I'm seeing Kent in the chat. Is Kent? Is perhaps Corey or Jordan? Oh, there's Kent. Oh,
Mike
Kent,
and Richard are going to be up here.
Mike
quickly.
and Richard are behind Kent.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be very close. Hopefully, our runner cams are going to be able to capture these people. Shout out to those volunteers that are actually enabling this kind of footage to be possible. Because without our volunteers, without our friends doing this, we're basically flying blind and calling it from static cams. And
so while we're calling Kent's finish, we know that Michael Hewitt, 54 years old from Denver, Colorado, and Richard Turgeon, 58 years old from Gatineau, QC, are hot on his heels. And he's making the final turn, so I think Kent is comfortably in 37th place, 26th overall. Well under his previous time in the other direction.
And I have to admit, a sprint finish to Kiss the Rock would be terrifying to watch. As the feed finisher cam captures Kent Rorschach's finish.
He goes on the top right of the logo. A little bit on the red.
That high fastball in the outside corner.
That was can't lay off the high gas.
Greeted as every other runner is by run director Dale Garland. I'm so glad to know that Dale is going to be around forever to do this. Like, that just makes me happy.
Yes. Well, he has retired from education. He has no intention at all from closing the books on Hard Rock anytime soon.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
I've asked him multiple times if we could get a bib number on it.
Pretty sure that was Richard Turgeon. I think I saw 2-1. So that'd be Richard Turgeon from Quebec.
2:14.
Yeah. And I hope that you folks can hear the ambient noise from our microphones, because we can't have low and inside.
Well, hang on. Actually, he did a little headbutt before the kiss.
Yeah, a little bit of a brushback right there.
I think that was 2:14. Richard Turgeon. Yep, 2:14.
Righty's facing that inside heat from
Richard Turgeon is 58 years old. He does have the look of a grizzled veteran. And here we have another finisher.
This is going to be bib number 234, Michael Hewitt, out of Denver, Colorado.
This is nice. He's actually, this is a Hard Rock spirit.
Absolutely.
I don't know if he's done the kiss yet.
No, he had. So Michael Hewitt, he was the last one into the race. He was the one that came up and let us know that he got in on Tuesday.
Did he get Zach Miller's spot? But hang on, has Michael Hewitt kissed the rock?
No, but
Michael kissed the rock. Someone tell Michael to kiss the rock. He hasn't. He's not an official finisher yet. This is a real rule.
Michael was the one.
Please, someone tell him to kiss the rock.
Who sent me the runner survey and included his picture, but it looked unnervingly like John Denver.
It did. It did.
Wait.
He's someone kiss the rock. Okay, someone's tapping him on the shoulder. There it is.
Dead
oh
center.
My goodness. Oh, thank you, Mike.
Dead center.
He went straight up. It looked. That was great. Thank you. That's Michael Leibowitz. Must have heard my voice. One of the great, another great photographer in the sport.
Maybe we'll see if we can get Michael in here.
Who's
feeling up to it.
There he is with the blue shorts. Who made sure Michael Hewitt. Michael Leibowitz.
Michael Leibowitz, Berkeley Park Running Company.
Yeah. That guy.
So I met Michael when I was shopping through his shirts. I love the logo of that shop. One of the most attractive logos, incorporates the Colorado flag. Beautiful gear. And I was shopping here in the gym when they were the vendor of choice here that year, and I was asking him about his shirts, and he said, "Hey, this was 2021, our first year that we had done Cocodona at Mountain Outpost," and he said, "I want to thank you for your coverage because I didn't get anything done that week." He said they basically sat around and had a 5-day watch party for Cocodona that year. So Michael Leibowitz.
We love to hear that. So again, this was by Hard Rock standards, this was a photo finish.
Yeah.
As we sort through it. Kent Royerchuk, about a minute ahead of Michael Hewitt. About a minute ahead of Richard Turgeon, and Michael Hewitt about 25 seconds after Richard Turgeon. He paused to kiss the rock, probably a technicality, but all three of them are now Hard Rock finishers.
I see somebody we might be able to drag into the studio for a quick little discussion. It is somebody who has not run this race this year, but has been part of the Hard Rock run for many years, and I believe one of the people who is entitled to be called, part of the heart and soul of this event. We'll see if we can get to that
right on
here.
So we have Kent in 7:18:45. Is he doing another kiss?
I guess
he's going back. He's going back for seconds. Then at 7:19:52, Richard Turgeon, who just went back for the second kiss, and at 7:21:06, because he paused to kiss, he lost it. He probably lost 45 seconds. I doubt he cares. Is Michael Hewitt.
Yeah, Michael Hewitt's a bit of a character. Got to meet him the other day, and for a guy who basically found out for sure that he was going to be in this run on Monday, did a great job. Or Tuesday, rather. Tuesday.
Wow.
Want to circle back around to a question that was posed in the chat by JM. I apologize for the delay, but gotta recognize our runners. JM asked do any of the late finishers sleep during the race? If so, how much? The answer is absolutely.
Yeah.
Most notably, at least in my personal experience, Jamil Curry, as we have our next finisher here. Is this which one is the finisher? What? Corey Winfield, bib number 174. It is not uncommon for runners who face a second sunset to take naps on the course. My friend and obviously our boss, Jamil Curry, took a couple of 20-minute naps at Ouray the year that he finished in 2021 with a 39-hour finish. So as Corey Hewitt is going to do better than that here as soon as he rounds 2 corners.
Corey Hewitt, 36 years, Corey Linfield, 36 years old, Colorado Springs, Colorado. With his smiling pacer. This is, again, as I suggested when we went on the air, this is the period of time where runners are like, okay, I want to get to Silverton before it gets dark again. I want to get this thing done. I'm smelling the barn. You get a little extra oomph with that feeling that maybe, just maybe, if you can get from Cunningham to the finish in less than 4 hours, you can avoid that second night. Who knows? For these folks, maybe there's a restaurant or two still open in town.
Oh, yeah. Things do close early, but I would say that he's still got about an hour to get by Avalanche or maybe another hour and a half to get to Golden Block.
Absolutely.
Like
Anonymous, thank you for your $20 donation. We really appreciate it.
We have now topped the $2,100 mark.
There you go. We really appreciate that. Each and every donation.
Corey actually completed Hardrock in 30th overall in 2022. Of course, that would mean it was in the same direction, so he is bagging a second clockwise direction. I know that in his case, he really probably wants to get a finish in the other direction to become the another true hard rocker. However,
these days you take what you can get.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In terms of hard rock, you do what you can. Corey is still fairly young for this event. One of the younger people in the field at the age of 36, so he's got plenty of time. Of course, 31 years younger than our oldest competitor still in the field, our elder statesman, 6-time finisher John Halston at the age of 67, currently in 125th place. The DFL at the moment in time, obviously things can change. Some of the other runners that we expect to be coming in fairly soon. Our next woman, Jordan Maki, bib number 175. Maybe we'll see Ryan Cooper, bib number 124. Andy Reid, 197. Barrett Langton, 169. John Anderson, 101. Matthew Van Horn, 217, Rick Needler, 165, and Carl, the speed goat himself, Meltzer, 5-time outright champion, bib number 85. Carl has crossed Arostra Creek and is heading on that gentle rolling area into town through the woods. And his pin just moved significantly, about 1.5 miles out. So we will be capturing not only Jordan's finish, but Speed Goats as well. So if you're a fan of one of the true legends of this sport, Carl Speed Goat Meltzer, and if you know somebody who is interested in watching his finish, it is going to be coming up here very shortly.
Our man on the street back in Cunningham, Shad, has let us know, I know inquiring minds want to know this, that David Fuller, bib number 146, and Susanna Guadarrama, bib number 151, have cleared Cunningham. Cleared Cunningham at about 7:15, 7:20, and they are en route to Silverton. Shad's going to do his best to get bib numbers for us. He's on the ground there. We'll probably see his camera from time to time, which I think this is. Yep, this is Shad's camera at Cunningham. Perhaps this is David Fuller from Harriman, Utah. Looks like with the yellow UD pack as a pacer. Rocking a Javelina shirt.
Can you meet us?
It's not your guys' fault. It was just an incorrect. Ready? Sorry for correction here. This is Brady Burgess. Brady Burgess from Berkeley, California, 45 years old. Number 116. We've got the number wrong between 116 and 146. 146 has left. David Fuller. Susanna Guatemala has left. And 116, Brady Burgess, is in. And it looks like his crew is pointing up to the heavens, which is otherwise known as Dives Little Giant, the last objective of Hardrock for Brady Burgess.
Yeah, Max, I'm inclined to agree that Meltzer is an awesome dude. And I'll be honest, I'm going to share something that I hadn't always seen eye to eye with Carl, with some of his beliefs and thoughts on the sport. I mean, obviously he's a legend, and I'm not going to take anything away from him there, but I got a chance to meet him in person this week and could not be nicer. So I'm actively rooting for Carl to have yet another great finish here at Hardrock.
It appears as though Brady Burgess is waiting for something. Thank you, Shad, for... Oh, it looks like his tracker might be on the blink. Well, that's great. So he's got a defective tracker that they're maybe putting a new battery in or something like that.
Do you think he appreciates the rest or wants to get the heck out of Dodge?
I think it's probably adding a little bit of stress, especially since this is like racing daylight time.
That's true.
For somebody leaving this aid station at 7:30, you're at least thinking you could summit Little Giant before dark. But it's the guy on the radio is talking, and poor Brady is just standing there. I guess waiting for his tracker. Now, we got a ping. I mean, at least we got a ping from his tracker, and now he's heading. He's got his phone. Again, this is Brady Burgess. Kind of a little kind of interesting sort of side story here. Yep, that's Brady in yellow, Berkeley, California. I'm sure he's a experienced folk person in running the French Trail and Skyline Trail and all those trails of the East Bay, Wildcat Canyon. Maybe he's done some repeats on Mount Diablo or Mount Tam. I would suspect he's probably that's a greatest hits for him. Perhaps they're asking him to load up his phone in the absence of his tracker. And he's like, oh, I got this in my pocket. I might as well eat it. But it does. He's like, okay, thumbs up. I'm ready to go. I've got this 2,500-foot climb. Keeps looking over. I mean, I don't know if I'm Brady Burgess. I'm like, I'm out of here. One of all y'all got to catch up to me with the tracker. Don't make me sit here waiting for you to fix the tracker. But that's what he's doing.
Yeah, it's going to be dark by the time he gets to the top of Little Giant, and that.
I mean, okay, I'm going to be a little curmudgeon here. I get the fact that they need trackers and everything else, but this is costing him time. This is costing him time. This is his experience of Hardrock. This is something he's probably waited for years. And there's a couple of guys sitting there in chairs fiddling around with some technology so that he can get out of the aid station. My view is let him go. You guys worry about fixing it, and then send some little whippersnapper up there to catch him and put it on his pack.
There is no shortage of fast people that can head up
that can do that. Yeah. All right, they're getting his tracker set up now. I mean, it cost them 3-4 minutes. I mean, if I'm being a jerk, I'm sure you guys are good in the chat. You always tell me I'm being a jerk, so that's fine. But I think Brady Burgess has lost 3 to 5 minutes, waiting for some technological glitch, and there's no reason to think it might not happen again, in 5 minutes. So it's unfortunate. I know it's the world we live in. But this would not have happened when Carl Meltzer ran his first Hardrock.
Back in my day.
With 2 handheld bottles and a couple of gels in his pocket. All right, vent over. Michael Henson is probably coming on in. I'm not sure we've seen Jay Hunt, but correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody's seen Jay Hunt come into Cunningham,
Looks like potentially Andy Reid, Jordan Maki, or Carl Meltzer might be our next finisher to come in. I have to say I'm a little bit jealous of whoever is going to be follow filming Carl in. I mean, that's a moment you get to share with a legend right there.
yeah, and there's going to be all kinds of stuff coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, there's that.
We know that.
Most likely Dan. Well,
Dan Ryan or other Dan? Dan Davis? Oh, that'd be good.
Is Dan Ryan follow filming this weekend?
Maybe we should get some audio on that.
Maybe we should not. We want to stay on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that part.
We're just joking. Obviously, Speed Goat has made immense contributions to this sport, and we appreciate him. And we only jest because we truly appreciate him. So,
hey, buried under cards and comics, I appreciate it. I just think it's not cool. They could very easily have just said, "Hey, dude, just go on up the trail. We'll fix this, and we'll come catch up to you." I mean, the worst case scenario, they got to run 100 yards up. It's straight uphill.
Yeah,
it's not like he's going to get very far.
You've got like 45 minutes to an hour at the bare minimum for him to be out of sight.
There's plenty of really good shape people hanging around Cunningham right now who would love the opportunity to be like, "Hey, take this tracker and run it up the hill." But anyway, like I said, vent over.
We saw it literally happen earlier during the run here when Katarina Harmut got into Cunningham Gulch and had dropped her pacer and needed a pacer for the final 10 miles. Mandy Holmes, a national team, 24-hour national team member, just milling about, hanging out in the San Juans. Oh, yeah, I'll pace you 10 miles to the finish over
here. We have a runner
cliff.
coming by what we're calling the Old Rock. This is right outside the Kendall Mountain ski area. See if we can get a bib number. I know we saw this pink shirt back in Cunningham.
Bib number
197 coming into town. Welcome back, Andy Reid, Canmore, Alberta.
Yeah, Andy Reid, Jordan Maki Richards, Matthew Van Horn, potentially another one. Andy Reid coming down from Canada to participate in Hardrock. Andy Reid ran Fat Dog 120 as his qualifier. I'm not familiar with that run. Are you?
Oh yeah, that's a Western Canadian 120 miler. Burly, brutal. It's in August. It's humid and mosquito-y and blah.
And Hardrock, I'm assuming he's a first timer because to him this is a dream since he first came across ultra running 12 years ago.
Right on.
And he wanted. As far as the special fact that he wanted people to know about him, well, you do you, but he loves Taylor Swift.
All right. Well, hey,
Nothing wrong
with that.
Taylor Swift. There is nothing wrong with enjoying Taylor Swift. Yeah, Crispin, Schlarv's tracker was kind of an adventure. Jason had taken off to start the run, but the tracker stuck around seemingly for about 50 miles. It finally started pinging, and it could be for any number of reasons. It could be something technical. It could be just the way it's positioned. It could be, the pinger, the trackers are set to ping about every 4 minutes or thereabouts, and on an automatic schedule. So we don't know what happened with Schlarv's tracker, but it eventually got going and working. So it ended up being just fine. As Andy
Reid. So we do have Corey Linfield. Have we seen Jordan Maki Richards finish yet?
We have not.
Okay.
I would assume Jordan Maki Richards is fairly close because about 15 minutes out, she was a mile and change. Yeah, Jordan and Carl are going to be fairly close together here. And then we'll probably have a bit of a break.
So Corey Linfield was our most recent finisher at 7:27, so about 13 minutes ago. Andy Reid's coming in now. Matthew Van Horn and Jean-Yves Malo.
Yeah, and
both before the Speed Goat.
And beyond that, nobody has yet summit the climb out of Cunningham, and nobody is really that close to climbing the summit. Everybody that is heading up that side of Cunningham is averaging about 1 to 1.25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It is hard. It is brutal, and it is the last big hurdle before it's all downhill from there.
I mean, at this pace, so you've got let's call it 9.5 miles, give or take. The climb is going to take roughly 40% of it. So, 2 hours. I know it's only 2 miles, but it's not 2. You said 1.5 miles an hour. 1 hour and 45 minutes to get up it.
Yeah.
Then you've got 2 hours and 15 minutes to get down it. That gets you a 4 hour. But again, that descent is not, it's a classic hard rock descent. It's kind of it's Jeep road. It's rocky. It's off camber. For many of these runners now, it's going to be dark. They're into their second night.
It's uncomfortable.
Even when you get back by the campsite on that sharp left and go by the gate and onto the single track, yeah, you're down now at Silverton town level, but you're still running single track. You're kind of dodging stuff. You're going through puddles and little creek crossings and things. It's not just blazing fast like Western States Trail.
Andy crossing Green Street, getting greeted by, I would assume, friends and family.
Andy Reid.
Passing the iconic Wyman Hotel. Going to take a left here off of 14th Street and head down to 12th, where I'll take another left and into the finisher's chute.
I know Canadians are so nice and friendly, and maybe they don't care about this, but he's the 5th place Canadian. I just did a little quick count.
A lot of Canadians here this year.
Yeah, 5th place Canadian. If you're keeping score at home, 1st place Canadian was, got to scroll down to, from New Brunswick, Nathaniel Couture. Then Becky Bates, then Claire Heslop, then Richard Turgeon, who we've just seen, and now Andy Reid. There's your top 5 Canadians. And he's got an entourage, Andy does.
Oh, if I were to ever run this event, which I won't, I would probably do the same thing. I would expect all of you to abandon the studio and head out there to the streets.
That's right.
And join me. And that includes you, Jordan.
Are we going to do that? Are we going to do that for Jamil? Because that's going to be like 3 in the morning. In the chat, what do you say? Should we all sleep or should we stay awake for Jamil? Andy Reid rolling through Silverton. Going to be the 40th finisher.
Blister quad stomach issues, shouting out Anton Krupicka for running him in.
Right on.
I saw the hair, but
blister quad stomach issues. I'm still glad you're there. Wondering if Vault Toilet is still out there also. Would love to know if Vault Toilet's out there. If you missed it last night, hopefully Chris can pin it later in the week. And that was a beautiful moment in the live stream in late night last night. The Vault Toilet at Sherman. Andy Reid into the chute.
Masterful work by Jordan to catch this run into the chute. The best in the bids.
Going lower right on the right nose, it looked like.
Yeah, I think scatter plotting this is going to be a thing for us here.
37:45 in the books. A full hour and a half ahead of Blake Wood splits. So far, the votes are coming in for Stay Awake for Jamil. That's what I was afraid of.
Jordan might start throwing things at us if we go a little bit too late here. Well, I think we've found a point where we might be able to kind of a step away here. We would obviously love to capture as many people on a live basis as possible, but at this point, HEW are the last people standing.
We are, and we also do want to be cogent for what is now the golden hours.
Yes.
We are planning, whenever we sign off this evening, we're planning on being here at 4 a.m. Tomorrow, which is with 46 hours on the clock. And history has shown, especially the last 3 years since the two cancellations, that we get roughly 35 to 40% of the finishers between those last 2 hours.
Yeah.
And we want to be able to do justice to them. It'll be really hard to have runner cams on all of them like we're having right now. I mean, mind you, Andy Reid right here is the 40th finisher. Okay, 40. Here is the speed goat, Carl Meltzer.
Carl Meltzer passing the legendary Wyman Hotel. Poles in hand, bib number 85, but you don't need to know his bib number to identify him. 5-time outright champion of the Hardrock 100.
A few things to note. No hydration vest. Hello, people. No hydration vest.
And Carl's got a great smile. Again, as I mentioned, my first opportunity to meet him in person this week, and could not have been more pleasant. Carl did interview with us before the run, first of all, to talk about his experience, and also to talk about his new company, the Speed Goat Trail Running Company, which is also one of our sponsors here for this event. But
Carl will be finishing his 9th Hard Rock. He has 5 wins. He first ran the race in 1998. I remember running it in 2009, one of the years he won, and it was one of those deals where Carl was running so fast he had to knock on the door of the aid station trailers to wake them up to get his water bottles full.
Yeah, Jennifer, we're not bailing on coverage anytime soon. It's just that at some point we are going to have to step away from the microphones. But yeah, that wasn't going to be now by any stretch.
Oh yeah, we're not going there. We're staying till dark. As I mentioned, I'm sorry, maybe you just came on, but we're staying through the Blake Wood splits, which is 39 hours-ish. And Carl's rolling. He's like, "What? Wait, why are we going in? Why am I going around this block? This is actually, I'm sure, the first time Carl has finished coming in from this direction and then had to go around the block and up to the field." But I think Dale Garland's going to be ready. Is that Dan Ryan there? It is.
It is.
In the background.
Is this the first time that Carl has had his finish covered on a live stream?
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. It's been at least 6-7 years since Carl's been.
Well, no, I'm talking about a race in general.
Probably.
I love this. I think that it's great that Carl was able to make his return to Hard Rock. I asked him what took him so long, and he was pretty frank. He said he'd been basically sniped by lottery luck for the last several years.
Carl Meltzer.
Of course, Mike there running him in that's an honor.
It certainly is. Carl's 9th kiss of the rock.
Middle inside.
Look at middle inside. Dale and Carl have their moment. 37:49 and change.
Congratulations to Carl.
Yes, Adam Campbell in the background, a multiple-time Hard Rock top fiver from Canada. We want to give Carl his due here. We'll get back out on the course as quickly as we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is his long-suffering wife. She's awesome.
Somebody mentioning that from his ATFKT documentary that Speed Goat doesn't have toenails. He doesn't need them. Doesn't need them. Yeah, of course. This is old hat to Carl at this point. With finished number 9, is that correct?
Number 9. A couple of ATFKT attempts. That is very likely Ultragen.
Being greeted by Dan Ryan, who is a business associate of Carl's, as well as the social media director for the Hardrock 100. It is great to see Speed Goat make his triumphant return to this event. His last finish prior to this was in 2015, I believe, so it's been a while. I would assume, though, as David Horton told us before this event, the San Juans don't change. I'm sure that there was not much out there that surprised him or was unexpected. Also, Carl now makes his home in Ridgeway, just up the road.
Yeah.
So
I saw Cheryl in the gym. Middle of the night, that she was kind of sort of strategizing about when to go out and meet Carl. She was talking about how much the race has changed since 2015. Cheryl's been part of the sport for as long as Carl has, and I know my wife Shelley and Cheryl have a deep friendship that is independent of Carl's and mine, and we battled a lot back in the day. But this is you're looking at a couple right here that have seen a lot, that have done a lot, and I know as much as it's laughing and talking and carrying on, this is a meaningful experience for all three of them in the frame right here, Dale and Carl and Cheryl.
So level with me, AJW. You said you used to do battle with Carl. How many times did you beat him?
I only beat Carl once.
Where was that at?
Western States.
I would have guessed that would be 2005.
No. He was anti-Western States back then. No. I don't know. Does it count if you beat somebody when they drop out?
You know what? That's been a question.
I've talked
a thread and a half.
Here we go. Back up on the course.
Jordan Mackey
Richards, Tumut, Australia.
Came from across the world to be a part of this event.
11th place woman. Looks like being greeted by some family members.
And Jordan got in by way of Cascade Crest this past cycle. 9th time in the lottery, which would, with the 2 canceled years, mean 11 years been trying to get in on this event.
First Australian to the finish line. In fact, first Southern Hemispherian to the finish line is Jordan Mackey Richards. Jordan, just taking a quick peek at her splits, ran steady all day, took care of herself in aid stations, but made quick work of them. Huge congrats coming from Australia, where I'm guessing it's tomorrow already. Congratulations on making it to tomorrow. Over here in America, we're never sure if we're going to make it to tomorrow.
Don't ever ask AGW and I what time it is during a live stream.
Exactly.
Because we can only follow the race clock. And as far as we're concerned, it's 37 o'clock.
Exactly. It's 37:53 o'clock. And Jordan will keep us straight, maybe.
Our Jordan here in studio.
Our Jordan. Air Jordan, our Jordan. Not Jordan finishing the race, but solidarity for the Jordans in the house.
Yeah. I guess it's lunchtime in Australia right now.
Lunchtime. You're having some bangers and mash or some pasties. Hopefully a beer to celebrate Jordan's finish.
Got
a couple of other folks to join, handing off poles.
Flanked by a couple of pacers.
This is great stuff.
Make her extremely happy. This is the Feed Finisher Cam. Thank you to the Feed for making this possible.
Jordan finishing well within the daylight marker. Jordan Mackey Richards.
Heading to the finisher chute. But not going to do it.
No. We're doing it's a team effort. Putting the head down for the sprint. Wow, it looks like that one daughter even has a media credential. She's not messing around.
Here we go. Jordan Mackey Richards. There we go. Kissing the
There's
rock
the kiss.
right there.
She's going high.
High and outside. 37.55.
Going high. Daughters are there. Jordan Mackey Richards, 11th place. Female, 39th overall. We now have 11 of 31 women in the house. Of course, we know we had a few drops, a few missed cuts. I think it was when Leah and Shit signed off. There were 27 left. We now have 11 in the house.
So to give an update on the women's side, of course, last year was an event to be celebrated for the results that the women provided. 27 of 29 finishers last year. Obviously, we had 31 start. We still have either completed or on the course a total of 26. We won't top last year's 93% rate finisher rate for women, but still looking very well. The women who had started but not able to finish, we'll give a shout out to them right now. Pam Reed, Debbie Kumasaka, Sandra Carpenter, Pamela Hart, and our friend, Lainey Barris.
Yes, indeed. We had a wonderful interview with Lainey.
Such a sweet person.
Who missed the cut at Ouray after leaving Telluride with just 5 minutes left on the clock. It was wonderful to chat with her, and I hope you get a chance to check it out sometime. It was great to have her here, and I don't think this will be the last time she's here in the San Juans.
Yeah, and Lainey's story as we celebrate Jordan's finish here. Lainey's story that it took her 10 tries to get into this event, and obviously didn't happen, didn't finish the way that she had planned, perhaps it had envisioned, but from the sound of things, she wasn't deterred by that fact, and she looks to get back on the horse. And all we can do is hope that the lottery gods smile upon her sooner rather than later. Jordan heading back to her crew and family. Yeah, shout out to Jordan. Obviously you can see she is a mother, and balancing the ability to do this run as well as maintain a family dynamic is no walk in the park. And that was one of the things that was focused upon at the women's panel. If you, I highly recommend and encourage people to check out the women's panel that we had earlier. It is here on YouTube on the Mountain Outpost channel. I believe it was sponsored by the North Face and Trail Sisters that we had the women's panel here in Silverton a few days ago. I'm not sure if Jordan was part of that. We tried to grab as many of the women that were in the race as possible to be a part of that event, because it is important that the representation of women increase in events such as Hardrock.
Closing in on the 38-hour mark, about an hour and 15 minutes away from the Blakewood Splits, which is finishing before sunset on the second day.
Looks like we might have a couple of runners heading into town here. John Anderson, Ryan Cooper. There's one of them right now. That is bib number 124. That is Ryan Cooper. And I would expect that John Anderson is not far behind at all. But Ryan Cooper right here, getting those last few blocks in. Ryan Cooper from Boulder, Colorado. No stranger to running in these hills, probably. Currently running in 46th place, 35th male. His qualifier was the 2022 Hard Rock, so this would be another run in the clockwise direction for him. He turned 50 and 20 years ago ran his first 100. Hard Rock culture is why he started running 100s, and the course is his favorite. So shout out to Ryan Cooper, who we are following right now. As we mentioned, Ryan ran Hard Rock in 2022. That was in the same direction. I don't believe he has a counterclockwise finish. I don't remember which direction 2011 was because things got a little bit weird. Or could he be a true hard rocker? I'm not 100% sure. I wish I had that chart in front of me. For those that are not familiar with Hard Rock lore, the race alternates directions each year. And in order to be considered what they call a true hard rocker, you must complete the race twice, a minimum of twice, but once in each direction for sure. Ryan Cooper has had a lot of ultra sign-up results. He's got a very lengthy run history, events such as Leadville, Bighorn, JFK, Grindstone, Hellgate. You name it, he's done it. Rocky Raccoon. So not only doing the mountainous stuff, but some of the fast stuff as well. Has broken 17 in the 100 mile. And right here on the feed finisher cam, we have Ryan Cooper. Ryan Cooper finishing here. High and just that.
Going high, straight up high.
That shoulder high.
High heat.
Yep, high heat.
In case you haven't noticed, Chris and I are both kind of baseball guys, so we're playing around with the baseball metaphors, with where each athlete kisses the rock. I was always a kiss in the E of endurance. I should say always, twice. I only did it twice, but each time I kissed the E in endurance. Just under 38 hours, well before the second sunset. Ryan Cooper, Boulder, Colorado.
So I believe this is Ryan's third finish. So he finished in 2011 and in 2022. Did not have to wait for 2033 to
round it out. Yeah.
And this is our next finisher here. We have another runner coming into the chute. They're going to start to come in fast and furious for a little bit here. This must be Barrett. Is it Barrett Langton? Or John Anderson? John Anderson, bib number 101.
So Rick Needler is in? No. Do we know if Rick Needler? No. Okay. Sorry. John Anderson, Truckee, California.
Spent a couple nights in Truckee just a couple weeks ago.
We sure did.
John Anderson, his qualifiers, he ran 2 in the last cycle, Cruel Jewel and Tour de Jean. Why he is here at Hard Rock: to connect with old friends, older mountains, and the awe of life, and to eat some pierogies and kiss the rock. I think he has checked off everything.
Yes,
here.
indeed.
Great weekend for John here. Kudos to him for getting it done there with run director Dale Garland, being handed the finisher hat, a beautiful, beautiful hat. Some of the merchandise that Hard Rock does, and that elusive for some finisher shirt. Yeah. Love seeing these moments here at the finish line.
Still 10 hours, by the way, Chris. 10 hours left on the clock.
We're just getting started with these finishers.
You know,
I mean, we in all reality, we've probably only called a third of them, or close to a third of them.
Yeah, I just did a refresh. I think we're in the low 40s in terms of total number of finishers.
Mm-hmm.
There's still 120 The total number is 100. So there's still 80. Oh, yeah, right about a third. There's still 80-ish out on the course.
Yeah, I think we are, we were told that they were wanting to go from 6 to 8 p.m. tonight, and then we were going to go dark, but we overruled that. We're going to stick around a little while longer here to catch this next batch of finishers here. It is important to us. It is important to you as the audience. We'll do our best to try and make sure the cameras are set to capture some people while AJW and I try our best to rest up for the golden hour and the golden hours in the morning. I think we should call that the Androulis or the Mongo.
We should probably come up with something more clever.
Yeah. I allude to the Mongo notion because that is the nickname of Robert Androulis, 10-time Hard Rock finisher, and famous for never finishing this event in under 46 hours. So every single one of his 10 finishes took between 46 and 48 hours. You don't have to do anything here, but we're going to do a stream switch. Hopefully it'll be a nice, seamless transition. We'll be back on the flip side of that with some more finishers here at Hard Rock 2024, presented by Sunto and Mountain Outpost.